Thank you. Coming in here, whatever time of day that you're joining this stream or whatever time zone that you are in this world, we give thanks for the Aletheia, thanks for truth, thanks for the Shem. So we're going to have that discussion here. Hopefully I've just been super overpowered by the message and quite overwhelming. So sorrows, how about that? Waves, intensification, intensity. Whoa, tabernacles, right? Tabernacles? What do you mean tabernacles? Yeah, it's intense, man. Get it? So all glory to the great I am, and in the beginning was the Word, right? Self-existent, the Shem. So the Alpha and the Omega, the creator of all things. All things are created by the Word. In the beginning was that Word. So that's what we're going to have that discussion here in this. I think it'd be a powerful message for those who He has removed the scales from their eyes and gave them a hearing ear, because I believe that most things fall on deaf ears. Many are called, many. Broad is the way, wide is the path. Many are called, but Oligos, find that narrow gate. Oligos is his flock. A few, many are called, but Oligos, few are chosen. So it's all in the Hados. It's in the same narrow way. He said, I am the Hados. I am the way. So the Aletheia is the truth. The way to the truth is through narrowing of self, narrowing of translation. Going back to the literal definition, and you find that through, it's definitive, it's the truth, it's the Aletheia. It doesn't need propped up like a Christmas tree or a Nimrod. It stands erect on its own because it's the truth. It's been covered by lies, but it's the, we've made it already. We're already in the apocalypse. The veil, the cover has been removed. The veil, the removal of the cover, the revelation, apocalypse. Whoa, yep. So the heavens declare, right? The firmament declares the handiwork. Aletheia. The Aletheia, he said, I am the Aletheia. We wouldn't even know anything about predestined now, would you? See? In and out comes the light, doesn't it? No, he pulls his predestined, those he chose from the foundation of the world, cannot be saved. Sozo, right? Saved. It's not in you. So no worries, brothers and sisters. There has to be couldn't be an up, right? If there was no down. Could not be an aletheia if there was not lies. That is idolatry, demonic, a distributor of unclean aletheia, unclean lies, unclean truth. It's lies, it's demonic. Idolatry is distributed to lies to self. Will you define anything, or will you just lie? Do you have any definition in the words that come out of your mouth, out of your pie hole? Or you just have opinions and translations? Sounds like somebody's very opinionated and speaks in translation. So blessings, brothers and sisters. Blessings to you, the Aletheia, the truth, the Greek word for truth. He said, I am the Hados. The Hados is the way, and the Horizo, or the Horizo, is the light. The Hados, the Aletheia, and the Horizo. So filthy swine will always remember he had chaff, and he will bind that chaff, that weeds, and burn him with fire. Let him, yes, he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I let him fight all my battles. I remember who he binds with the fire, the chaff. Brothers and sisters, do not go to sleep an enemy came and sowed, yes, seeds, wheat, right? Was there amongst the weeds, chaff. No worries, brothers and sisters. He said, we can't root them up. We know they're here. I won't let your eyes see that. So if they put twice, we'll give them. We love our enemy like we love ourselves. We love agape, 2 John 6. We'll just push the gospel on them. You are a swine. Turn from your unclean idea. I will cast you out of here. If you do not, I will rebuke you. Do not be filthy swine. My brothers and sisters do not. My Father tells them they don't have to cast their pearls before the swine. They don't keep company with vipers. So this ain't some other Jesus. Don't you worry. Did you see what the topic was? So anyways, I won't let it stay in here, brothers and sisters. I'll moderate the chat. If I don't have a moderator come in here, I'm sure. So we don't have to keep company with vipers. He tells us that could be no good if there was no evil, so to speak. God creates both. He's creator of all things. So I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep. Blessings for truth, blessings for the aletheia. We know that you never know what something sweet tasted like if you always ever had just something sour in your mouth, and it's pretty obvious to see. You'll know them by their fruit, right? So people they have to come in almost like a cardboard cutout, like during the old Bung Julio virus. They're just a one-sided piece of paper during a football game, if you will. Think about that as zeros and ones. They have to put up that face, they show their face pretty. You'll know them by their fruit, right? So blessings, brothers and sisters. It's not hard to spot the great falling away from the Shem, the aletheia, Shiloh, the agape, love, right? Or the great falling away from love. I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape? Do you love me? So love is 2 John 6, and that's to walk and follow in the commandments of God. And these people are walking in self. They're idolaters and they're demons. They're distributing lies to their eyes, and they're distributing lies to others. That is a demon, and that is an idolater by definition. So, but most people, again, only speak in translation. Like they don't even speak English in America anymore. I grew up, my father would smack me in the head for saying, yeah. I don't hear your head bobble. And it was yes or no, not sir. I wasn't, but yeah, they speak American now. It's just a translated, perversion. Perverted meaning, he said, forward, the Greek word, forward. You're forwarding my Shem, my agape, my love, my authority, my law, right? To pervert or to twist. See, nobody will speak in transliteration and definition. They only speak, not even in the original dialectus, glossa, tongue. It's foreign to them. Alien, if you will, but they believe in aliens. They believe that aliens are the sons of God. And that makes me I'm glad that I go for this. Let vengeance be mine and not eye for an eye, because I'd smack the living bull snot at him if I could, but I'm not under that covenant. It was fulfilled. He held that and made a new testament with his bride. And so don't you dare call my sister a alien or a fallen angel. How dare you, you unclean aletheia. Yeah, you're lucky I'm under this testament, because I would, if it was old, I'd smack the bull snot I'd knock the head right off the top of your head. It'd be rolling down there like a Plinko ball or whatever, like a game. I just knock it off and we'd bet at the bottom where it'd land. You don't call my sister and my mother and my brother an alien. I rebuke your no busos. You have no busos, no batos. You have no knowledge. That is hell. You are hell. You are no knowledge. That's what abyss is. Busos is the place of no knowledge. Bathos, abyss, busos, basos, that's hell. You have no busos, see? He sends it, remember? You will perish for lack of busos. So you thinking that some alien is a son of God, you are ignorant is what you are, or either you just been perverted because you have watched too much vision. So No worries, brothers and sisters. If somebody has a hearing ear and eyes to see, they know it exactly. If not, they're very confused of what it is that I'm saying. So it doesn't matter. It's the aletheia. It's the truth. There's no such thing as aliens. Illegal, maybe when I grew up, but alien, foreign, dialectus, glossa. It's not in your tongue. It's not in them. They speak another translation, not transliteration. See, what the abyss is this? What in the place of no knowledge? See, this person's totally telling you by definition. You see that? Totally by their definition. They have no what in the place of no knowledge. That is the word abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have an angelos, a messenger, an angel. Remember, don't you dare call my son of God, my sister, a son of God, an alien. I will smack the bull snot out of you. No, I won't. No worries. I'm not under that. I'm a pacifist now. I'm not under that covenant. I'm not under that. Remember, he made a new covenant with his bride, and it's meek. There's no such thing as prophecy, Josh. Josh is no busos or no bathos. He nailed prophecy to the stake. Mormons, I rebuke you guys with your modern day speaking. You are unclean. That's not this testament. No such thing as prophets. Prophets could lay hands on people. False. The devil's an accuser. Remember that. Devil's a distributor of lies. Daemonion. The same conversation. See, guys, brothers and sisters, people have no TARDIS idea, right? No idea in what in the TARDIS, the Hades, what the abyss, busos, bathos is the word knowledge. A negates in the Greek, like that. A is the first letter in English. You might want to study A and see that Revelation 9:11 where they have an angel, a messenger, angelos, messenger. That's the same thing. That's locked up in the pit. He's locked up in the pit. The messenger in hell, abyss, the angel of the abyss. Your watered down version calls it the angel of the or the place of no knowledge, right? Yeah, that's what hell is, not the angel of the, what is it? The angel, the Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. A king? A king? What do you mean? Oh, there's two kings. It's like a Gemini. It's a duality. Remember? Mr. Giannis, Mr. January, Mr. Two-Face, Jackal Joker, right? Mr. Two cards in a deck of cards, right? Two-face, one face and one, I'd say one thing, do the other. January, Giannis, January. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? Yes, the one that's locked up, that pit, in the pit. 88, HH, right? Huh? What? Yeah. Angel of the abyss, right? That's what it says in the original dialectus, the glossa. What does yours say? That's not what mine says. They have an angelos, a messenger. Lake of fire, right? What does yours say? What is your water? It's abyss. It's hell. Many names for hell. What's another name for hell? I'll slow it back down. What's your version? What do you read? What version are you reading? Are you reading the canonized version of the original Texas Reception? I'm quoting out of the new. Not old, new. We're quoting. I'm trying to get you to understand. This is how you need to study. You need to study. Yeah, go with the kids and go to the river. Yes, Jay Bird, do that. Take the kids and go be in the river and nature. That sounds like an awesome thing to do. Have a good day. Be safe around the water. Thank you for the message, for your testimony. Go take those kids and enjoy God's, beautiful creation, nature, and it's not all business all the time. So they have an angel. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. The angel of the what? What does your version say? I want to know this because I know it doesn't say the abyss, does it? What do you read out of? You should read it out of the interlinear Textus Receptus. That means it's a dual language Bible that's canonized in the original text or dialectus or glossa or tongue that it's written in. That angel is the Antichrist that's locked up in hell. Hell is the place of no knowledge. Yours might say lake of fire, eternal damnation. There's many versions for what people would call hell, but by definition, it's the angel of the abyss. The messenger. You can say this, angel and messenger mean the same thing. Angelos, messenger, that's the same thing. It's hados, same, they're in the same way. So you can say either if you wanted to. They have a messenger, a king over them. A king, see, the duality king. Remember, there's more than one king. He said, let no man steal your crown. Are you confused about which king I'm talking about? See, there's more than one king. They declared the coming of the king at their last 4 years, didn't they? They said, hey, come here, let me play Pokemon with you, right? Here, get your sticker, get your gene therapy, get your operation, roll up your sleever, right? The procedure, medical procedure. Remember the roll up your sleever, the greatest gene therapy, protein spike mimicker, Mr. Warp Speed, who brought you that protein spike mimicker. No, hey, come on. That the bringer, the cure and the disease, the cure and the disease, bringer of the disease, you got that bad? No, well, they bring the disease and they give you the cure. That is a polyon. That is the angelos, the messenger that's in that, locked up in that pit, the seventh king. See, you thought where's this guy going with this? Do you have any idea what's going on here? Do you have any idea what's being played before they tell lies to your vision and you in this black mirror? Yeah, play the Pokemon. Yeah, you got it. No, I'm not getting your scratch and stiff sticker, buddy. I know. Remember the Mr. Warp Speed? That's a polyon. That is the one that's locked up that it's speaking of in Revelation 9:11. They have a king. Remember they called it the crown corona. See, they tricked everybody, brothers and sisters. They were declaring the coming of their antichrist, and they told you to get the sticker. Remember the medical procedure, the protein spike mimicker? Remember? Oh, no, wait a minute. It wasn't about that. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was, remember, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease was Apollyon, right? In Warp Speed? Or who are we talking about here? Who are we talking about? I don't know. We're talking about a man that has a 58-story Nimrod tower. It's 58 stories. God hates capitalism, rising up and borders and all that. God doesn't like capitalism. God hates capitalism. So, Chris, that's such filthy rant. Why in the hell would you ask me that question, Chris? Are you out of your mind? A man is talking to you like this, and you'd have the balls to ask me a question like that, man. I'm shining a light on Chris, this man right here. Chris, where in your brain did you take 5 boosters to even consider to ask when I'm shining the light on something as I am, that your ignorance is going to actually stupidity to ask such a stupid question? Your brothers and sisters, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease is Apollyon. That's the one that's locked up in Revelation 9 and 11. Gee, of all scriptures, that messenger is an angel. He is a king. That is what it is. It is the Antichrist, the 7th king, that will be revealed as the 8th king. Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure, the one that has a 58-story Trump tower. Oh, why did I say Trump? I was talking about Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in Warp Speed. So that is Satan. Remember Lupercalia, February, Cupid, the one Nimrod was a mighty hunter, the Toxon, the one who comes on the white horse with a crown, corona crown, king crown, corona. There's a solar corona crown, the crown virus. Was it the crown? Is that what they called it? So it was the crown bug that we went through, or was it the beer bug? Or it was the corona bug, wasn't it? The corona bug. No, it was the bung Julio virus. Remember, you needed TP for your bunghole. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed, all his buddies at drinking Coke. Remember the Koch brothers and all the masquerade, the face diapers, all the clamshells, the curbside service, all the what? You got anybody that's in that bit? You know that. Oh, think about all the money that was just made on paper products and gloves and all the medical dancing doctors. You filthy doctors. Remember, I went the other stream. I got on the doctors. Man, what a bonus. Money changers. That's what the doctors were. They were the money changers. Remember that during the crowning of their king, their Antichrist, the one that's Revelation 9:11, they have a king over them, a king that's locked up. the messenger that's locked up in hell, the place of abyss. Right, negates the word that follows. If you were following earlier about that book, you should study in the original dialectus tongue, right? It's foreign to you, alien. But if you'll study the original Textus Receptus, a dual language Bible, like Hebrew in the old and Greek in the new, the original text it was written in, that's what a Textus interlinear means. It's dual language. You should study it in the original language and not some translation of some watered down milk. You need to study it. That angelos, that abyss, is actually one word in English. In Greek, it's two. I was telling you, I was studying it and giving it out of Revelation 9:11, in that Greek canonized version of the interlinear Textus Receptus says that messenger, that is that king, they have a king, their king, there was more than one king. Remember, the king is the crown. He said, let no man steal your crown. What are we talking about here? The crown bug again? Or he said, no man steal your crown. Remember the one who comes on the white horse with the toxon and and Sagittarius. Was that the heaven? Yeah, as is above, so is below. They do everything by the stars, brothers and sisters. Remember the one who comes in the heaven, the one that comes with the crown and the bow. Would you stop going in circles, Tracy? Yeah, crown. Don't you get it? They have a king, abyss. The one that wears that crown, the king, they have a king. We have a king. My king is Shiloh, is declared in the heavens by the scepter sign. Hallelujah. Born of Bethlehem, not Nazareth. Declared in the heavens as David, born of, the star of, in Bethlehem, born of as David was born of Bethlehem. Sprang out from David, was from the house of David, and hallelujah, sprang from the tribe. Leo was the lion of the tribe of, correct? Sprang out of Judah as declared in the heavens. Leo, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion king, the lion from the tribe of, see, Judah, my king, Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. Not some angelos, some other, see, I told you there's a duality going on here. Giannis, say one thing, do another. The two-face, the mirror. Don't you get it? There's two kings. There's one that's locked up in the pit. He'll be revealed as the eighth. Spiritual, brothers and sisters, not an actual flesh. We're not under that. For we wrestle not against flesh, through his apostle Paul. 6, Ephesians, the covenant, testament. Let vengeance be mine. It's not eye for an eye. He filled that law, fulfilled. The name, the Shem, the authority, it was fulfilled. The law. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem. Shem was the law. Shem was the name. Shem was authority. That's what the whole testimony here, the testament, the teaching is about today. No one knows the real name. No one knows his Jesus' name. He said that when I return, no one will know my name. I'll have a new name. I'll make a new name. And he's not talking about Jesus. Woo! Thank you, Father, for spiritual discernment. How about, see, name is authority. There's 2 authorities. There's one that's locked up in the pit. There's one that has my love, Shiloh, that was declared in the heavens. The high priest, like the high priest of the temple. Aaron, Levi. See, this ain't some other twisted sister Jesus, some other twisted, feminine, all that Mary, all that this is the Aletheia, not some other gospel, same apostle as he, right? Another gospel. There are more than one Jesus in the Bible. That is part of what this channel is about and why people come back to here, because I unforward, as he said, you're forwarding my agape. You're forwarding Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You're forwarding my name. Name meant law. Name meant authority. Name meant 613 law, statutes, and commandments is what they were. 2 John and 6. Agape, love, to walk and follow in the commandments of God. This is the word. You can't forward or pervert, because I'm giving you transliteration and not a religion. That's, he said, I don't dwell in houses made by hands. I rebuke all religions. You're filthy. You just remind me of the same thing as of the time of Christ. You do the works of your father, the devil, the synagogues of Satan. This is the same thing. Hados. It's in the same way. There's nothing, there's nothing that's not the same. It's the great falling away from the hados, right? That narrow way to the word. Nobody wants to narrow the translation anymore. Go back to the word and read it in the interlinear Textus Receptus. Abyss. Alpha, the alpha, like English, A, B, C, alpha. I'm not trying to belittle you, doubt like it, but remember, A is the same thing in the Greek. The word abyss, if you'll define it, if you get a definition out from our lexicon, Greek, hold on, wait, dictionary. It's Greek dictionary, Old Testament, Hebrew, dictionary, lexicon. It's the same thing. Lexicon means dictionary. Just, okay, same thing. If you read it by the original definition, see, if you leave the definition, you've left the truth. You're literally speaking in translation, not literal definition, transliteration. You've left the literal definition, and therefore you left the truth. Which he said, I am the aletheia. The only way to the truth is by the narrowing of self, your own definition, your own translation, what you think or believe, because what you believe is not what you think. Believe is an action word and a verb and not a noun, so it's not literally what you think. But see, you think Ham, Shem is authority, Shem meant name, law, that is, many will come in my Shem, my name, my law, my authority, saying they are holy Jesus Christ. They will say they are Christ. Many, more than one, more than two Jesuses in the Bible. He himself, the great I am, who is sent in as the Lamb of God, is declared, born of Bethlehem, declared many Jesuses. Christ, oh, Jesus Christ, yes, many will come in my name, saying our name, Shem, authority, law. You need to get this in your head. He said, if you are to pray like this, our Father, who art in heaven, not in somewhere in the sky. That's not where our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy, that's glorify, edify, lift up every single day, daily, Jesus, glorify my law. Name meant law. Name meant authority. Name meant Shem, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the three sons of Noah. Shem meant law. Remember the whore that he called out and divorced her? He called her a whore because she cheated on his law. The 2 John and 6, walk and follow my commandments. See, you guys aren't, this is where forwarded, this is what religion is, a bunch of forwarded, perverted version of the transliteration. If you study the original word one at a time, I don't care about your stupid religion. I rebuke all these religions because they're, no, name meant authority. Ham, Shem, and Japheth, name, many will come. Babylon, the mother of all idolatries, idolatry, don't give it your own, not even a jot or a tittle. You will add, you will receive of all the plagues. You take away, your name will be blotted out. You can't give it your own version, not even your own thought, what you think, what you believe, you'll be blotted out. Don't twist the deaf translation, right? Yeah, that's what you've done. You've given it your own. Transliteration, the literal definition. You're perverting it. Name meant authority or law or Shem. He divorced his bride Babylon because she cheated on his Shem, name, authority, his law. Agape. The Pharisees made their own agape, their own law. It didn't mean grace and mercy. Well, we're under that. That's a different testament under this new living will, but you're forwarding it. He said, you're forwarding it to the Pharisees. You'd do the same thing to you if you came back right now. Because that's not, by translation and transliteration are two different things. If you leave the literal definition, you've left the aletheia. That's what you've done. You've left the truth, therefore you're speaking in translation. You're being a demon because you're telling this to other people. If you just kept it to yourself, you'd be an idolater. Latria, to serve. Ido, to see. Distribute lies to your eyes or to yourself. A demon is distributor to fortunes or lies to others. So be careful with your demonic behavior, because I cast out these unclean truths as he cast out unclean truths out of the church. Hallelujah. Name meant authority. He divorced his bride and called her a whore because she cheated on his law. his Shem, his name, and he called her out in that book as the mother of all idolatry, the whore that rode the beast, because she did the same thing you just did. Made up your own pixie, fairy, Celtic demon. Still a distributor of lie. A fairy is by literal definition, it's a Celtic distributor of lies or fortunes. You want an Arab distributor of lies? How about a genie? Here, let me rub on my lamp and give you what? Fortunes, lies. I'm calling bull crap. You make up your own stuff like, oh my God, there's reptilians and there's aliens and space balls. I rebuke your unclean truths. I rebuke it. It's not clean. You speak in translation and television is what you tell eye vision. You've had too many lies told your eyes on this black mirror. Like them going around the black box and, you know, Mecca. Isn't that kind of funny? Saturn, the box, the black. What's this guy? Yes, you've made up your own authority, your own, and you will go to the place of abyss. Revelation 9:11. They have a king over them, a messenger, the angel of the abyss. Abyss A. Remember, I hope you're taking notes. A is the alpha privative in the Greek. It's the first letter in the English. It's the first letter in the Greek. It negates, it cancels whatever to follow. See, bis is one right word in Greek, and the A is a separate. So it's two words in Greek. Abyss is one word in the English. I'm trying to get you back and unforwarded, unperverted. You've twisted this up. Let's get you back to the transliteration, the literal transliteration, not literal definition, not some translation. You perverted it. You forwarded. You've added to it. You've changed it from its original. You perverted it. That's the word forward, the Hebrew word to twist or to pervert, because you've added to. Remember, he says if you add to this book, you will receive of all the plagues, even the smallest jot, tittle, or your own opinion. If you take away the blotting out, brothers and sisters, there'll be a blotting out. Many are called, but oligos, few are chosen. There will be a blotting out in that book. So that's why his oligos, fear not, oligos flock, oligos who find that narrow gate, right? It's the same. So alpha is the first letter, right? Alpha A, I am the alpha. He's from the beginning, right? He was telling you that on the beginning, I am the omega, the end, the beginning, the end. But the A is English A. You speak in English, A, B, C. Greek, A is the first letter. A, so A negates. It cancels whatever. You know that sign, the round sign that good, like cancels it out? No, bis is the word busos or bathos in the Greek. It actually has two words that mean the same thing, and that is the word knowledge. So hell is a place of no knowledge. And that's why people who try to step on the truth, and it could be covered up with lies, but it can't be taken down and fallen over and like Nimrod and stood back up. And it's always been there. It's just been covered with unclean truths. And that's why Christ went in the church and cast those unclean truths and into the swine, that low energy, and it wandered off because that's not of Christ. That's Satan. That's the adversary. That's demonic. People do, or it's idolatry. That's why he divorced his bride, for thinking that in this day he would divorce you. If you thought that the sons of God were some stupid alien or angel coming a fallen, which is not a fallen angel, is not a son of God, because they're not doing the will of the Father, therefore they're not a son of God. So that can't be a fallen angel, and they're not aliens. So if you were so stupid as to watch television, to believe you believe on some spinning, corkscrewing through time and space in this third dimension, supposed third rock from the sun, when the earth cannot be moved from its foundation, it can be shaken, and heavens can be the ruling class, but not stirred, okay? You've fallen for Spaceballs, Star Trek, too much Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker, television. You've forwarded and you've let lies into your eyes, and you've perverted now by telling the Son of God, as it says in the scripture, who was a man of truth, the aletheia, the 613 laws, statutes, commandments, the law. I am the aletheia. The heaven and earth shall perish, but my aletheia, my truth, my word, my law, my Shem, my New Testament, in this case, upheld, but will never die. He's not, this is the original, it was the great I am from the beginning, and never, it's not some place in space. It's always here. It's always here. And people have made up Spaceballs and corkscrewing because they've left the truth and they watch too much television and they want to call my brother or sister, which would literally be a son of God, according to the word. And I'm not perverting or forwarding, just I'm bringing you to where the aletheia, where it says in the book, don't you judge a man with righteous judgment. You live by the law that you go by. You judge a man with the agape, with the love, with the Shem. You judge him with Jesus. How about that? You judge him with this testament that we are under. You agape them with this testament, like you agape your neighbor, like you agape you Jesus yourself, like you testament, not the old, because it's not an eye for an eye. You're starting to understand what it is that this message is. He is put on my heart that when he returns, no one will know his Jesus. No one will know his name. Is he talking about his name? See, this angel of the abyss, this alpha is the place of no knowledge, because nobody will study the transliteration. This is man making up demons, thinking that's some kind of, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, when there's no such thing as demons. Like people think. They think aliens come from the sky, and that's just a bunch of childish, leotarded devil. A literal leotarded, the spandex, the red spandex. It's kidded. It's childish. Even adults are very unmatured. To be 7 is to be mature. There were 7 churches, 7 candlesticks, right? The 7 Pleiades, the 7 stars. That's the number in scripture to be 7. That's why he rested on the 7th, on the Sabbath. I'm not trying to, guys, be not dismayed. I'm talking about, somebody mentioned this celestial marker that I'm talking about, 1024. Brothers and sisters, I entitled this video, because it says in his book, when I return, and he will not return to this earth, he is going to burn this earth. It's not some spinning ball. So I want to get that. If you believe in a spinning ball, please leave. You're immature. You want to hang out and be quiet, don't talk about the shape of the earth. You can't corkscrew and spin me, because I'm going to go with I'm going to judge myself and everybody in here by the word of God, because it says that the earth cannot be moved from its foundation. So if you want to bring up the shape of the earth and you want to sit there and talk about why you're trying to shove your, round peg in whose square hole, I don't want to hear it. Shapes he said it's the firmament. The shapes are unnecessary. Do you understand? So I don't have that discussion in here ever. That's the perversion of spinning balls. Maybe you aren't getting what he has put on my heart to try to show you. Through definition, you can define most of this crap that they have played since Star Wars, Star Trek, Nanu, Shazbot. This has been going on since before I was even born. There are people that are even older than me, possibility in here right now. Christ was 33 when he passed. Hallelujah. They love to mock everything. 33-degree Mason. Double king. Duality, brothers and sisters. That is the two-faced jackal joker, Giannis. 88, 33. Everything is a mirror number. 2 kings, 2 kings, 2 kings, Antichrist, our Christ. He only comes back when they get our Christ, Shiloh, to come back with the king. The king will bring the pit to the king. The king will bring the key to the king, only when there's an eclipse. Only when there's a birth of the new system. The old one's got to go to birth in the new. Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. He's not coming to this earth, brothers and sisters. This stupid millennia that these people have fallen for, that is not a thing. There is no 0 at the time of Christ. There was 1 through 9, this whole 1,000 and there was thousands, but there were no, it's all a perversion. You're a lunatic with your Gregorian ways of that, and we're using it, guys, because we have to speak. I was talking to my son this morning, and he's really offended by the name Jesus. And, I knew before I talked to him, because he's been calling on me all day and yesterday, and it's why I do what I do. But I'm not fielding any questions for just a minute, because I'm a little overcome here. Okay. Look, he's not coming back in the flesh. The millennia is Christ is with us right now. He is going to, there's no rapturing, getting out. You will be changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. He puts 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea, and says, time is no more. That's it. This place will be burnt with fire. That's it. That's it. That's it. So I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to sit here like I'm not going to talk about spinning balls and immaturity, childish. The word stands on its own, erect. If you want to dispute it, go do your own studies. I refer everybody to my brother, Grace and Truth. I'm done arguing with anybody about anything. I'm not going to try to change a goat into a sheep. Take everything I say and take it to the word of God, period. I don't have to prove anything. The word is not some penis, some phallic, some pagan worship where you need to re-stand it up and hammer it with nails and hammers so it stands erect like a Christmas. I'm not going to fall for your other Nimrod, phallic, 58-story Nimrod Jesus, okay? I'm not going to, that's not what is going on in here. So I'll try to stick to, if I don't answer your questions, I know some people get a little, maybe if you've never been in here before, I get a little overcome by the Spirit. And today my message is, it's been overcoming me. Most people, let's say this too, guys, because let's actually, all these people who are following 420, I've done videos on this. I rebuke that you have taken God's medicine and you have turned it into what was born the day. This is how perverted you are. You're perverted because the Antichrist, the one that's locked up in the pit, the seventh king, I'm going to give you swine. Son of man don't give and cast before my pearls before. I don't throw my pearls in the mud. But I rebuke what you have done to God's medicine. And now, like the rainbow flag is affiliated with pride, you've taken the birth date of today, Adolf, Mr. Adolf. And that's what you're celebrating now, whether you realize it. I rebuke you people who are associating this day with this disgusting, filthy date, because he warned us about dates through his prophet Jeremiah. Learn not the ways of the heathens. The Antichrist, the one that's locked up in the pit. I don't normally give gems and treasure like that before you. Mr. Charlie Chaplin mustache, World War II, you know, slaughtering of all this, the one who was looking for the stupid space crap. Oh, it was given to him by space people. I'm not going to do it. You child, you are a child. You do not understand tech and understand what has been. You following for your space balls again. Slime creatures from outer space. You're unclean. Stop associating this date with cannabis. You idiots. You idiots. You people who don't even know what you're doing. You're idiotos. Stop associating 420, which we're told not to. Learn not the ways. Jeremiah, learn not the ways of the heathens, for their traditions, their dates, their celebrations on dates, calendars, any date. That was all nailed to the tree. So if you're a person of Christ, great. It's calling out to you. If not, because you can use cannabis. It's God's medicine. God's medicine. Not the cure-all for all things, but does cure many, has many elements for many things. But anyway, so I'm not talking about it. So I rebuke all these people who do this celebration of today, associating it with 420, man. I've done videos on this. I have a channel called Silver's Like Gold. It's, if you want to look at it, go look at it on that. So I'm going to move on with the subject, but you know, I rebuke today. Yeah, hey, don't worry, be happy. Okay, goodbye there, Mr. Roberto. I rebuke that Antichrist spirit too. You just want to free, tolerance, just be free, just tolerate. That's what's got us in this position. So I'm being 100% aletheia, 100% truth, 1% real. Make every day 420. How about that? So don't celebrate traditions. Don't celebrate holidays. Jeremiah, he told that. Learn not the ways of the heathens. Their celebrations, their fire wheel festivals. You're celebrating the birth of the Antichrist spirit that's locked up in the pit I'm doing a full exposure today. I don't normally give it all like this. That Mr. Thump, 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 Mr. Hopium, Hope, slamming that hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid, has his house decorated with the seventh king. Guys, I don't ever give this. This is just him and me doing it today. I make people who research on this their own. But whatever, we're here. You don't see it, you'll be like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. We'll do your own homework. I don't normally give away gems like this. That seventh king will be revealed at the eighth king. And I just told you who it was. So I'm not going to ever say it again on this stream. You're going to have to go back and look at who it was. If we reveal the one that's locked up. The angelos, the messenger, Revelation 9:11. They have an angelos locked up in the pit. See, these all fit certain qualifications. The word cannot be forwarded or perverted. It says the seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. King. They have two kings. Kings, duality. Remember, let's go back to that. Duality. They have an angelos, the one that comes back with the key to open up the pit to let out the other king. Get it? The duality. There's two kings, brothers and sisters. Many will come in my name. Many. Man, there are many actually. In this, he warned the Apostle Paul of another gospel and another Jesus. Oh, the celebration of the birth of their king. Mithra, the sun god that they worship for how long was Mithra worship? The time of Rome, that was Mithra. It was the sun god. How many names was Nimrod? The one that had 58-story tower? Trump or Nimrod? Same dicks, same phallic, same towers, correct? Same story, same Nimrod, same Trump, 58, Nimrod, 58, right? Nothing different, decorated with the house. Lives in a 58-story, 66 tower floor, but 58-story like Nimrod's. Trump, same thing, same decorated with that Nimrod, Mithra, other Jesus. There will many more, right? Many will come in my name saying they are Jesus. And is Apostle Paul, they will come speaking another gospel, and that other Nimrod Jesus that they celebrate his birth on December 25th. December 25th, the birth of the sun god, the birth of Mithra, Apollyon, the one that had a 58-story tower. The one who had a 58-story tower. Don't get it perverted or twisted in here. We're going to get this straightened out. We're going to unforward and unpervert your teachings. Nimrod, Satan means adversary. Satan means adversary. This is the seventh king. Will be revealed as the eighth king. It's talking about this in the book of Revelation, brothers and sisters. Ezekiel talks about this. Daniel talks about. I hope you're in this aletheia. This is all written. It's every jot and every tittle will come to pass. They have to do everything it says in that book. No, don't say that, Lloyd's. That's how do you know that? And honestly, that is the closest. Lloyd, seriously. And Lloyd's a London. I am 100, or about 99% in the Hados as you, right? In the Hados as you, right? Is in the Hados as you. I really, truly, very similar. Okay, honestly, it's because there are certain things in my date but I'm not a date picker, so don't ever please pick the date of birth. The worst thing you can ever do. I'm hoping Lloyd's of London, you'll get this message. You won't have soft skin. You won't run off. If it is, I'm not even trying to worry about it. I can't change a goat into a sheep or a sheep into a goat. But I'm probably with you because there's no way in hell, the place of no knowledge, the abyss, that Christ was born on December 25th, because that's the birth of Nimrod, the one that Trump has his house decorated with, the Antichrist that's locked up in the pit, the seventh king. Okay, that's who that is Apollyon. Figure it out. I already said that. So I know, because I've done my research and know that he said he was born. The word of God says he was Christ, the Hamashiach, the Christ, the anointed, the one, not the other Jesus, or the other. Many will come in my name saying they are Jesus, but the true I am, born in Bethlehem. Shiloh is declared in the heavens, from the house of David, sprang from the tribe of Judah. So we're talking about the Lion from the tribe of Judah. Same. He was born, the word says, when the sheep were in the pasture. So there's no way in Israel, because that's where it's talking about in Israel, that it was in the month of October, November, or December. So September was the very latest he could be born, because he could have been born anywhere from about April-ish, again, and even later, because remember, the rains go up and starting in October, November, and December, back again in January, the sheep are put back. It's because of the rains, brothers and sisters. Nobody will study anything. They're just ignorant. They're literally just ignorant as hell. Okay. Okay, but now you're talking about something different, Lloyd. You're talking about the blending of the lunar calendar with the pagan calendar to create what is known as the Gregorian calendar. Let's stay on track here, Lloyd. I'm trying to keep you, and I do it too, so I'm all over the place sometimes. Listen, I understand that. Please listen to me. I want to unpervert or unfurl, and you might already know this, but he was not born in the month of October, November, or December, because I've been a sheep. I'm on a farm, guys. I live in this very similar latitude. I've had sheep. You can go on my channel and research and find sheep, me with the sheep. So I'm not just talking out the side of my neck. I have practicing this in myself. In the month of October, November, and December, because of in Israel, because this is where it's talking about, not where I live, but I'm at a very similar latitude, because of the rains. If you have sheep, they have obviously wool on them. And if that gets the moisture in it, that causes mildew and mold and blight and these things that cause them to have it causes to have problems. Okay, guys, I'm not going to overcomplicate. You should just go, oh, okay, I see that. See, because of the rains. So they're put up in the months of October, November, and December in Israel. Okay. It says he was born when the sheep were in the pasture. So there's no way he could have been born in the months of October, November, or in December on your lunar calendar. Okay, I don't want to undo that, but I'm trying to make you understand. So there's no way Christ could have been born. There's no way Christ could have been born when the sheep, it was speaking of a certain thing. I see what you're saying, but there doesn't have anything to do with don't add, don't take away. He didn't speak with marvels in his mouth. He was born when the sheep were in the pasture. So that couldn't have been the months of October, November, and December. It's an absolute impossibility for Christ to be born on December 25th. That was the birth of Satan. That was the birth of Mithra, the sun god. After a 7-day Yule festival, which is known as Christmas today, they celebrated and ate the king. Remember, there's 2 kings. They ate the king of the Yule festival. They thought the sun was going away. They prayed to Saturn, their Yule wheel, goddess of heaven. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around. And on 9/23, after all their fire worship and sun starts their lunar moon into their dark months, goes all the way. And all those pagans were trying to do was get back to the spring, to the Ishtar goddess, the goddess of spring, Samaramis, Ashtaroth, or which is the sex or lunar. Remember, sex symbol is rabbits. That's Easter, right? That's like they, do it like rabbits, right? That's, remember, Tammuz, the son of Satan. He loved rabbits. And when Satan died, Apollyon, February, the one with the wolf, Lupercalia, that's the same celebration as Christmas. It's the same celebration as Easter because they're all related. All these Yule wheel festivals are all the same celebration of the sun and the grove, the fire and the grove worship. And so when they start there, it's an equinox. 3/23 is equal day, equal night. 9/23 equal day. Those are the spring and the fall equinoxes. You go into 9/23, you come to 3/23. They thought if they could pray to the god Kronos, Saturn, because they thought the sun was dying off and going away, so they lit fires all over the earth to the goddess of their transgender god, the tri-god, Baal, the one with the breast and the horns, the horn god, and remember the one that Jezebel was worshiping, and he scattered the 10 tribes, or he split the kingdom, he didn't scatter them yet. He split the kingdoms that left Jeremiah, right, and Judah because of this false god worshipped of these fire and lunar gods, right, tree gods, Moloch, throw your kids in the fire, eat you, baby lamb, throw the Yule, sell all the Yule holly and the Yule log, throw the Yule log in the fire. This is the Yule wheel. That's the Christmas wreath. This is all the same worship of fire. Notice a Christmas tree. That's Nimrod's phallic, if you understand what you're doing. When you re-celebrate the birth of the standing up and you nail that with hammers, as he says not to do through as a prophet Jeremiah, to not, for one, cut at the tree, learn not the ways of the customs. See, this all started with this celebration of birth. On December 25th, they had a celebration of their sun god, Satan, Apollyon, the Antichrist, Mithra. It's the same thing, just rebranded under another name, brothers and sisters. This is not Jesus Christ's birthday on December 25th. This is the birth of Nimrod, the sun god, where you take and you go, remember it says through his prophet Jeremiah, through Jeremiah 10, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs in the heavens. The heavens, the ruling class. For the heathens are dismayed at them, for their traditions, their celebrations, their Yule wheel, fire, and grove and lunar and sun worship are vanity. They're celebrations of birth. Only heathens celebrate birth dates. There's no people of Christ celebrating the dates of birth. Christ himself, through his book Ecclesiastes 7:1, tells us to not celebrate birth, but to celebrate death. Yet people mourn death and do the most vain thing ever in the world is to celebrate birth, especially your own birth. Celebrating any birth is a pagan tradition. They didn't celebrate birthdays at the time of Christ. There are 2 birthdays listed in Scripture. There's 2. One was King Herod. He was a pagan. Remember, he was trying to kill Christ. Remember, to have all the firstborn into age. Remember? The other one wasn't Christ. So the only people who were celebrating birth at that time were pagans. So if you want to get out of the graces of God, celebrate yourself. Birth, the self of your own birth date. That's the most vanity. And then to teach another child to go to a party and give a gift, that's a distributor of fortunes. You're a demon. You're giving a gift to a child, that's demonic. By definition, that is called to distribute lies or fortunes. So the celebration of self was only done. This is why it's the most vanity thing ever known to man. Do you see what the Catholic Church did, which is just Constantine thinking he's going to lose his empire to these pagans? All these Vandal tribes, these northern Cox tribes to the north, he was in, remember, where was he at? Greece, Rome, remember where Constantine was at? He was slaughtering and killing Christians. And so were the pagans. And he couldn't slaughter them fast enough, and he thought he was going to lose his empire. So he drew up what was called the Edict of Toleration in the 12th century. You can't change historical. This ain't some stupid religion. This is biblical and historical record. So he said, I'll tell you what. Give me 1 second. I'll tolerate you pagans. We'll let your pagan tribes into our church. All your worship of Mary and the pagan lunar gods and the goddess of heaven and the God is not feminine. God is not feminine. He was our Father. God has no feminine spirit. The body of Christ is the mother. God, the great I am himself, the only begotten Son of the Lamb, he comes back to pick up his bride. He is not feminine spirit. This all comes from paganism. Mary into the church, the nook, all that's paganism. That's paganism. That's not of Christ. That is paganism. All these pagan gods, this fire and tree, Christmas is pagan. 100% pagan worship. I already showed you with these celebrations. I'm not standing up here and getting up on the board right now, but it's just still pagan. You can look it up even today. You can look up on Google, DuckDuckGo, look up Christmas. It's going to tell you it's pagan. And it's pagan roots. It's pagan. It's pagan. It's pagan. It's pagan. And people still think it's okay to celebrate this vanity that God divorced his bride for the Yule worship of this wheel worship. Yule wheel worship of this other law, this other Jezebel, this other spirit, this other self. believing in that there's some other gods out there. Because remember, how did I start this? These pagans thought that the sun was dying off in the fall. 9/23 is where they start their feast days, their Samhain. This is added, remember, by the church. See, because this started back here when Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire. He was slaughtering Christians. And so were these Goths, Visigoths, all these Vandal tribes, guys. All these northern tribes were pagan tribes. And so Constantine said, I got to do something quick. So he wrote up what was called the Edict of Toleration. Okay, the Edict of Toleration. Okay. And that tolerated, what that said is we'll tolerate your pagan gods along with our Christianity, and we'll blind these together to create what we know as modern day Christmas. Because this was the Yule wheel worship that had been celebrated for how long? How long was the Yule wheel celebrated? There were men facing the east 500 years, right, before Christ had ever risen, right? Worshiping the rising sun. And these pagan Catholicism, Catholics, Christmas, it's the same thing. It's the blending of Christianity with paganism, which is Catholicism. Roman Catholicism is Christmas. Roman Catholicism is Satanism. Anybody who follows that Pope, that is the daggone fish god of the dark lunar. That is the son of Satan. Satan was the fish god. That's why the Pope wears that fish hat. That's Satanism. Anybody who follows this communion, this crackers and grape juice, eat my body, drink my blood. This here is what has been rebranded as this Yule festival where they ate the king. Remember, I told you there's more than one king. They ate the king of the Saturnalia, or the Yule festival, because again, they thought the sun was dying off, so they prayed to Saturn to try to slow. See, Chronos was the marker of time, the time marker. Do you understand? Chronos was the time marker. He marked the time in the heavens. That Saturn or Satan. When they prayed to Satan or the Saturn, they had their feast of the Yule wheel was again 9/23, 3/23, equal day, equal night. You know, equal day, equal night, 3/23 night. These were the equinoxes. This is the sun months. April, 3/23 on April, May, June, July, August, September. 9/23 is the start of the dark months. That's your yin yang symbol. The day getting brighter, that's the Yule wheel. That's your Christmas wheel. That's the pagans thought that there was a goddess of heaven. This is your feminine. I'm trying to keep bringing this all together for you. Understand, no matter what you think you're celebrating, you're still celebrating paganism. You're still celebrating Satan. Any birth date, any celebration of any date is vanity. If anything, you're supposed to celebrate Christ every day. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. Our Father who art in heaven, glorify, edify, celebrate, lift up, edify his law, not edify his name. He didn't mean Jesus. He meant authority. 2 John and 6, he meant 613 statutes and commandments. Old, now upheld, fulfilled, new. That's what he meant. Hallowed be my law. Hallowed be my Jesus. Hallowed be my Shem, second born of Noah. Shem, hallowed be my authority. Glorify my law, not Jesus. Jesus is the law. In the flesh fulfilled, came back to uphold the law. Nailed like a contract, like a piece of paper. He nailed himself to a tree, like it says in the book of Acts. I'm not trying to take away from his suffering, but that's what he represented, a contract. In the flesh, he's a piece of paper. The law. When I return, no one will know my name, and he's not talking about Jesus Christ. I am Shiloh. That is to say, no one will know my law. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy law. Testament that we're under. He fulfilled the law, brothers and sisters. Do you understand what it is, what I'm saying? He said, heaven and earth will perish, but Jesus will never die. My name will never die. My law, my Shem, my authority. How many times can I keep putting it in your head? When he says name, he doesn't mean Jesus. Stop talking about it. That's not even a thing anymore. He's just overcome me today with this. It's the law. This was all created with the word. Everything was created with this word, correct? He said, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. He's going to create a new heaven and a new earth. But this aletheia, this law, it's not going to die. He's going to make a new one, remember? Because you didn't remember it. You didn't keep it. You didn't walk and follow in his commandments. He says, when I return, no one will know my Shem. No one will know my Jesus. No one will know my Agape. No one will know my authority. In that book, it says no one will know my name. And people are going to read that. Well, they said it's Yahweh. They said it's Elohim. They said it's Yahushua. They said it's Jesus. You know, my son was really offended this morning about the name Jesus. And I said, son, you got to get over this. You know, I'm hoping that this lesson, if you'll come in and listen to the lesson, son, you'll be able to get over this, because I know how you're held up on. He's like, that's the dad. That's the Caesar Borgia Jesus, dad. That's the Jesus of the white Jesus, dad. I'm offended by that, dad. I'm like, son, I'm hoping this message you'll get this image out of your head, and this white Jesus image of it. That's idolism, son. And I didn't give him these exact words, okay? But we had this discussion. You know what I'm saying? I said, son, listen, please. I know the name Jesus offends you, but that's not what he meant, son. Jesus has nothing to do with it. Names mean nothing. Have I not told you that my name is not Tracy? Haven't I rebuked my own name? Vicky, you've been in here for this. Have I not rebuked my name, Tracy, and said, stop calling me Tracy? I am not Tracy. I was not Tracy before I came into this flesh. I was a spirit. The Ruach HaKodesh was in me. I came in here as a spirit. And I will leave, not with the name Tracy. That doesn't follow me. What follows me is the spirit that I am who I was before I am this temporary. So I am Apocalypse. I am a living testament. I am Revelation. I will never let them confine me and ever say that my name. If I ever get confined, guys, you may one day, and hopefully not, they'll just finish me off martyring. I get to go sleep and wait for my father. But you might see me in the news. One day, I hope not. I hope he doesn't. I hope he protects me and I get to live a peaceful life and I don't have to do none of that. But I stand in against authority. You guys know that. I have a mad thing for being a vessel. And if they did, you're never going to hear me say, they're going to be like, this guy's crazy. All he's saying is, he is Apocalypse. He is Revelation. He is the Testament. He is the new. He is the living. He is the walking, living will. That's all that I'm going to say. You could shock me, rip my flesh off just say it. My last words will be his, not mine. I told you I want to die with my last words coming out of my mouth, not being my own. I want those to be the living, or either old or new. It doesn't matter, but hopefully new. Hopefully new, not my own. My words coming out of my mouth when my last breath is taken will not be my own. You understand? I want them to martyr this flesh. If I did conform to my image, the ellipsis, through much tribulation we must be through the Father. Narrowing of self. Whoever shall come after me, let them deny themselves. Take up your cross. Crucified, condemned daily, and follow. Do what I did. Nail me to a tree as a contract. I will be a living testament of this, standing up for the law. Condemn me, throw me in prison, do whatever you want me, because I live by the law that I will be judged by. I fear no man. I only fear the Lord. I only fear the Shem. I only fear the one that knows what the world doesn't see about me. The world thinks they know me, but God knows what the world can't see, and he knows the same thing about you. Everything you thought you got away with, your intentions, where he knew. Where the world saw something, you thought you got away with it, God saw what your intentions were as well. The great I am, the one that only those that fear, will be written in that third book, brothers and sisters. And I have a massive fear for this agape. I fear it more than men. I fear this law, this Shem, this New Testament. I know it's fulfilled, but it's still, maybe because I'm a prior law enforcement officer, it is a law to me. It's a contract. And I take contract as law. I mean, it's not. It's fulfilled. I don't have to worry about it through grace and through salvation that he had already predestined who he chose. I remember, though, there will be a blotting out of the handwriting of ordinances. And there will be a blotting out of those do not walk and follow, who turn from their chosen destination, and there will be a blotting out. The elect cannot be fooled, brothers and sisters, but you can turn to self. You can turn to self. You can add or take away from that book. So I don't want anybody to add to me. I am Apocalypse. I am Revelation. I'm not Tracy. I'm not none of that. I'm going to make sure my last days are spent using my time wisely to make sure that I bring people into this understanding that we're not under the old. It is fulfilled, right? The things that are in the old. Wait, so we don't have to do. We can do whatever we want now. Since God's came back and it's, he fulfilled the law, then pretty much we can just go kill somebody, right? No. You don't understand what the law was fulfilled. He made amendments. It's not eye for an eye. That used to be the law. I got you. You used to be able to go have, intercourse with your sister too. And he was spread and multiplied, remember, but he came back to fulfill in the flesh. And that's what's more important that people don't understand. It's anything that was flesh. You need to look in that book and understand the testament that you're under. Anything that was of flesh was blotted out, written on tables of stone, blotted out, flesh blotted out, now sprinkled on the fleshy tables of our hearts with that blood. It's spiritual. He wants to find your garments white and spotless, clean, washed clean in the blood, not a blemish on them, not a blemish, like he was the unblemished sacrificial lamb, not a blemish, white. How are you going to do that? Wash clean in the blood of the lamb. Clean in the blood of the lamb. How are you going to do that? How are you going to make something white and wash it in blood? It's spiritual, brothers and sisters. The suffering, the persecution, the condemning, the crucifixion. We have to go through that suffering. Long suffering is what he said in that book. He was a man of many sorrows. Christ was not happy with the way they had froward or perverted the law. So he literally came back. He literally came back to fulfill the flesh, the testament of eye for an eye. If you covet another man's wife, it's adultery. Oh man, so we don't even have a physical thing anymore, huh? Anything flesh was fulfilled. Fulfilled. Do you understand? We're not under that. That's what this New Testament, it's a spiritual testament that we're under. The law was fulfilled. The flesh, we're still under. There's things that he didn't just abolish the law, you ignorance. That's like, hey, forgiveness. I could just do whatever I want. Hey, Billy, man, what kind of lure you got on your pole there, buddy? Oh, it's just a Rapala, man. Hey, can I talk to you, man? Yeah, what do you got going on, Billy? Well, I beat the snot out of my wife today, and I feel kind of bad, man. Well, buddy, it's Friday. It's the weekend. Don't worry about it. You could probably beat the snot out of her again tomorrow. Just go to church on Sunday and ask for forgiveness. God will forgive you. You're good. You could beat her 6 days a week, Jesus, and ask for forgiveness one day, Jesus. I'm tired of this disgusting, filthy, spread so far away from this truth that it's a suffering. We have to turn from the things that displease the Father because he does it in us. We don't even do it to ourselves. Oh, yes, we do. Idolatry. If we don't do his agape, which is love, 2 John 6, love is patient, love is kind, love does not boast. Remember, it is caring. It is all those things. It's the way that he was. He was a meek man, correct? Not weak, but meek. He stood up for the law, didn't he? They hung him because he stood up for the law. They killed him because he stood up for his law. His law. You have to remember, guys, I want to bring this full circle. All there is authority. Yes, he created all these physical things, and it's a beautiful, wonderful place. This world was given unto Satan. But when it comes to the old and the new, if that's what you follow, if it comes to the old and the new, I get all this stupid, ignorant, religious crap out of your head. In the beginning was the 613 statutes, commandments. Yes, he baptized this earth with light. Yes, there was all this creation. Yes, all these, and he let the land rest. There's all teaching by itself. God did not create the earth in 6 days. If you believe that, you've fallen for another doctrine and you don't study the word at all. But in the beginning was the Shem. In the beginning was love. How about that? Does that change anything for you? I'm trying to bring this full circle for you so you can understand what it was that the Hamashiach, that Christ, the anointed one, did in the flesh. He didn't come back to abolish the law. He came back to fulfill the flesh, to take us from an eye for an eye covenant and bring us into, which it even said back in the book of Deuteronomy, that do not avenge yourselves. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. And put us on to this meek, not weak testament, where we do not go after orge. He puts the people on to test our faith, testament of our new living, the will. He was the testor of that will, of our will and our faith. Saved by grace, brothers and sisters, but still under the testament of the new. Contract, not law, fulfilled, upheld. There are still things, statutes, commandments, absolutely. But the flesh, Ephesians, through his apostle Paul, 6:11, for we wrestle not against flesh, that is fulfilled. It's been fulfilled. That flesh sprinkled on fleshy tables of our hearts, written on tables of stone, the literal law, the literal flesh, the tablets of stone is now sprinkled with blood. Where's that blood at? Is that, did somebody get in your heart and sprinkled fleshy tables? Is there a literal fleshy table in there? The table is the law. The table is the tablet. The table is the word. In the beginning was the table. In the beginning was love. In the beginning was the Shem. In the beginning was the law. In the beginning was the great I am. That's what this is, brothers and sisters. You've been perverted by religion. Bad, really bad, a lot. Most people are really twisted, very twisted by taking away from all this and adding all this other space balls and dragons and aliens and lizard people and UFOs. And it's just a bunch of debauchery. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of pixie, fairy dust, genie wishes and fortunes. And it's just self is all it is. None of it. I rebuke all this stuff. It's such nonsense that we live in today. In the beginning was the word of God. That's how this was all created, correct? Does anybody want to dispute that? Get your twisted religion out of here. In the beginning, this was all created with the Shem, correct? The Agape. When I return, no one will know my Agape. No one will know my word. No one will know my Shem. Word had resonance, brothers and sisters. If you study the Hebrew, you actually study the Hebrew language, you'll find that every jot and tittle and all these are things in these smaller and even all the punctuation, the letters of Hebrew have resonance, an actual value to them. Yes, they do. They mean and have a certain vibration. They're taking off a certain vibration along that toroidal field. The Torah, this was created with the Torah, the original language, the vibration. Your words are not your own. You need to just know the gospel. Now, seriously, you don't need to know Hebrew. If you want to know a little bit of Hebrew, I'm going to take a quick break real quick. Grace and Truth Ministries. Grace and Truth Ministries. Brother Jim, I speak a little bit, not like Brother Jim. He's a literal walking lexicon. He speaks Greek. He speaks Hebrew. He'll give you the definition of all these things. Go over to Grace and Truth. All you need is the gospel, Mao. That's all you need. That's all you need is the gospel. It will help to learn to speak Oligos a little bit so you know what you're talking about in the original definition. In the original language is not that hard to do. All you need to know is the gospel. Seriously, I don't care about the 28, the Ethiopian Bible. I don't care. The gospel, the New Testament, he came to fulfill all that you need to come. He will do this. Do you understand? To you, it's get out of here, David, you puke, you corporate letter law, bootlicker. Get out of here with these stupid things. So there's no such thing as aliens. They're called fallen angels and demons. You guys see already, look at this. You know what? You're a You're a Marine, 70. I'm a veteran too. You're an apostasy to the definition, Marine, God's Marine. You are. You're an apostasy to God. You would actually be considered Satan or the adversary, or you're an antichrist according to definition. Come on. We're both veterans here. You don't have soft skin. Are you truly Semper Fi? Are you Marine? Hoorah? Okay, never mind. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe Tracy, don't talk to him. We rebuke Israel from Iran, and we rebuke Iran too. Yes, judge that shall be judged. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Judge with righteous judgment. Don't listen to the horrible photographer. They have no idea. They're a Satan. They're an antichrist. I'm going to start pointing out to you any unclean aletheia here, guys. Anybody that's an apostasy, I'll just use the definition to unforward or unpervert your unclean aletheias. Go ahead. We'll do a little free talk. Why not? Let's go ahead. What do you got for me? There's no such thing as demons. Define the definition of demon. A demon is the one who distributes fortune or lies. See, you didn't have to do it. I already did it for you. Demon is a compliment. So, Marine, you're wrong. A fallen angel is not a demon. A fallen angel is one we've already defined this. For many people that do this, I unforward and unpervert. That's the greatest thing about this channel, is the Father has shown me through the narrowing of self, the narrowing of my own misinterpretation, mistranslation, and my own perversion of the world, and letting man, and not definition, transliteration, literal definition, okay, is brought me to this. He said, I am the Hados, I am the Aletheia, and I am the Arizo. The way to the truth is through unforwarding and unperverting your translation, by literally defining each one word at a time. So you're not speaking out the side of your neck in translation. You're literally speaking a definition. You won't look so ignorant, and it won't make you look foolish. I won't, but the word of God will. So if you want to test the aletheia, go ahead and bring it. You know, God doesn't love everybody. How about that? We got any lollipop Christians in here thinking that still that God loves everybody? Let's get rid of these milky Christians in here. Milky religious people. I rebuke any one of you. If you call yourself religious, this is the wrong channel for you. I'm not religious. That's a star up there. This goes in the end of a thing. It's a star. It goes in the end of the wood. When the wood is starting to split open, they pound that star into the end, and it keeps that end from wafering out. So this is just, let's have an iron sharpens iron, you know. We'll have a free talk here. We'll give you a couple chances, and then we'll rebuke you if you want to speak unclean truths. This ain't no religious channel. A lot of people come in here and try to cast shade, but they get thrown out of here pretty quickly. My moderators are on it. We don't keep company with vipers. We just don't have to. He tells us we don't have to. We just don't have to. So if you want to hang out and learn, great. If not, this isn't some kind of, this is a daily Jesus, okay? Let's go. I want to teach. I want to go back a little bit to this message, though, because it's still weighing heavy on my heart. I hope you picked up what I'm putting down here, brothers and sisters. There is no one knows. He said, listen, I said, no one knows the name of Jesus. No one knows the name of Jesus, okay? All glory to Yahushua and Yahuwah, because if you actually do some translating there, you notice kinetic, I won't even talk about those, but I know I come in the name of my Father, Yahuwah. My Father's name, right? I, Shiloh, Yahushua, if you actually study. And I know you have, so we can have that discussion, brother, because iron sharpens iron. And there is a lesson to be taught in the USHUA and the UHUA. I know all starting with YAH, which was the letter to. See, why I don't do that in here. That's too confusing for most people, but I know kinetic that you know that that's why I don't fight about this. It has value. Just those two names right there. YAHUHUA. He says, I've done this before, guys. He used to tell people this, you know, because like my son, this will come full circle. Dad, I don't like I don't like the name Jesus. It says there's power in the name Jesus, right? There is power cast out in his, you know, that it's not Jesus. That's not what he means. He means law. He means testament. He doesn't mean the literal name. People need to stop thinking name. Just strike that out. Jesus never meant a name. He is the law. It was all created with the name, right? The word. The word of God in the beginning was the word. It was the Torah. It was this toroidal field. Each one had, right? It was the name. Name Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem meant name. Like in Revelation, it says she was the mother of all idolatry. She was the whore that rode the beast, founded on let us make us our own name. That's what it says in your watered down version. But if you'll read the interlinear, if you get an actual, it says Shem. She was founded on let us make us her own Shem. Shem was the second born of Noah. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So Shem meant authority. So my son, because he went through these teachings with me and he saw these for years, because we learned that you can find in your new King James Version in the New Testament, okay, you can find that letter J was replaced in the 12th century. It was the very last letter added to the English alphabet. So I used to tell people, because if you say like Jesus's name, how could it be Jesus if the letter J did not exist? There's validity to it, guys. That is true. That is true. But it's just a translation. It's just a translation of what was IESUS, which was still a translation, not a transliteration of the name, but a translation. So my son doesn't like the name Jesus, because we rebuke Israel, and we rebuke Palestine, and we rebuke Iran, and we rebuke Russia and Ukraine, and we rebuke all war people who support war. So get out of here with your banner flagging, you mass murderers. Go somewhere else. He said, "Let vengeance be mine." We are pacifists in this room, not want and fund war. So don't flag your stupid nations in here that support genocide and mass murders outside of the covenant. Let vengeance be mine. Your eye for an eye, you old Pharisaical law people. I rebuke all you people not going by this New Testament. You are not walking 2 John and 6 in his commandments. Don't ever come in and flag bad, do your propaganda in here. Rebuke Palestine. Rebuke all the nations that are fighting outside their borders. I rebuke them. There's good people inside all these countries that are supporting brothers and sisters that are manly people. So it's these governments that I'm after, not this, you know what I'm saying, not everyday Sabbath, everyday Jesus, 7-day Jesus. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow after me. We must conform to the image of Christ. Follow after me. Christ laid hands on people on the Sabbath, which was against the law. Conform to my image. They hung him on a tree and killed him because he did that. Do what he did. He ate wheat on the Sabbath. Do that, brothers and sisters. He said, if you were loved by the world, you go by the law, that you will be judged by the law that you go by. Their laws have been perverted and twisted. Right? Perverted and twisted. And he didn't go by that because he came back to change. We're going to get back to the lesson. Let's see what this person. But Palestine kind of can turn their corner in their nose. What do you do? That's what I feel. They can't just choose peace. They die. Well, you can't. That's the orge, Mal, that I said. That truly is the orge. That's right. We need to glorify his name every day. It's everyday Jesus in here. Everyday Sabbath. Every day. So you're gonna make a law. We don't have to go by that law. So we don't have to go by that law. There is no such thing as real Jews, Brian Powers, like you're saying. I mean, I understand what you're saying. We were inwardly spiritual Jews. There's no physical Jew like that anymore. See, that's the testament that people are failing now. It's not flesh, for we wrestle not against flesh. It's not that anymore. It's not that. Anybody who falls for that's failing this testament. I'm serious. All this outside our borders. You can protect yourself, Mal. You can protect yourself in your own border. Mal, you could protect yourself in your own border. Absolutely. I didn't say you couldn't. God never said he couldn't defend yourself. I made a little bit of a slip up on my teaching with orge and kind of maybe led people because of I don't want to fight with anybody, thinking that people don't have the right to protect their home, their own space, your wife, your kids, but you can't go outside your borders. So I truly understand what you're saying, being cornered in like a dog. You back a raccoon in a corner, it's going to strike out back at you to protect itself. So you have the right to protect yourself. Okay. But you cannot seek vengeance. You cannot. He said that, remember, in Deuteronomy, through his apostle Paul, he spoke it as again. He said, do not avenge, right? Do not avenge yourselves. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we can't go outside our borders. So I hear you. I'm not for what all these nations. See, if they just back off their borders and do what I said and everybody just listen to what I said, it wouldn't be happening, huh? It's people going into Palestine. It's people going into Israel. It's people going into Iraq. It's Iraq sending drones, or Iran, excuse me. It's Iran sending drones into Israel, right? It's when we go outside our borders, brothers and sisters. You understand? So I feel, remember, I don't rebuke all the people in Palestine. I don't rebuke all the people in Israel. I rebuke Israel itself as a nation. It's these people who are leading outside their borders. There are God's people who are chosen from all over the world. God's just not two houses now. Aaron and Levite, it's all flesh, brothers and sisters. One white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow, one Jew, one Gentile, one man, one woman, one mass murder of Christians, one tax. He chooses a little bit of everybody this time, not just a couple houses, his family, but all flesh. Okay. So brothers and sisters, I'm not saying that there are people. My own country is probably the worst country ever to walk the face of this planet. This is a worse. And I just believe this truly is an extension. Rome never died. The Vatican, hello, that the United States of America, an extension, the corporation called America, Rome never really died. But in our day, brothers and sisters, never been a more nation to genocide in the timeline that we have been in. We are the war machine. All we do is go out and police. Since our inception, where our founding fathers said no foreign entanglements, here we have been outside our borders policing the world with 1,003 military bases. We have more. There ain't even a nation that's anywhere close to have what we have. Even now, China has a larger Navy than we do, so we're screwed now, guys. That's how we kept the control, guys. I really, as a veteran, I want you to understand how volatile this nation. I don't care. I want this nation to be destroyed. I want all the system to go. He said, don't look back. Do not go back to your house. Don't go back to the field. Don't go back. Do not look back. Remember Lot's wife, do not look back. There should be nothing in this world that you want and hold on to. The Aletheia, the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, that is your prize in this world. If you get caught of this flesh, you are going to be caught like a thief in the night. You are going to be turned to not salt, okay? You're going to succumb to your death, okay? You won't be turned to salt. Lot's wife was not turned to salt, okay? So either way, brothers and sisters, this, there's nothing in this world for us. He should be our prize, and he tells us to not fall asleep. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were asleep. We are not to fall asleep. So, these nations, the one that I live in is an apostasy, and probably the most apostate nation. We have a larger military budget than all the other militaries combined. Now, we used to have the largest Navy in the world. We used to have the largest Navy. That helped us to control all these shipping lanes, brothers and sisters. Commerce, the money changers with the SWIFT system, the Americas forcing since 1973 for all nations. Henry Kissinger, 70s, early 70s. Richard Nixon suspended the gold standard. France is coming over here. They want their gold back. What do we do? Richard Nixon, suspend the gold window. Can't go to the bank anymore and get silver dollars or gold or silver for your paper, your IOUs, your silver certificates or gold certificates. That's it. There's no more. We got to do something quick. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to send Henry Kissinger over there to the OPEC nations, the Saudi nations. He's going to broker us a deal off the Bretton Woods Agreement that suspends that convertibility of the dollar, and we're going to make everybody pay around the world for oil with the U.S. dollar. We're going to invent what is called the SWIFT system, eventually, where we'll force the boot of our boot with our militaries, forcing using our largest Navy, Marines, Air Force, patrolling you, blowing you up with F-16s back then, all these, we got 35s now, all this same same stuff. We are the war machine, and we will kill your children. We will kill the women and the fighting age men, and we will destroy. We will come back. And after, I remember, because I'm older and I served when we'd send the engineers back to rebuild stuff. We don't even do that anymore. We will devastate your, just like Nebuchadnezzar, we'll just almost destroy and turn your cities to rubble pretty much. Then we'll do is we'll instill a central bank. These are central banks. These aren't a federal bank. These are central banks. Okay? Central banks. And these are going to go into these foreign nations, and we're going to inflate their currencies using these central banks, which will allow us to extort that nation's resources. This is the United States Air Force, Marines, Army. I know I'm a veteran. I know what we do. Since 1973, we have forced all nations, remember Afghanistan, all the OPEC nations, all that, to pay with what is called the SWIFT system, and rebranded every single dollar, oil dollar now, not gold, not backed by gold, but you will pay for oil, and repriced it in the US dollar. And you could thank Richard Nixon for the suspending, and you can thank Henry Kissinger for brokering us off the Bretton Woods agreements, and you can take the 1,003 military bases in 180 cases for all the other countries, for all your dead women and dead children. And remember, we used a lot of things that have, half shelf lives of, 25,000. This is going to affect generation after generation. It won't just stop when we use depleted uranium, brothers and sisters. That is something that continues on. So we're the mass murderers of the world. We are the money changers. We have forced every nation since 1973 with our boot, forcing every nation using the SWIFT system, converting their dollars, whether it be a dinar or a dong or a ruble or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you are going to, you will pay for this oil, and every time we're going to squeeze you for money, and we're going to make money off of every one of those nations around the world. And if not, we will send in. Remember Gaddafi? What happened when he tried to pay for oil with gold? Well, yeah, we came, we saw, lock that woman up still. We're going to put her somewhere in close vicinity with Billary. So they got to sit there and listen to each other until they get out, or whatever. They're not getting out. Lock them up. But anyways, remember what happened? All the aquifers, that beautiful, you guys, I encourage you to look at Libya. Look at pictures of Libya before we went over there and did what we did to that place. It was an absolute, he had tapped into the aquifer over there, was all that. It was I'm telling you guys, really look, it was I would die to go back to live in a place like that. What he had made for his people, what he had actually used the resources. People had looked at Muammar Gaddafi as some kind of bad guy, but if you would actually look what he was doing for his nations, he was getting tired of this U.S. with this boot of the neck of the nations, not even allowing him to use his resource, and then forcing him to pay with that U.S. dollar for his oil. And it's pretty sad, because if you look at Libya and you look at it today, it's like Damascus. It's become a ruinous heap. All those work that was done, it all bombed out. All just, I don't even want to go. Makes me PTSD. But brothers and sisters, we have used 1,000 in military, 3 military bases in over 80 countries, with the largest navy in the whole wild world, to enforce that routes and trade and commerce, and then forced every nation since 1973 for 50 years, the year I was born, to force every nation, literally, like, beat them down, kill their women, kill their children, distort their resources, instill central banks, force them to pay for the. Do you think nations around the world, I speak with somebody, they get very offended inside this country when I say, outside the United States, we're the bad guy. And in history, it will be written that we are the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? It's all that we are the money changers of Scripture. And you guys, we need to stop thinking that this is okay. So this same thing kind of happens, guys, in other countries too. There's good people in America, and their governments do the same thing. So when people come in here and flag free Palestine, and I'm going off on them, guys, they're still wonderful people. God's people are in Palestine. God's people are in Poland. God's people are in everywhere. There's one race in the human race, so I don't do none of this stuff. You know that. But I want to make sure, you guys, that I don't support this genocide. This is outside of the New Testament. When he said, "Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord," and this is we're under this, it's not an eye for an eye. That is the old. That law was the flesh. You could go, if somebody killed your sister, came into your house in the middle of the night, you could go back by the law and legally, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You could go find his sister and chop her head, do whatever you wanted. You could kill her. It was eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. There were commandments, laws, testaments under that Old Testament. He came back and he fulfilled that testament, brothers and sisters, in flesh. What he put us on was a spiritual testament now. New living will fulfilled the old law of the flesh. He paid for that. Do you understand this contract as he nailed himself like a piece of paper? I don't want to take away from what he did, the pain and the suffering. But as there was a contract between the bride and the bridegroom, these contracts, see, people have forgotten why I'm so offended. This is a contract that we're under. The contract says we can't go outside of our borders, guys. Under this new, for thousands of years, we filled this testament. Do you understand? I'm a military veteran. It weighs heavy on my heart to think that I serve this mark, this system, this beast, this war machine. 180 countries, 1,003 military bases, the largest military budget in the world. Okay, but you can keep saying that this is not revenge. Yes, it is. If you go outside your borders, you are seeking vengeance. You can't go outside your borders. You can protect your own base, but you can't. That's vengeance. You have the right to protect yourself, but you do not have the right to go outside of your borders. You can protect your family. You have a Fourth Amendment right in America. If somebody under your Fourth Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your house's papers, person, effect. Same thing I've been talking about already. Warrantless search or seizure. Nobody can enter your property. If they do, you have to give them fair notice to leave. They could have wandered on there on an accident, but if they don't leave, you can deem them an intruder and use the force necessary. They could cost them their lives. Under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to protect your home. If somebody's going to do damage to your property, your house, your person, you can protect yourself. So we have gone out, and if we didn't do this in every other nation, brothers and sisters, okay, and if you would, and I get you now, I hear you, and I know it's weighing heavy on your heart, but and I know it's not ideal, and it's not going to be the way I say, Mal. It's not going to ever happen the way I say. We will destroy ourselves, Mal. We will destroy ourselves because we are not following God's law. He said in the end times, there will be a great falling away for his word. Do you know what I'm saying? So we're not going to change this. I can't, but at least we can call out. So I hear what's calling out to your heart. It weighs heavy. You know that they're pinned down and you want them to be able to protect yourself. I really feel bad for the Palestinians. They're landlocked at this little tiny people. They can't go nowhere. And all Israel's done is jack them around and they kill them. And then it's just been an atrocity. Do you understand? It's an atrocity. Pinned them back, told them go here. I've watched every single move that the Israeli government has done. Okay, over there, I really have. It is an atrocity. It's just a total. People don't understand. It's like, I live on such big swaths of land that I live out here. It's hard to imagine. I live out way out in the country. I have 65 acres. That's a lot of land. That swath of Palestine and Gaza and that whole strip, it's tiny. People do not understand what it's like to be pinned down like that. So I totally got you. So come on, Tracy. You're going to let them just get pinned down like that? Yeah, listen, and I know it's not going to happen. It's just almost like somebody smoking crack or something. It's just a pipe dream. It's something I would never want to do. Don't touch it. Don't want to participate in it. It's not real, but this is the covenant. Hold on, my four-legged alarm system's going off, guys. Somebody must be going out to look at that land. Oh, yeah. Cool. There's 5 acres for sale back there, man. Somebody better go swoop that property back up. 5 acres for $8,000. That's crazy, guys. That's an insane price. So, there you go. That's a good way to consider it, Ross. It's like a parking lot being pinned down in a football. It's a little bigger than that, but it's not very big. So I have all the I've studied it, guys. It's so hard to watch. It's so hard to watch. You know what I'm saying? Philistines. And yep, there we go. Thank you, Kinetic. Oh, we were right there. We were right there. We were right there, Kinetic. Thank you. I was like, and I don't want to go there, but in my brain, I was like, we still need to remember what Palestine is, what it originally was called. Palestine, Philistine. Thank you, Brother Kinetic, for bringing us to, this is all God's will, because that's what I was trying to say right on time. You guys, it's ideal for all of us to stay inside our borders, right? You know what I'm saying? Stay inside our borders under this covenant. But what's really the chances of that happening? It's not the way it's written, is it? There'll be wars and rumors of wars. It's not written that way, guys. I'm not trying to change it. I'm not trying to change it. You understand? I'm not trying to change a goat into a sheep. I'm not trying to do that. You know? Yeah, hey, Mao, I'm out here on 40 acres here. I really wish people would have come out and shared what I have. It's such a blessing. It truly is. Let's get up and go outside, guys. I need to get up off my butt and go outside for a minute and get some fresh air. Let me grab my water here and get up, because I'm getting a little pinned in here. This is kind of like living right in Palestine here within the walls of but remember, guys, ideally, there's the big Berkey. Big Berkey, fill her up. Oh, about 10 years I've had this bad boy. There's poison in the tap water. There's poison in the tap water. Hydrofluoric silicic acid. Yes. A halogen. Halogen, bad for you. Halogen, bad. Bad. I've sold, man. I need some asphalt. Darn it, man. I need to get some gravel out here. Hey, this is going to be my year, Kinetic. This could be my year, dispersing weight. Hold on a second. We got wild hairs flying out the side of my hat here. But this could be my year. I'm telling you. This could be my Jubilee, guys. Actually, I got to sit you down here for just 1 second here. Sit you down. Let you look at the wood stove here. Oh my goodness. It's getting a little warm in here. All right. Where did that water glass go? There it is. Yeah, it's a little, that's the sun coming in. The winders here. All right, let's go outside. It's so nice out here today. Better not stay out here too much longer. What a beautiful day out here. Look at this beautiful sunny day. Beautiful skies out here. Out here in the high desert. That parcel that I was telling you that was for sale out here is back here. It's right up against that mountain back there. There's a 5-acre parcel back there, and they want like $8,000 for it. It's a really nice, man, it's so beautiful. I got to some video. The lady that I know up at the parts store, I got the video of where it's at, and she did filmed and came and asked me because she knew she was going to come down this driveway. She's like, hey, I'm coming down your driveway. Asked me how the driveway, because it gets a little bit messy back there on this portion. Somebody definitely have to work on the driveway a little bit, but it's a beautiful spot back there, and it's a 5-acre parcel. that's back here. So I think it's like 8,000 or something. But you don't care about my resolution, guys. I don't care about the quality of my thing. You just have to live with it. Deal with it. I'm out in the middle of the desert. Cheap phone. So jet there going, taking off. So anyways, beautiful day out here in the high desert, out here in Silver Lake, Oregon. Been enjoying this, I don't know, just this openness out here. These last couple days have been a little overwhelming, knowing how blessed I am to be out here in this beautiful spot. That was interesting. So yeah, I mean, just kind of like I said, just been more enjoying this openness out here and realizing how blessed I am to be out here. Things didn't work like I wanted to in life, but it doesn't mean that I haven't been blessed. I've really been feeling overwhelmed by that. These last couple days have been just really overwhelming. So I need to probably use this. Let's go over here and take a look. I got to get these mill ends too off this truck here. I've been having a couple days off, but probably need to get my butt back to work. I just haven't seen him want to do very much of this fleshy thing. You guys stay in there for a minute. And it's not bothering me very much, which normally bothers the heck out of me, because I know that I have to do the things of this world no matter what. I can't just sit around and don't have a paycheck that allows me to sit around all day and do what I want. I still have to work hard. And hey, be quiet over there, Pats. And do what I got to do. Yeah, look at that for Eva's more stupidity. Thanks for your stupidity, your ignorance in here. Nobody has a Nokia anymore, you ignorant fool. But anyways, these are the mill ends that I picked up the other day. I'm going to have to get these things off here, guys. Some of these are quite large, and we'll add them to the pile here. Yeah. So anyways, these are the mill ends that I picked up. They weren't the same kind of mill ends that I got before. They were cut another kind of tree that day. So anyway, some of these, yeah, if you look, some of these are really large. This thing probably weighs a couple 100 pounds total. Big slab. So what a beautiful day out here. Again, I'm hoping that I get back to work and not putting all this time on the internet, which probably won't. You know, when I work, I tend to work I just work all day. I'll just stay off the internet, and if I don't try to live stream and do a look at this nice board. This board right now. Let's go inside for a minute. It's pretty windy out here. But this is going to be my resource of where I make my stream of income will be on these cabins here to get by. This is the Rusty Dragon here. Oh yeah, it looks like it's so what I like to repurpose things from nothing. Just live out here in this old desert and build things out of people normally throw away. And that's how I'm going to try to make it out here without having to be stressed out about, you know, a source of income. Since I don't have a regular stream like some people do, I can still make a living and generate a normal stream of income out here. I just need to continue putting in this hard work out here. So it's going to be I believe this will be a really neat place for people to come in. Yeah, cool. We got a little more light in here today, but if I get back to work, I'll get some more done here.
I haven't done much here in this last, I don't know, couple weeks. I said I did work a couple days, but then I've been back here working for the Most High. But I repurpose all this material here. This is all old material that would either be thrown away or burnt. A lot of this stuff here gets used as firewood and things like that out here in the desert. So again, poor door. I need to put that door on here today. This has been some of the stuff I've been working on too here. Weather's getting broke back out here, so I'm hoping that I can get back to work on this. Since I do the concrete on here and there's all concrete that I fill in between these, I definitely want to make sure this was, before I use this, like a liquid nails type of, this is a bond, a power grab to help this rock bond to this. Since I don't use like a hardy backer or anything, it's all insulated behind this wall, that I can continue and get this up and then concrete it. Because last time I did that, I concreted in between to fill in any of the gaps that I've done here for the fireplace hearth. So I'm excited. Again, the weather's breaking out here. It's starting to get a little bit better every day. It's getting inching closer to above freezing in the morning time. So I'm really looking forward to finishing this. And because this is going to be probably the last of the concrete work that I have to do, other than the cell here that I'm going to fill with the same rock here. As you can see, it's not going to be wood. It'll be this color tin here in the very corner back there. This wood is a finished here, the rock, and then this seafoam green tin before this is the beam up above the fireplace that comes down here. And then I'll probably put more of these ledger, or, like I forget what they call that, darn it, like a fireplace mantle. I'm going to put, they're not full. I'm actually going to put probably another one here that doesn't go all the way over, and then another one that comes here, and then fill the rock in around it. And then this will get all filled in with rock as well. So yeah, it's slate. It's heavy. It's all rock. It's thick. There's the back of it. But they probably weigh, at 20, 25 pounds a piece or something like that. So they're pretty heavy. So that's what I was using. I have a pile of them out there. Remember, I repurposed. These came off when they were on another job, they were like this. They were up there like this on the house that we're taken from. They were all sitting up there like this. I wanted to go like this with them because most people don't install them that way. They get installed like this. So, but anyways, gonna put this in this cell here. So this cell will get filled with this rock here. But if I'll get my butt back to work, I'll get a lot done. I just haven't been working very much lately, so it's okay. No worries. I'm not, like I said, normally I get super stressed out if I don't work enough, just because I just don't have the means to. If I had a regular income, I got Social Security or something, I could just sit out here and cruise every month, and God, life would just be such a cruise, but it's not. So I have to keep myself busy, and I don't get to take time off like a lot of people do. Especially if I put a lot of work on here, that means I got to work a lot harder when I'm not off here. So sometimes I make my work a lot harder on myself than I should, but it's okay. But yeah. Anyways, look at it. Finishing this loft up here. I'm going to put a wink window up in here. The kitchen all goes back in this area. There'll be a bathroom back in here where this old armoire, it'll come out a little bit further, and you'll be able to go. There's a ladder back in here that'll be able to go up into the lofted bedroom. I'm going to try to skylight this area up here. There's another beam that I have up here, a real large beam that I ended up putting there. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it yet, but it's up there and out of the way if I need to. That one's probably 200 plus pounds. This one that busted my hip is probably 400 pounds. Nobody's been saying this for 2 years. You can find that on the build. Get out of here, you're swine. haven't even been building it for 2 years. You're out of here. So anyways, just a few months ago, guys, this is when, I don't know about what, 3 or 4 months ago, I busted myself when I dropped this. I was on a ladder, and what I was trying to do, this is 20 feet. It's really large. If you can see, it's probably, again, almost 400 pounds, and it goes 20 foot. I had to rebuild this whole building from the front side back there, and that one, I was over on that end, and this end dropped down over here, because if you look, see if you can see this here. When this beam went up here, maybe if I don't have that door open, but see this ledge right here? I set that beam that's up there up onto this ledge before I could get it up onto here. And it's about that much short of 20 feet of the building. So I had to take it and bring it all the way out over here, long ways like this, and then bring it up and back in and set it down. When I brought it out, I was on the ladder and it fell down, and I kept a hold of it when I should have just let it go. But I was afraid it was going to get me, and yeah, it got me good, guys. It bit me, and it got my hip so bad. And wow, this breaking up the stream in here. So yeah, I shouldn't have held on to it, but I was up on the ladder. I don't know what it, so I just twisted me, and something popped in my hip. So I was down for a while, and this building would probably be done already if I hadn't hurt myself, guys. But it's okay. I'm pleased with the project. It is what it is. It's done. And I thought I might have been down for a long time. You guys seen me through that, Again, look at some of the size of some of this stuff I'm using, guys. This is pretty big material here. That's a large thing to be putting up there just by yourself. These are large, look at the size of that nail. Some of these are pretty large. That's a big piece of material right there for one man to be lifting by himself. So I think I overdo it sometimes, but that's how I do it. I just can't pick anything, can't do anything light. So anyways, coming along, just thought I'd bring you in here for a minute. I'm probably going to finish this stream up, and I don't know, I need to do something today. I'm getting a little stir crazy out here. I haven't really done anything other than do work for the Lord here in these last couple, I don't know, Flo. I don't know, lady. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do any worldly stuff. I really don't. I don't know. I should probably go work on the shelter a little bit. The shelter is more important. All this stuff potentially just going to blow away and with the weather or whatever. But I don't know. I'm not feeling very motivated today. I don't know what it is. I haven't, like I said, it just this worldly stuff. I talked to you a little bit, I just don't feel like this worldly stuff is there's just nothing for me. It's just stuff. It's just dirt. It all came from the dirt. It's just a lot older dirt than most people mess with. You want me to take you back and show you? You're going to have to deal with the wind. You've never seen the shelter kinetic? I'll take you back there if you want to see it. You bet. Let's go back there and take a look at it. I'll probably have to grab the dogs up here, but here's the exit to the slate tile for the entrance. This is all slate tile, all repurposed on the entrance, and again a little bit on the floors before we get out of here. All repurposed. This was an old workbench over here. These two pieces. One here and over here, and I put these pavers in the middle, and these are all different pavers, and yep, just a bunch of repurpose. So, yep, anyways, I'm excited to get some little bit more of this green too up, because I don't normally do everything I do is all this older style, so I forced myself to use this seafoam green. And so I've got some more of this tin out here, this big chain too. As you can see, this is a big logging, very heavy chain. This probably weighs a little over 100 pounds all by itself. But that's going to get strung up on the inside of this. On the inside. So you'll see that chain on the inside of that. So different I have another chain like that too. Yeah, that's what I do. Everything's repurposed. It's all, this is a pretty neat stove that I have here for the wood stove. I actually have my son looking at another stove. This has legs. This has legs. And this is an old wood stove. I don't have the legs on it now because they're inside of it, but it's got all the old pieces for the top. So this would be a nice wood cook stove in here. It'll get vented out. Another neat little addition to the kitchen area. This kitchen's kind of a mess right now, but it's holding. It's my staging area for all the building materials. But this is going to be a really neat kitchen too. And again, the bathroom will be back in this corner back over here. There'll be that ladder right there. That's real thick. The rebar on those rungs is like that big around. That ladder probably weighs 150 pounds right there. But I'm going to put that and loft it up through one of these, and you'll be able to get up into the loft up there. So that's where the sleeping area will be. So anyways, just want to give you a little last shot. See, everything I started looked like this, guys. Just regular, and it all gets insulated either with this, hard insulation. I have R13. It all has the Tyvek paper backed on it. This is going to be really super. This thing will stay super, super room temperature. So again, I'm taking something like this, just was an old building that I bought during the COVID, which is just a shed, and then completely insulating it and turning it into look like this. That wall looked just like that before I started. And now that's the south side wall to the Rusty Dragon. So there's like 4 of these. There's 4? Yeah, I said in the beginning, I think there would be 4 when I started the build. Normally I can see in my head what I'm going to do before I build it. And then I build what I see in my head. I don't really make blueprints, or a lot of times I don't even use a tape measure when I'm doing things. But anyways, I eyeball a lot of things because I've been building for a little while, but really excited to finish this up and get this all done. This will be a rental. So keep following this channel if you're not, or subscribe to the channel, hit that bell notification button as I continue this build out. I will be giving a free night's rental or 2 inside this lofted cabin, Rusty Dragon, and this will all be done when you get here. So it won't look like this. I'll have tin on the ceilings and maybe some wood or whatever. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going with this. This was the original stove that sat in here because I built it with this round hearth here, as you can see, very rounded. I wanted this round hearth because I originally, when I built this, I built it for the, there you go. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. So this was an old Orly barrel. This is a really nice stove, but I went with this stove here because I actually like the square look here. It looked nice with this round stove right there, with that round stove, because it was you could see that, too, it has that window where you can see. But when I put this slate in here, this rock in this direction, I really like this. I've had this stove was inside. This stove was we're going to go back to the shelter here in a minute. And this stove was supposed to go inside the shelter. I just like the patina and the rust and this look. I think it matches, this gray matches this other stove really well. So I went with this square, and it does fit better in here. It's not quite as long. That stove sat over a little bit further. Not that there wasn't room, but definitely like this stove a lot better. So, all right. So let's go outside and we'll take a trip to the back to show. I think Kinetic said he's never seen the shelter. So I've got to put the door on this place. This was the old door. I'm going to have to mess with this door for a second, guys. I'm going to be replacing, I have a perfect fit. I'm seasoning my door, You ever heard of a seasoned door? So, all right, let's lock this up. So the door, going to fit this hole right here that goes on this door. This building's actually lifted up off the ground. I put it up off the ground on blocks here and give it a little bit more height. If you see the rusty dragon, and then we'll go around to the back here. This is the rusty dragon. It gets its name from this dragon that's sitting up here, and I will continue the build out on this old. You can see the rusty dragon there. There's the dragon head, but that's where it gets its name. And I haven't finished building this. This is an old, this is just up there on there. I'll make it look more like the body and all that. It's just a bunch of old rusty. That's how I do things. So again, one last look at the rusty dragon as we go here on how I repurpose all this material, make it look like a log cabin. This was just like a regular, you know, I had to rebuild the front and the back of the building, but here's all the material I work with. This is all repurposed materials. Nothing new in that pile. Everything's been on a building and, you know, repurposed again and again and again. The more times I can use it, the better it makes me feel. So, all right, let's go over here. Rusty cowboy over here in the back. We're going out the wind. Kinetic one in the back. So the shower will be on the back side of this building. See, here's what I'm working with, guys. That's how it looks like before I start. I'll wrap everything with paper, insulated it. I've caulked all the seams up there on the top to make sure that it doesn't get any kind of moisture up in there. I'm going to rebuild. I'll put eaves on there. I'll put a soffit on there. I'll put rain gutters on there. It'll fill into this water tank. You'll be able to take a shower, a nice hot shower. This tank, I'll probably paint this tank black, and then there will be another, the shower will be outside. I'll go back and I'll show you what I'm building the shower out of. I'm actually building the shower out of an old outhouse that I had taken off another job, but it's new, and I'm going to cover it up, and you won't be able to tell. It'll go on the back side of the building, and I'll just take the seat out of it, extend the building. I'm just going to add to what's there. So eventually I'm going to have to get these mill ends off the back of these things. These are pretty heavy, but I don't know. I kind of overdid it. That's why I've been taking a couple of days off too, guys. I just pulling those, you know, 150, 200 pound, 24 foot slabs of wood off that pile. Really, it made my back a little bit sore. I was okay. I just was a little sore. I was like, ooh, should have probably stretched out a little bit before I did that. So give me a second. We're going back over here. We're at the rusty cowboy here. I want to let these puppies out and go for a run. So they're going to bark here a little bit. This one puppy, he's really loud. He gets excited a little over besides himself. So easy. Hey, easy. Easy. That's Yotter boy. Hey, cut it out. Cut it out. You just got me all dusty, you knucklehead. You got me all dusty, boy. Oh, you got me all dusty. All right, here we go. Here's the wind turbine that I built here. Where's that at? See that in the background? There it is. There's the wind turbine. It's making energy out here in the high desert. We normally, when the sun's not shining, the wind's blowing, or vice versa. So you normally got some kind of power, either solar or yeah. So that's the wind turbine. That also gives me a little bit of security, because if the dogs run off here, I can climb up there. You see this ladder? I can climb up here and look out around this property. It's not as good as a drone, but it's about 28 feet. And if I'm out here on the backside of the dogs run off or something, I can jump up on here and look all the way out around this property. Again, it's not as good as a drone, but it works. But there's Mr. Donald, Mr. Agent Orange Kitten boy that I love. What are you doing there, Mr. Agent Orange Kitten? Yeah, this thing's making power there. Look at that, guys. Making power. This one's just for looks. That doesn't do anything, guys. It's just up there because you can see it out from the road. It just looks, but got this another job that I started last year that I didn't quite finish. You guys see me do a video. The kitties are up on playing this. Eventually, this will be another building, more material sat down in place Yep, Mr. Agent Orange, Jonald Don, the Jonald. Where'd you go, boy? I love you, kitten boy. You're my best boy that's orange that I have. You're Mr. Agent Orange. Uh-oh. So, yeah, this is going to be another, actually it was going to be a wood shed to put the wood in, to keep the wood, because normally I stack the wood under this other semi-trailer that I've got here. I'm going to build out another, there's another semi-trailer here behind me, behind the other cabin here. So always got to have lots of water storage, guys, please. I hope you guys got lots of water. I don't care if you got a well. I don't care if you got a well. That's nice. What are you going to do if your well goes dry? So make sure you got plenty of wells. Lots of water storage. There's a 1,500 gallon water tank buried in the ground. They say you can't do this. They say these can't. They say these tanks can't be buried. Yes, they can. Dig all the way around it. Dig all the way around it. Dig all the way around it. Fill it back in slowly. Get it full of water first. Get it full of water first. Fill it back in, compact it, fill it back in, compact it, fill it back. You can fill right around it. It'll harden itself. They say that these tanks can't be buried. That's a 1,500 gallon water tank right there in the ground. So it stays much better too, because it's not above the ground, and it keeps, this keeps your, your water below the surface, which is nice. It helps for temperature control for freezing. Normally 1,500 gallons of water with just that little bit of showing, even at 20 or 30 below, it's not going to completely freeze where you can't keep and get access from your entrance. So I hope you got lots of water storage, guys. More water storage, guys. More water storage. I hope you got water storage, man. Propane. Better have some extra gas. This stuff's getting more and more expensive for the LP, the liquid propane, liquid gas. More expensive. Good, good. Just keep putting more. You can't have enough storage, water storage. Those are called ICBM totes. ICBM totes. Try to find ones that are food grade. Try to find ones that haven't had any kind of chemical. Sometimes they're a little bit more expensive. A lot of the times you can find them for the same price. That means it's had something food grade in there. You can go right to rinsing them out without having to put a lot of chemical agent in them or anything. And that way that plastic surface hasn't soaked up anything. Here is the Rusty Butterfly. Rusty Butterfly is another build out here, another cabin rental. Let me try to clean the screen a minute. Hold on. Yep, come on, focus there. So another build out here that I'll be working on again. Hopefully before the end of the fall, this thing will be up and rented at least a dozen times or more. So another one of these pile of mill ends. And this is a little mind numbing for some people, but believe it or not, this building is an old travel. I have to leave this on here because people don't believe me, but if I show up this building here, this is the Rusty Butterfly, and it's got this old front that looks like an old building on it, like this, this old style here. But this is an old build from last year that I built as a cabin, and this is going to be rented out as well. The butterfly is up here. The Rusty Butterfly sits right there, and it gets its name from that piece of Rusty Butterfly there. But this is, again, most people don't know until I actually tell them. They're like, what? But hard to imagine. This is a travel trailer. Like an old travel trailer, like an old, I don't know, this is really old 70s travel trailer. See where you pull it from here? I left this on here because I knew people wouldn't believe that there was that building underneath there. So there's an actual, it's just a false front around the building. It's not even nailed to the building itself. It's just a skin. Yeah, it's still on there. It still has the wheels and the axles and everything on the front of it, you know. So you can undo this skin and pull it out of there, but you probably wouldn't want to do it now. But then I did the front with a completely different, you know, this is all the rounds. And then I have like piles of flat stock over here. So I use this flat stock to do the face. This is all old, you know, rough cut. Everything is, instead of the rounded, this is all, hold on here. Let me take a drink here. But this is all like rough, you know, like old rough material. And this is all the flat stock that I did on the front. I'll step away here for a minute. Here's the door to the trailer door. It's still, look here, and I don't know how to show you this inside, but it's a trailer inside. Look, you know, this is a regular travel trailer. I've started peeling off all of this because I'm going to use all the, you will not know that this is a travel trailer when I'm done. I'm going to still try to lift these ceilings up. I want to work with something here. I'm already starting to peel some of this stuff off, but you can see I peeled it. I'll be ripping all of this kitchen area out of here. It'll just be a big open area. It'll be one big, but you can see I'm taking it back to this original, but this is just a travel trailer, you know, inside your regular old travel trailer. But won't look nothing like this when I'm done. Won't look nothing like this. Like I said, it all get covered with flat stock and a little bit around. I'm going to do, this will be a studio, and inside of this back room here, we just walked through, there's a bathroom back here where I'll keep the bathroom. And then I'll be ripping out all this, you know, all this shelving and flooring in here. This is still all open. It gets a little bit of water down here. I'm going to replace this flooring though, but I'm going to put a skylight. This will be the bedroom. This will be the bedroom in this area with a big skylight. So you can sleep in here. Look at the Jonald's in here. So anyways, another build out. I don't like the low bridge in here, but I'm going to figure something out about this building. I think it'll be quaint though. I'll make it nice. It's okay if one of these buildings has a little bit lower ceiling. All of it, the Rusty Butterfly and the Rusty Cowboy have high ceilings in them, 9.5-foot ceilings and tall ceilings in the Rusty Butterfly. So definitely, I have some work to do on this building here again, but I will definitely, I'll show you the update. That's, you know what I need to find. I've been seriously considering about maybe having somebody come back out here, and I told you that I wasn't going to, but I'm considering. Oh, look at this, guys! I rebuilt this door. I rebuilt this door too. This whole bottom of this door, that tin portion, they normally are ripped out of there. You know, that's the original door in there. Let me show you too from the outside what I did with the trailer door. Can you see that? It's so hard to see because I came from inside that building, but see what I did there? I used that wood, and then I actually repainted the whole door. But let's take a look at this building from the outside too. It has a completely different look on the front. There's all this rusty tin, and I built shelves into the walls and stuff so you can put some little knickknacks. And what my plan was too was to probably decorate this with flowers, you know, maybe some annuals, you know what I'm saying? Some annuals or something that would go here, nice couple annuals that I can replace yearly if I wanted to change up my color. But I truly do like this tin here. I really love the color of this rusty tin. Look at the color of that. So, but it's just, like I said, it's just repurposed material, guys. It's just a bunch of flat little pieces, as you can see, all cut, you know, and detailed, put in. I'll be putting right here is an old bed frame, a big canopy king bed frame that I'll be putting a little porch out on this side. That will, those big 4 posts, I already set that corner, but I'll put another one here. So I have more to do to this. This is the area where I'll be getting access to the composting toilet in the back of the bed, in the bathroom there. So I've kind of pulled this out and reconstructed this area. But when I come out here, there'll be a composting toilet out here. You'll just do your business. And I've made this tray where I'll actually lift this up and I'll pull the tray out of there and I'll take your duty, your duty, and I'll dump it and I'll burn it and it won't be a big deal. So this is the area that I've made for the bathroom area to compost to get the business out of, and all mine that I plan on doing will be dry camp, but you'll just do your business as usual. And I feel if it's just a day or two of dealing with somebody's, business, it's just going to be sitting there for a day or two. So it's not going to get that kind of smell to it. It shouldn't be that hard to do, to deal with. So they'll be super low maintenance. These are a dry camp type cabin. They will have a bathroom inside of them and whatnot. But yeah, isn't that amazing? Look at the color of that patina. Just gorgeous. Don't go too far, boys. But yeah, here's a shot of this building. You guys could do this. This is what I encourage people to come out to this desert and do something like this. I call these are the moonshine cabins, guys. These are moonshine cabins, obviously because of not alcohol, because the moon, right? The view of the 2.5 million acres out of the light belt, the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, is right here. What a better spot to spend your night than out here in one of these cabins, right? There'll be 2 hammocks out here. You know what I'm saying? There'll be 2 hammocks that sit out here and a telescope and the skylight in the bedroom. 125 to 150 a night for the night. Dry camp, bring your own sheets. I don't supply this, ain't no bed and breakfast. Bring your own food or whatever. Baby bed with the plastic sheet on it. We know what people do under the stars. That's why we've got the hammock outside. We're going to probably have to wash those hammocks as well. Probably going to have to wash the hammocks. I know that. But bring your own sheets, okay? We know what people do under the skylights, and enjoy yourself here and whatever. So I'll be giving away some free nights out here too, guys. If you can make it out to the Pacific Northwest, I do want to offer. This is the Rusty Butterfly. It's not finished, but it's getting there. The exterior is done. But it's just a pile of, look, guys, take a pile like this. I mean, I'm not kidding. This pile of crap right here. You see all this? You see this? You see this? This is what I turn into this. It could be done, guys. That was inside. I need to get this chair out of here. I pulled that out of here, so. That pile turns into something like this. Trash to treasure, right? Nobody can say I didn't earn it the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Nobody couldn't say that I built this from the ground up. I used resources, everything I could, by the most minuscule means, So anyways, just try to be a little inspirational for some of you guys here too, that you guys, this can be done, This can be done. It's just moving this poster thing. See, this came to a king size bed. This was a poster bed, but I'll be using this here. This will be the one, and I'll put a roof on the top of this one here, right? This will have and then I'll have one over here. Next to this side, you can see I've got the cutout right here for it. It'll go here, so it'll have a nice little porch. I hear something up in the air up there, but anyways. Yeah, you could. I mean, a lot of this, honestly, if you look, Connecticut is a lot larger, but these are that's just a 2x4. That's just a 2x4. That's a 2x4, 2x4, 2x8. That's a little bit different size. That's an older, but 2x6. Now that's a rough cut piece of material. That would be a pallet piece. That's rough cut. That's rough cut. So some of this other stuff, but you could kind of do more like this style with the pallets. This could all be made out of pallet pieces. Everything you see here. This is all smaller, a little bit smaller. There's a lot of stuff like that would be pallet size pieces. So absolutely, they build pallet palaces. There you go. I just like using old. Oh, look at this here. This is cute. This is going to be a flower bed. I have to put this back together. Look at this, guys, a flower bed. This is an old bed frame. Get it? Flower bed. Flower bed. flower bed. Ha 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 ha. You're very funny. So, all the blocks to build the house, guys. Here's my underground house that I'm using. All this block. Here's 500 mesa. Here's 500 mesa block. 500 mesa block. That will be going to where we're going back over here. Take a look at the shelter. Yeah, you know me. I just something like nothing. I told you. Get it, Toggy. Get it, Diggy. Get it, Big. He loves to dig. He loves to dig. Good boy, Biggie. Get it, Biggie. What'd you find? What'd you get there, Biggie guy? Oh my goodness, look at you. Let's see. Hey, pig. There are hundreds and hundreds of holes out here from this dog doing the same thing. Look at that face. Get it, Biggie. Did you find one? Did you find a sage rat? Did you find one? You get it, Biggie. Get it, big guy. Oh my goodness, he's the digger. Oh, watch it. Watch it. Oh boy. Oh no, he's using his mouth. Oh no, he's getting the roots. Oh, look at that. Look at that. He's digging roots with his mouth. Oh my goodness, big. Oh my goodness, big guy. We better go find you some water, buddy. He loves it out here. This is a puppy paradise, guys. You got come over here and get something to drink, kid. See that old puppy's mouth full of dirt. He's digging the roots out with his mouth. Oh, what a good dog I have there. I gotta find some. No, I have water. Hold on, I gotta find water for my dogs here. So we're back here at the shelter. Water bowl for the puppies. You guys, what are you doing over here, Potts? Oh, did you find water over there? Come here, Toggy. There's some water right here. Come here, Big-O. Yeah, get a drink, Pants. We got some water in it. Hey, let your brother over there. All right, hey, we got water on the Pants. Let Tog over here. Come here, Big. Come here, Big. Get a drink. Get a drink. All right. They're getting a drink. There's the flap for the shelter flipped up. So, okay, anyways, let's take a look. You guys, these blocks that I went and picked up with Saya, these are the ones that I had got here. We're out in Kinetic. We are by the shelter now, okay? These are the ones that I put in. I still need to try to get that gravel, and I will. Things are popping here for me, hopefully soon. These are these ones I told you. If you look, they weigh about 80 pounds a piece, I think. They're really quite thick, as you can see. But this is all my work, all my, my agape, my labor, my love. This is what has taken me forever to build. But let's take a look. I'll try to get down in here. Don't go too far into your service, but I'm not sure if you can see in here. Hold on. This is what I was doing with these down here. Can you see that, guys? I can't because I'm looking up at the sun. But anyways, I've changed this whole system. This is the shelter. This goes 50 feet from this wall here to the back side of the shelter inside there. You can't see inside there. This is 25 feet from the bottom of this floor to the top, back up there to the top of the shelter. This will all be backfilled. All this is going to get backfilled. This is all dug out by hand. It took me over 4 years to get this hole dug. Yeah, there's an underground garden right here on the other side of this. right here. There's a garden that's already ready. There's the building ready. There's the dirt's out of it. I could actually dig it out a little bit further, but I wanted to grow year round. Underground garden, shelter, and on the other side of this is the house, which I'll show you, okay? But anyways, this is a steel culvert. This is the original shelter that Atlas Shelter, the largest survival company shelter in the world, uses. This was their very first build, and I used their type of build and built my own design using their same specs, because you can bury, this isn't a shipping container. You can't bury a shipping container. You can bury 150 feet of earth on top of this culvert. So I'll never have a problem with getting any issues with it. So it is 50 feet long. I do have this. I'll be building this over this top of my head. Will come in. This is the entrance to walk down into the shelter. And you come down in here, and there'll be another stairwell down in, and there'll be a doorway to get into this shelter. There'll be another wall. This whole inner place will be concrete. What I'm having to do is I'm having to build it from the ground back up. I'm reverse building it. But what are you doing in there? So you can see the entrance into the shelter here. You can't see. If I went down one more step, guys, you lose your service. I'm already that close to losing my service. I take one more step down and I'd lose my service in here. Yeah, you see what I got going though? So I want to take and do this flooring with gravel. That way, now no water really is going to get inside of this building. But if water ever does get in here, it would hold probably easily a couple 100 gallons, 200-300 gallons of water sitting in that floor area and not raise up and even get anywhere close to the shelter. So yeah, this is the entrance right here. Look, I'm going to walk down. The entrance is right here. This dome will come over the top of here. As you see here, see this? These are just set in place. I have multiple of these. I have to build these. We'll go over the top. That's the entrance. So there's the entrance. You'll walk through this area right here. And this will have this entrance. I'll step up out of here. This is going to come all over the top of this area here. Same thing from here back around. What are you making all that noise for there, boy? He's a loud kitty. We'll step up out here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is the, see how I have this here? Man, it's so hard because I keep stepping in and out of this. I can't see the screen, guys. This side of it. But this will come all the way over. I don't have enough of these to complete this center here. But inside, you can't see in there that there's a lot. I mean, I have quite a bit of it. But I have this rebar here that I'm going to be using for my house. But I'll be looping that rebar over in that same thing, and I'll pour a grade. I'll put a grid, and I'll pour concrete over this whole area. Will be filled with concrete. So none of this will be exposed, which will help with the R factor. And you can kind of see how I'm doing this here. I'll show you how I'm designed this. Okay. These here will be concreted. These will go down inside of this hole here. See how that concrete, man, it's hard to see. That concrete hole there. This will go down inside and be concreted down in, so this will never be able to come. These will never lift off here. They'll all be, see this? I'll have these in each one. They'll go through these holes down into the concrete cell. So I'll concrete this building down into to the bottom of this, and then I'll cover this with concrete. So this sun will never hit this. So this won't get this, R factor. And I will cover this with I have grading over here to hold all this concrete on the top of this. And this will be the concrete, and then I'll cover it with dirt, and you won't even see this. This will be 15 feet under the ground or so, and I'll build the earth home on top of it, or ship home will eventually be built. My son said he wants to build an earth ship home. I want him to come help me build one out here. I actually have a lot of the material already to be building the earth ship home out here. I've already got tires and a lot of the stuff, but this will be the cover for the shelter. So a little bit at a time. It takes a lot of work, guys. This isn't something you can just do on a whim. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I've never been to the VA. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. I get no dollars, guys. So you can do this, man. You can do this. If I do this with, by the sweat of my brow, it can be done, guys. I mean, this shelter would cost Atlas Shelter Company, the largest storm shelter in the world. You're probably looking at least $150,000 to have something like this constructed on your property. And I've done it all by working my fingers to the bone and working hard. And I'm still hard at work. I told you, I'm just waiting for the days to turn. No, I don't get any SSI there, DLT. You do the works of your father, the devil. I'd come in and say, so anyways, this will be the underground garden, guys. This will be the underground garden, okay? You can see it from the ramp here. So all the food, here's the building for the underground garden. To build a roof that I'll be protecting it from hail. We want to be very careful this year. I believe we're going to get a lot of hail this year. We're going to get a lot of hail this year, so please get prepared, okay? Again, I've got a lot more material to get up and put on for one guy, so I'll try to live stream more as this is done. Yeah, underground garden, completely out of the weather year round. I'm going to try to go year round out here. Eventually, we'll see. I have plans to do a lot of things, but I can't do it all by myself. So that's why I don't have that garden up and going, because I'm not going to put that garden up and grow in there by myself. That's just not. That's meant to feed 5 or 6 people in that garden year round. So let's take a walk over here. I will show you where I'm putting the underground house. So we're going to take a walk from this area right here. This is the end of the entrance to the shelter. Okay, we're gonna walk 50 feet this way. It took me 4 years to dig this 50-foot hole. Okay, 10 by 10 by 50. 4 years by hand with buckets, with literal 5-gallon. I don't have one right here. With 5-gallon buckets, 2 5-gallon buckets coming out of the hole, dust blowing all over me. It was a long 4 years. I can tell you that. It wasn't a short 4 years. It was a long 4 years. But either way, we're gonna walk in this direction towards this Table Rock area, 50 feet this way, and I'll show you this is the end of this shelter. And I'll show you there's an exit, because you have to have an entrance, obviously, the entrance, and then you have to have an exit out of your shelter too. So on this side, it's not completely finished, but almost, because here's the exit. So here's the exit out of the shelter. To come out, it is up towards the top, but I'll have a way to get up towards the top when you're in there. And this is the exit. On this is the other side of the 50-foot shelter. So this would actually be the exit to the shelter, and then the entrance to my home, where I'm building an underground house. Those were those 500 mesa block up here that you see up here. There's piles of block right here. There's block down behind me here. There's piles of block. There's block everywhere out here. So this is the 50-foot hole. There's another 1,500-gallon water tank right here. Another 1,500-gallon water tank. This is another 1,200-gallon tank. Okay, so I originally had this to sit right here, but I like this style tank because it's not going to get buried, but this is a tank that could be buried. It's not going to be buried because it's going to be, this is going to be the exit to the shelter. You're going to come out here, and there'll be an exit out of the shelter. You'll be able to exit out of the underground house. That tank will sit right there, so you'll be able to get out on top of that tank. You'll be able to step up onto this area and come up out. So this would be like another exit in this area. That's what I'm building right in this area here. Now I'm going to be drilling a well right here. That's already 28 feet down in the ground from right there at the top of that, right, where's that at? Right there, from right there to that spot right there to right there is 28 feet down. So I have water sitting about another 20 feet below me. Below me, okay? So below this area, there is water below this hard pan. Hard pan. There's 2 hard pans. I dug through 2 hard pans here. That's why it took me quite a long time to go from here to there, because I dug through 2 separate hard pans, and it wasn't an easy dig. So, but this took the gentleman to come in here with a tractor and dig this hole 50 feet, 12 by 12. Actually had him come back an extra day, half a day, and give me another 1.5 foot on and another 2 feet down to give me 12 by 12 by 50, so that I can build this underground house. This will be my house. The house will sit next to the shelter, and then the shelter will sit next to the underground garden. So it'd be 150 feet of underground garden, shelter, and then house. So it's like 150-foot arc, if you will. So lots of work, lots of dirt been taken out here, lots of dirt to put back. It's a constant. Yep, that's right. Don't live in fear, brothers and sisters. Get up off your ass and do something about that fear, and don't live in fear. Fear motivates you to do something, and fear is a good thing, brothers and sisters. Fear is a good thing. Fear is what gets you to stop and go, hey, I think I need more blocks, so that I have plenty of blocks, so that I can put plenty of concrete around me for when that stormy day comes. I can just get away from the storm and then get out of the storm and go back about my life. Don't live in fear, brothers and sisters. Don't let anybody push you into that fear porn, because, yep, a lot of people won't even build a shelter. They'll just get, hey, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. And they're going to get blown to another city or state or county or whatever, because they're idiots and they don't do anything, and they're not wise. They're foolish virgins. So don't be a foolish virgin at the last minute trying to get to get, all your oil, in place. So anyways, just kinetic. I don't know if you're still there, but that's what we're looking at here. This is a tour of the underground shelter here. I'm not done, but boy, this is my main mission out here. This is my main mission. So not going to be so much worried about these things that are sitting above this shelter here, because it's a good chance that it's going to get beat by the sun, the wind, the hail, hailstones, basketball size. I don't know. It says 150-pound hail in the Word of God. So, anyways, I'll just give you one last thing here. There will be in here. I'm going to put a kitchenette in here, guys. In this area, I have that Orly wood stove will go down in here. That Orly wood stove will go down in here. There'll be a wash station. So if you have to come outside and your eyes get a bunch of dirt in there, I will put a sink and a wash station down in there, and that there will be a door. This will be another wall here. This all will get concrete. There'll be none of this. There'll be no exposed dirt anywhere in this shelter. It'll all be concrete on the inside of this building. That way it'll heat up with the wood stove in here, and then it'll have a door, which will be an actual wall with the door right here. And then I'll open and close this door inside of this concrete building, because I couldn't put a wood stove inside there, guys. I would get heated out of house and home. But if I put it inside of this building here, over here, and I heat this building up, I can open up that door and use that like a vent, like you would on a wood stove. So I will vent out of here, but I will put a separate wall here. You know what I'm saying? So that will have a door. So this will be completely separate, and then I'll open up this vent here, and I can let the heat from this enclosed area here, which will all be concrete and keep temperature on its own, because this will keep temperature at about 60 to 62 degrees. Once they're finished putting 3 or 4, 5, 6, 8 feet of dirt over this whole area down here will stay about 60 degrees. So if I want to bring it up to 70 degrees, I can light a little fire over here, open up this vent, let it open, and then that keeps, this all is going to be open here, Regina. All this will be open. All this is open. There's a vent on the other side with an opening. There'll be an opening on two sides of this. So it's not, I don't have, this is not that, this ain't some kind of completely nuclear fallout shelter where I'm trying to take myself in, and this is not what this is for. This is a sun shelter, plasma shelter, and eventually it's just meant a place to stick the, to stick my library that I have built inside this hole and die. Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. It'll be buried probably 20, 30 feet under the ground. See what he said? See, his word never dies, does it? Because it'll be buried right here. And I'm going to come back in my new body because I'm not going to Pluto or Mars. When he destroys this place with fire, there'll be a new heaven. That's the ruling class. The meek will inherit the earth. And the earth is the ruled. It's going to be right here on this dirt. And I'm coming back, and maybe I'll find these books someday. Heaven and earth shall perish. That's the ruling class and the ruled. This earth will be destroyed with fire. But this, hopefully, God will not destroy this. It's not up to me. He could just do whatever he wants to all this work that I've done. But at least I'm going to die trying. Nobody can say that I wasn't a living testament of that word. Hailstones, the weight of a talent. You got a hailstone? You got a hail plan? 150-pound hailstones. You got a hail plan? No stone will be left upon another. That was the destruction of the temple. Gee, no stone will be left upon another. Maybe, oh, here we are again, that same celestial alignment, huh? 1024 equals 79 AD minus 1 degree. It's happening again. The Star of Bethlehem, 2015. The Shiloh sign, 2017. The Revelation 12 sign, 2017. The Revelation 13 sign, 2013. The Sagittarius, the Footstool sign, 2017, 20. Wait a minute, you missed all those signs. There's plenty of signs in the heavens, brothers and sisters. It says men's skin, their skin will burn and blister on their bodies, right on their bodies. It will blister. Are you going to be wise? You going to be a wise man? Be wise. I'm going to try to be a living testament. You know, it says all those things in that Revelation, that book. I am Revelation. I am Apocalypse. I'm a living testament. I told you that. I lived that book 10 years ago, plus, 4 years of digging, a testament of that will, new living will and testament. Hailstones, the weight of a talent. Men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth. Gee, I wonder what's going to do that. Men's skin, boils and blisters, again, on their bodies. Gee, I wonder what's going to do that. Do you have a plasma shelter? You might not be able to go outside because it's like a microwave. Not fear. Not fear. You got a microwave shelter? You got a plasma shelter? You're not being very serious, are you? You're not paying attention. He said, look up, not at shadows on the ground and April 8th eclipses and all that. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Nobody knows the day or the hour. I'm not predicting the end of the world. This isn't to get in there and save my death. This is a storm shelter, not a bunker. That's a bad word in my name. That's a bad word. You can't say that in my chat. That'll get you put on the list of the NSA. This is a shelter. Everybody has time to get in away from the weather, right? Oh, here comes a tornado. Hey, well, let's get in the shelter. And, oh, it passed over. Oh, let's get out and get on with our life now. Are you in good hands? It's security, brothers and sisters. It's like car insurance. It gives you peace of mind. That's all this is. Yep, there goes bunker. Look at Josh. Has to say bunker. You're puke, Josh. You're swine. You're swine, Josh, just so you know. It's very easy to see people by your low energy. You swine skin. You remind me of a bunch of giants chasing around each other in tights and chasing around a low energy swine skin. So anyways, I hope you're being wise. This is what he called me out to do, brothers and sisters. This is a living testament, okay? This is a living testament, okay? A true living testament of his will. will. This is scripture. This is biblical. What I do out here is not my own. He leads me to do this, to bury these books. It was never here for me to be able to put my rear end in there. It's to hide and be in the world, but be not of it. Cash. Cash is king. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about C-A-C-H-E, not C-A-S-H. Cash. Be in the world. Be in the world. Be in the world. How do you think they survived these cycles before? How do you think they survive these cycles? Be in the world, but you think I'm the first person to do this, to try to survive a cycle? No, I'm not some kind of guy trying to reinvent the wheel. Wise men did this before, and you should be smart enough to remember, or at least have enough appreciation that they did that. Noah didn't listen to the world for 126 years. He built an ark, a water ark. He promised he would never burn this place, right? Or flood this place. The promise of the rainbow. This time he's going to use fire. Gee. Yeah, no water gets down in there. I'm at 4,500 feet. That's 6,500 feet to the top of that. Right there is 8,000 feet to that top right there. I'm nowhere near the water. So, no, water's not an issue where I'm at. So, anyways, I'm going to walk back up in here. I'm going to eventually show you here, too, what I'm going to line the shelter with, because I don't want that, military bunker style. This is a hardy board. It looks like wood. That's why I want to use it. It's mold, mildew resistant. It's not going to get in there, but that's what I'm going to line a portion of that inside of that. So it's got a nice, I like it because it's thinner. It's not very thick. It's only about yay thick, so it's not real thick, and I'll be able to line the inside of that shelter with that. So it looks nice, and it's a lighter color in there, and you're not going to have that spun, military culvert. Look like you're in a World War II shelter. So, anyways, walking back out of there, we just walked up 20 feet up the hill here. And so here's all the mesa blocks for the underground house part of it. This is going to take a lot more than this, but there's 500 mesa blocks. Some people buy fancy pickup trucks and do all kinds of things. You've seen how many piles of blocks and brick and concrete and rebar, and yeah, I'm not that guy that cares about buying my wife a new pair of boobies. Hey, honey, can I get a bigger set of rims for my truck? I'll tell you what, honey, we can make a deal. I'll take you to the doctor and she could give you bigger boobies, or he'll give you bigger boobies if I can get some bigger rims for my truck, honey. What do you think? Football. I'm not that guy. Just not that guy. Redskins! Go Washington Redskins! We're bringing it back. We're bringing back Washington Redskins. What a weak bunch of freaking Aunt Jemima pancake. Oh, that changed the whole world, didn't it? What idiocracy, man. Football. A bunch of millionaires chasing each other around in tights. And they used to at least let like lions out in the stadiums. Now these guys just chase each other around with low energy. Here's John O'Don. Here comes my boy. Here comes my boy. Go, John O'Donnell. Go, John O'Donnell. So, hope you enjoyed the shelter tour. If anybody wants to make a donation, I need to buy a load of gravel. I'm going to have to buy at least one load of gravel to go down on that flooring system, but I'll figure it out. I got more things I'm going to get. Weather's getting better. I'm actually going to pull all the stuff. I have some stuff inside of this semi-trailer here and get my spring stuff up for sale. So hopefully something will go here soon. And I already called the guys with the gravel company, but they have not returned my call. I'm not sure why. I called both companies out here. And there are more people that do gravel that deliver it, but there's a couple companies, I believe, that I walked past that trailer, or we were here earlier. I might be able to have them load. I might have to makeshift some sides for this here, but I'd like to get some gravel and put it up on that trailer and get it hauled out here. But let's get out of the wind, and we'll go inside and probably finish this dream up. Come in there, boys. You guys are good kids. This is the rusty cowboy here on the cabin up front. This is where I stay temporarily until I can get the house finished being built. And so got all our corrals and kennels and chicken house over there, the rancho pollos over there, the goats, the sheep, the chickens, the rabbits go in here. This is a full working farm. I don't have it up and running because it's too much for one man to do by himself, and I was hoping to get some visitors, but nobody came here. So let me just introduce you to the man who stole my hat. He tries to steal all the fame and fortune out here, and I gotta at least introduce you to him. His name is Rusty. If you wonder where the hat comes from, this guy copped this for me. He stole my hat, so this is Rusty, and again, he's keeping charge of anybody who wants to get out of line out here. He makes sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to, and yep, he's security out here, Mr. Rusty Cowboy. So this is the Rusty Cowboy, one of the build outs here. Yeah, we're like 2 peas in a pod, me and Mr. Rusty Cowboy here. Kind of thin, isn't he? A little thin. I'm pretty thin myself too, but hey, I'm all muscle. I ain't got no fat on my body, so I'm in shape. So let's go. We're going up the ramp. This is how I get my wood and stuff up here, up into the cabin. We have a nice ramp. This is a really nice addition. Eventually, I'm going to build a full wooden ramp, and it won't be this here anymore. I like it, but it doesn't. You know, it doesn't match the attire because I want to put a deck out here too. So this is a semi-trailer. Tractor trailer door is still shut. I do open this up, and I will here come soon for the winter. This is the kitty condo that's in here. It's a 3-story condo. They can get up in here during the winter months. That's all insulated and levels, and sometimes I'll feed them in here too. If the weather's really bad and they're outside, I can put their food bowl and they can eat up inside here. So it's just a silly little thing. You don't know what, you can't see it, but from the inside, it doesn't have a window, or the inside, they can see inside the house. They can come inside here because there's a big picture window. See it here? And they can look inside the house and see inside the house. And then they do get a little bit of the warmth from the inside of the house on that glass, which helps insulate this little kitty condo that I built here. A silly little thing. So anyways, here's the entrance to the front. It's got a full door, as you can see, just like a regular house. Locking door, security door. Here's the entrance to the house here. I don't know what's that say? Something there it says. What's it say? If you don't understand English, maybe you'll understand 12 gauge. Oh, I see what it says there. My bad. That's an old no trespassing sign there. Oh, hey, what happened to her? But yeah, that's the no trespassing sign for the front of the house there, to let no would-be intruders, if they make it past the 5 or 6 no trespassing signs and get to the front door, that there's probably somebody's willing to, oops, careful as you can there. Anyways, I don't condone violence. I'm a pacifist, brothers and sisters, but we have a security screen door, double locking, double, deadbolt locks, locked behind. So it is a secure place. I can lock it up and leave and shut the door behind it. Bam, and then it's all locked up. So it's a good design. I really think this is better than a shipping container any day. It literally still has the wheels underneath here. It is a semi. See, there's the doors, so kind of a different build. Here's the other door. It makes a nice wall, a wind block for the wind as well. So let's go inside. I think I'm getting hungry, guys. I made I took it this morning. Ooh, look at these. I got these Don poncho. This is the back wall of the kitchen here. I built this wall out of It's all beams. It's all very large. I wanted to have pinstriping. So I built this this is all different beams, and it's up on this is a system that I built here. It doesn't serve any purpose. It's just a beam system. So I could put my cast iron pots and pans on their own. Some people have a pot rack. Boy, look how dusty these are. I wish I had a wife to help me out here. It is so much work for one man. It is what it is. But I put my cast iron. It's just obviously just a little decorations with a bunch of different stuff. Random. That's one of those things. If you put aluminum cans inside the ground and those ant hills, and you do the ant thing, that's one of those ant deals right there, that kind of deal. But anyways, lots of different stuff hanging up here. Hey, the lamb, Aries the ram horns. But anyways, this is the back wall here. There's a bell over here. Oh, ring, ring, ding, ding. So here's a speed goat. That's a hay ladder thing right there. I don't know. I got lots of weird stuff up here. A postal lunchbox. But okay, let's get back to this back wall. But anyways, look how big these beams are. I was like, I want to make a pinstripe wall. Okay, look at my pinstriping. You like it? It's beams. I use beams to make my pinstripe. Oh, here's the key rack. God, a lot of keys. What do you have so many keys for, dude? But anyways, pinstriping. Pinstriping. You ever seen pinstriping in beams? So, oh yeah, look here. I'm going to be making some lunch with spinach wraps. Spinach wraps. Want to wrap something. Anyways, going to be doing the plumbing on this place hopefully this spring. Again, get this finished up. Do a full, I think I'm going to put water to this place this year. Where it didn't have water in it before, it will now. This will be kind of a cabin rental. This one I'll rent out here this year as well. And this will probably be more for like couples, maybe with somebody with a kid as well. I'll probably be taking some of the attire that's in here and moving some of it over to the Rusty Dragon as well, including this that I've got on my library up here. But this Sinclair bench that I purchased, I thought it was one of those benches that was a glider rocker, but it turned out that it wasn't. But when I got there, I just had to have it. I've never seen anything like it. And it's a near perfect fit over there on the wall. Look at that. Yeah, I'm going to probably, this one will rent out for 125 to 150 a night, depending on if I add any amenities to this one per night. I do hip camp out here, and I do rent just a open parking spot for $50, and I normally have several people who do that. So I thought about, I don't think it'd be an extra $75, on top of for somebody to come bring their own camper out here or whatever, poop in their own little toilet that they bring. If I provide some of the basic services, not a full bed and breakfast, that I have plenty of people that said they'd already rent them out. So I don't think my prices are going to be very hard to rent. This place just made the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. It is out of the light belt. It's 2.5 million acres. This is Silver Rock Ranch, and these are you're looking at the 3 moonshine cabins that I built out: the Rusty Butterfly, the Rusty Dragon, and then the Rusty Cowboy. It's Rusty Gold, guys. But as you can see, there's plenty more material to build more. I have another 53-foot tractor trailer that if it doesn't get turned into the library, I might use this 28-footer behind me to do it. There's another dual cabin build, 26. I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon is where I'm at. And I encourage people to come out to this valley right now and do this. This is a good way to make an income for somebody who's tired of working their fingers to the bone. And like myself, I don't get VA benefits. I don't get any VA money. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I don't get any stream of income. So
I have been working on this for a couple of years now. Not all of them, the Rusty Butterfly last year, but this year with the over the winter, I built the Rusty Dragon. This one's been up for years, the Rusty Cowboy, but hoping to get them all completed, up and working, and start my build on the back, in the back where you saw the storm shelter, to build my underground house. So it's Silver Rock Ranch is the name of the ranch, and these are the Moonshine Cabins. Is their Moonshine Cabin Rentals? That's what they're listed. The page, and it's been released. The name of it's High Desert Sky View. If you look up Hip Camp, you can see this property out here and some of the amenities that are on the property. I do have the #1 hip camp out here in this area. If you look up hip camp and you look up High Desert Sky View or Skyview, High Desert Skyview Rentals, I do hip camp and people come out here. So hip camp is a place where you can go dry camp. If you haven't looked into this, you know anything about hip camp. I didn't know about it. And somebody turned me on like, man, you got such a nice piece of property. Do you rent people property? I'm like, no, there's nothing here. They're like, that's what people want. They want to go rent somewhere where there's just, they can go park. They bring their own little toilet. They do their own business and just be left alone. So it is, it's definitely, so I mentioned swine, simply pig, or simply pig. Yeah. But anyways, this will definitely be something, again, that I think I won't have any problems with this. I just need to get it up and done. I need to get one of them done. And I'm almost sure the day that I can rent it out, it will be rented out probably for the first month straight. I don't think I'll have any problems. Once I attach this to the hip camp, I'll create a whole separate site for these. Once they just call this place and set apart as the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. There is not a better place in the whole world than to see the stars than right where I'm at. I'm sitting at 4,500 feet at the very northern ridge of the edge of the Great Basin. It's an amazing. I've never seen. Okay, but you guys are all saying that, but it doesn't matter what that is because I'm talking about law. I'm talking about authority. Name doesn't mean anything to me. Name is just pig, Bob, Jack, Tom, Mary, Sue. That's just a name. That's not even what the heading was talking about on this thing. So I don't know. It's anyway, your comments are fine, but I'm not talking about name. That's not what he meant by our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. He's not talking about glorify Jesus. That's not what he means. His name, Jesus, or Yahushua, or Yahuwah, or Shiloh, or I am, or whatever. That's not what he's talking about. The ignorance is bliss to most people. So in the end of days, their agape will be idolatry. They love their own law. So either way, brothers and sisters, this is going to be something that I've worked out for an extensively period of time, thinking that I was going to do something completely different out here. I had built a homestead out here, thinking that I would have people join me out here for, I don't know, a decade here, for 10 years, and nobody came. So I shifted here real recently. From doing a homestead, thinking that people would move out into these cabins and it would be something that I could continue to have them have a place. So I knew they'd be secure, and then had enough materials to build two buildings. Like, as if you notice out each side one of these buildings that I have, there's a bunch of material sitting out in front of it in order to build generally a whole nother building. Sitting in front of each building, there's enough material to do the build, to finish the build, and then more material to start another, and if not finish, a whole nother building out in front of the building. So that was the plan, but nobody came. So it is what it is, and I shifted gears. I had a full homestead. Again, I've been off the grid. You've seen the wind turbine. I have my own solar power. It's very basic system. It's not anything complex, and it just it's a way for me not to have a power bill. It's a way for me to charge. I charge all my drills and batteries and all this stuff over here. All this stuff gets charged up. My lights, everything I need. I don't have the power needs that most people have, but I am empowered on my own power company. I have my own ability to create power. Nobody's going to shut the power off on me. And I am the power company at my house. So it's kind of nice. My power doesn't go up. It just, my battery bank goes up and down. I don't pay for that. It's already investment. Be wise. You reap what you sow. If you put in the time, you can actually, like putting money in the bank, you can actually save. It's like a savings account, so to speak. So every time that thing spins around or the sun hits it, I'm saving, I'm saving money. So what I was thinking about doing, excuse me, I don't know what, I got some dust when I can't breathe some way. Take a drink of something here. I tried to have Saya come out here. He was a city boy and he didn't make it out here. So I sent him packing the next day or whatever. No, I told him it just didn't work out. So after 5 years of doing this, of having a full homestead with sheep and chickens and rabbits and goats and hogs and dogs and, I was just having too much. I had abundance and I was overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? So I hung up that dream and I said, you know what? It is what it is. So what? Nobody's out here. It is what it is. I got to move on with my life, man. I thought I'd have people out here with me and I wouldn't even need an income. I was trying to actually work towards a $0 lifestyle. I know that seems impossible, but no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not impossible to have a $0 lifestyle. It's 100% possible, but most people don't even think about it that way. So a no cost or very low cost living is what I was going for, where you can actually have abundance and generate enough money. There's 40 acres here. It'd be a near impossibility. You know what I'm saying? If, for this property not to generate enough money to sustain itself to where it doesn't, if there were multiple people living here, that just makes it easier. It just takes less away from either the land payments, which would eventually be paid off. And it's very minimalist at that. But I could pay more on it. I wish I did. I'd probably already have it paid. I've got $25,000 in this property. I've only paid off a couple $1,000s of interest, but it is what it is. I've lived here. All my work hasn't been on the property, the paying off. It's actually, I was trying to pay this property off and I had a good chunk of change saved up to pay it off, but the property next to me came for sale out of nowhere. And so I said, oh, I got to buy that. I don't want a neighbor. So I had to take all the money from this and shift it over. So, but it is what it is. It's worth my time to continue to put the effort into this, because again, I believe that everything I put in has allowed me to transition. And yeah, it was hard for me to say, okay, I'm not going to do this homestead anymore. Because I wanted to succeed. It was more about eating good organic food and having a no cost or, I don't like thinking about money. I hate money. It's just ridiculous. And most of the time I don't have any issues with income. I've been self-employed for 20 years. I've had jobs on paper off and on in those 20 years, but I have a CDL, valid medical examiner's card. I just choose to be self-employed. I'd rather not spend my time paying taxes for something that I don't need to pay taxes for. But anyways, I'm all done trying to do a homestead. It's okay. It's fine. I'm not hurt because there's plenty of people who've done this. Mine was to try to eat better. I really was hoping to build a community again for an organic lifestyle. I didn't want to have any money spent towards like box food or even at that, and really wanted to eat anything anymore from a store. I knew if I had 3 or 4 or 5, 6 people, we could make all our own pastas, all our own breads, all our own cheeses. We can grow all our own vegetables. We can raise all our own meats. We can have all our water. We would just be a 100% totally self-sufficient. The few things we probably couldn't get, we could trade or barter for with the abundance that's grown on, oops, we grew too much tomato. We grew too many tomato plants. Right? That's how you get abundance. Thriving is something that I was shooting for. By myself, I can only survive. I'm a veteran and I know that. So it was just instinct, brothers and sisters, that shot me and that pushed me in this direction, just threw me and, just blared me out like that, was knowing that I have to have a community to thrive. I'm a veteran. I know I'm a prior law enforcement officer. You can only survive, even if you had training short term, not long term. To thrive, it takes you and I. You can't spell community without you and I. And I knew that. And that's just my instinct. But whatever, life's not Burger King. I've given up on that. Not completely, just the whole idea of building a homestead, because it's just not what God wanted for me in my cards. And I realized that. So it was a little tough. I struggled, put a little bit of weight on this channel, but I'm coming out of it now. And I'm starting to realize again, it's just not, it's okay. It's hard after raising animals and having to, but I don't get to eat, and I'm sure I could, I miss eating green and blue eggs and taking a chicken and plugging it myself and eating organically. I miss a lot of it already. It's hard to turn from that lifestyle, even though it was so rough and it was so much extra time just to keep up the animal husbandry. I don't like my animals to suffer in any way. I want them to have the best lifestyle. That's why I build really good facilities for them. I feed them really extremely well, give them the #1 alfalfa on the planet. Boy, we got more traffic. Somebody will come buy that property. I'm telling you guys. The property is not going to last. I've had more traffic down my driveway here this last month because they put that property up for sale than I ever had before. Yep. Somebody going back there. Somebody going to buy it. Yeah, there's a beautiful piece of property back here. They got listed up for sale. 5 acres. It's right up against the bench right here, right up against Table Rock here. And it's $8,900. I looked it up. It's $89.99. I actually found the posting of it. I know the lady who knows the guy who's the listing agent. So I think that if somebody walked, into this right now, they could probably come out here with $6,000 cash. That's insane over on this end of the valley too, because this is the most sought after area in this valley. I did a lot of research. And maybe they might hold, maybe they want more, but I don't think so. I just don't, because it has some issues. The issues is the long driveway to the back of the property. If that's what your main focus was, and I worked on that driveway myself for 7 years myself. I only 80 acres in. That's 800 acres back there. I have moved, a ton of dirt and stuff. And people are like, why are you working on all that back there? That's not none of yours. I said, there's a lady who lives up on the hill back there. She's my neighbor. Well, she's so far away from you. That's not your neighbor. Yeah, she is. She's my closest person that lives to me. But you're only 80 acres in. You just spent 2 days and a ton of money doing that road, and you don't even drive down that road. Yeah, I know. It's my neighbor. You're supposed to take care of your neighbors, right? So yeah, she gets stuck back there. They get so much sagebrush sometimes that you can't even drive through the sagebrush. I needed to clear some of the stuff out. Well, that's crazy. You'd spend all that money on her and you didn't even hardly work on your driveway. That's my neighbor, you idiot. So she's a good neighbor. Okay. She lives up on the hill. She can see me from up there down here. She'd have to get binos to see me, but she can see down here. It's a beautiful view. It sits right off the bench. $8,900. She would keep an eye on you because she always has a looking eye. She's been down back there for 10 years, 11 years, up on the hill, single lady by herself, hardcore lady, man, does it all by herself. So you ladies can do it too. I'm telling you, it's not just a guy. And so she has more means than me. I believe she gets a Social Security check and can do things. I just don't have the means that she has. But anyways, this property is back there. So there's her, the younger couple that live back there, and one other person that's a snowbird. They only come in here every once in a while. So it would be a really ideal property for somebody who just wanted to come out and be left alone. And that's what most people do out here, guys. There's not a lot of community in this area. Because you think, well, Tracy, can't you pull some people from where you're at? Actually, most people don't want to do much out here, but just come out here, build whatever they do and be left alone. They don't want a big social life. They don't want none of that. They just come out here, build a nice little cabin, or even people come out here to have a little bit, build something and just be left alone. That's it. So I'm wondering if that guy, I've seen him come down there 3 times now. He must be pretty interested in that property back there, but I don't know, but anyways, I've been seriously considering last night and the other night. I've been thinking a lot about this. Again, I had Saya out here, which realizes I can't have anybody come out here that's not 100% self-sufficient on their own. if nobody's city, it's not going to work too very well. I'm not saying you can't be city, but you have to have a work ethic to live in a country. It's not just flipping light switches and, farming and being a farmer and being a cowboy or being a rancher. It's not something you just pick up. It is a lifestyle. It's something you do every single day. It's like preparedness. It is a lifestyle. It's not just something you pick up and buy everything out of the store. That does not make you, prepared. Preparedness, something is done on a daily basis. So anyways, there's just so much opportunity out here, because I've kind of leaned on my son, and he told me before Saya came out here, he's like, Dad, I'm really worried about you having somebody coming out there from the city because you're so country. You've been out there for so long. You live such a different lifestyle. And I said, I got it, but we gave Saya a chance, and he didn't make it but a couple days, and he just did. So I was like, hey, you know what, man? It's not a problem, buddy. You're not fit to be here, and let's just enjoy ourselves. Let's church. Let's, and if you want, nothing transition. If you need to stay as long as you can, that's fine. I just don't want to think that you're going to work out here, and you're welcome to stay and visit for a while, and but there's just too many little things that I'm having to shut gates behind you. Things I've been telling you, we have animals out here, and even though there's no animals out here right now, if the gate is shut, you've got to shut it behind you. You can't keep leaving these gates open like this. You're going to cost, if we bring animals back out here on this property and you are in such a bad habit, you leave one gate, we lose the whole day looking for animals. When we could be doing, it just takes, if the gate's shut it behind you. If it's open, that's fine. Leave it open. If it's not shut, you don't have to shut it. But if it's just little things that I don't think he quite understood, that it's just farm etiquette, country etiquette, guys. There's certain ways when living off grid, on a farm, on a ranch, there's just certain ethic, and he just wasn't a good match. So, man, we hung out for whatever, a week. We ate, we had dinners, he had a good time. You've seen, he enjoyed himself out here, and I had a blast with the young man. He's a good young man. He loves the truth, but I will never do that to myself again. Unless somebody could come out here and be 100 self-sufficient, so to speak, and on their own, and not to be told what to do. You know what I mean? I don't need to tell somebody what to do. They need to be they're just doing their own thing. It's kind of like when I was talking to my son about a wife. He's like, Dad, you ain't going to have no wife. You're crazy. You just live too far away from everybody else, and you've separated yourselves too far from God. You're just not like really anybody else. And I don't think you're ever going to have a woman like you think, but if you do, he said, I look at it like this, Dad, you need a woman that's the same thing. Like, you want somebody to come out here. He said, you need a woman like, Dad, like, that's up before you. You know what I'm saying? And she's out there working in the garden or something and doing her thing, and then you get up and like, where's she at? Oh, she's outside. What's she doing? I don't know. She's doing her own thing, Hi, honey. What are you doing out there? Oh, hi, honey. I'm out here working in the garden. There's some coffee in the thing there. If you just pour the hot water on it, I made it for you, honey. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Do you want me to come help you? No, I got this. Somebody who's independent, but yet, that I don't need to baby or coddle, and not going to sit there and burden me, and I'm not going to burden them. We can work together. I talked with a lady about this yesterday about, just a team, I need somebody who can add to what I'm doing out here. I don't need to take, I don't want 1 minute of my time taken from me like that. If it doesn't, not necessary, I need to, my time is well spent out here. Not that I couldn't make time for anybody else. I'm just saying I need that independence. So it's going to work out. I'm having a Jubilee year, guys. It's all starting to be very, it's just all, you reap what you sow. I've been telling you guys that, you get what you put in. You put money in the bank and you don't spend it, it will be there for you later. You spend it early, it's not there later. You can have it now or you can have it later. You can't have it both. It's just not, it doesn't work like that. So I realized for what I didn't get, because I thought about this about a month ago. I could have had 5 or 6 people out here by now, and one person come out here and ruin the whole thing, piss everybody off. You know what I mean? And then I'd have to start out from scratch. And now I got, what if somebody, I don't know, something legal. They brought out a Second Amendment. I don't know. It could have been anything. And God just cleaned my slate for that. all those problems that I'd be dealing with right now that oh my God, I cannot believe I'm in this situation. I don't have it. Thank you, Father. Thank you for not sending me the wrong people, because I could have been very committed when I commit to something or commit to somebody. I'm straight up. I don't, I do what it is. I say what I do. So I feel blessed, like he saved me a lot of heartache, so now I have kind of a blank, way to do this. So I think I could have somebody come out here, but it would be more of a contract. It would be more of something written down on paper. It's not going to be, hey, just come out and I'll help you and you help me and we'll help each other. Nah, I don't want to hear that. And that's, whoa, Tracy, hold on. No, hold on. It doesn't mean that that we couldn't help each other, but I don't want to tell you anything. Hey, here's a pile of material. That's yours. Build whatever you want with it. That's the material. That's the barn. Build whatever you want. So actually what I was thinking, and it kind of hit me yesterday, is that I need somebody to come out here that has a skill set. Somebody who's built houses, knows how to read a tape measure, knows how to use a framing square, has built something before. Maybe even somebody, I don't know, somebody who's had a CCB. Why is somebody kind of come out here and, but whatever. Things happen or whatever, and maybe you don't have a CCB. It doesn't need to be like that, but somebody who knows what they're doing, that has a skill set, that can take care of themselves so that I don't have to look after them. And I think that won't be that hard to find now. I really do. I don't think that. And if I sign paperwork and I make it official, I ain't trying to, it will all be put under contract. Nobody's going to come out here on a whim and nope, it'll all be put on paper. I run risk of having people come out here, squatters' rights, I know my rights. It will be written on paper so neither of us get screwed. Neither of us would get screwed. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, that's what I'm going to start probably. I'm going to probably start looking for somebody like that. Somebody who's maybe already trying to come out to this area, transition. Somebody's already looking for that. Maybe somebody's already got their own tools, so to speak, and if not, I ain't tripping. I'm just going to do me out here, continue to build the cabins and not worry about it. Cause I think I can accomplish not everything I showed you. And there's no way. I'm not working enough right now to even get nowhere close to that. I just have to shut this thing off and work like I normally work for a 40-hour work week. And I could have it all done by fall, but I'm sure I'll stream in here a lot and I won't do the things that it is just not important for me right now until spring, gets here a little bit closer. I do the concrete work. I'm just not into it until the weather just breaks so I can do concrete. All I'm waiting for is a break in the weather. So anyways, I think that'll work out here. I think I'll find somebody 2, 3. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. I'm not even partial like that. That way I'm not looking for a friend, so to speak. It's not that I don't want to be friends and I don't want anybody coming out here. I'm not going to take no atheists coming out and living on my property. If they're not a person of God, they don't have to have the fire like me, but they have to understand, at least predestination. If they can understand what predestination is, they can explain to me what predestination is. They'd probably be all right out here, and what that means. And that's all I'm looking for. Actually, somebody who just wants to do their thing and have a good life and not to worry about a bunch of bills, because I'm not looking to, I might discuss like a work trade for labor or something. Again, like my said son, I don't, the idea of having somebody, coming out here live for free is not, that's just, I'm doing the wrong thing. It's not that I couldn't help anybody. It's not that I still wouldn't be doing it, but I need to get myself up a little bit further in the position to say, hey, come on, move on in. I already have this all done. I'm not there yet. I'm just not there yet. So I wanted people to come and build with me. And again, the whole idea was to not build everything 100%, leave things about 70% done. So when somebody came here, they'd feel like this was their home, not just moving somewhere to this new spot. And look, this is not completed. This needs finished. You live in here until yours is done. It's almost done. See that pile of material? Build your own. You want to go get more material? Let's go get more. You build your own. That's all free material there. I'm willing to give, right, the material, you know what I'm saying? But I need somebody who can take care of themselves. So it'll work now. I see the error of my ways. You guys, I was being and not like that because I still want to do the same thing out here. I was just being a little too godly. You know what I'm saying? I was just, and I don't mean like there's too much, but it doesn't mean again that I can't have somebody not out here, not a believer, but I was just making like this had to be so. That's why people, yeah, it's a cult. It's a cult. And you know what? Whatever. It's whatever. I need a man or a woman that has a skill set that can work and wants to make a good income. There's plenty of work out here, but why work another property when you can work right off of this property and generate an income? Plenty of farm work out here, plenty of work out here. There's mechanic work out here, farm work out here. All the stores are generally still hiring. A lot of them are still hiring up in town. Dollar General, newer Dollar General out here. The Chevron is always hiring people out here. Yeah, there's work in this area, but nah, I don't think the homestead thing is going to be a thing for me anymore, and I'm okay with that. You know, it will happen. I might find somebody come out here. Hey, dude, you want to get some chickens? Yeah, let's get some chickens, man. Let's grab a couple of chickens. Hey, I'm telling you right now, I ain't taking care of them. I leave. They're yours. You got to eat them. You know, I want to be able to leave the property eventually. So that's what I think I could do. Eventually, if I had 2 or 3 people out here that were responsible, doing their own thing, and I said, hey, I need to go, I'm not going to be able to go to the barbecue. I've never been to Tennessee, Hendersonville. I've been to Tennessee, but never been to Hendersonville, Tennessee to the barbecue. I'm not going to make it to this barbecue this year. Sucks. It's in May, right? It's right around the corner. I'm just not going to go. I've never been. I want to go so bad. I got nobody to watch the animals for me. It's the animals more than anything. It's if I didn't have animals here, I could leave. That's why I got rid of the homestead, so I could actually try to get up on the road and go somewhere and not be strapped to, taking care of chickens and rabbits and goats and sheep and dogs and hogs. And it's a lot of work. And you just can't pick up and leave your homestead. No, if you don't have somebody to take care of your stuff. So maybe I could grow out another homestead over time with some other people. They're like, heck yeah, oh yeah, I got you. 2 or 3 people. Can you watch the dogs for me and feed them? Oh yeah, that's a problem that they know them. It's not going to be a problem for me to go, you know what I'm saying? Get on an airplane. So that's what I'm hoping. And that's not some community type. That's just, we would be a community if we had 2 or 3 people living out here, responsible, separate though. You know what I'm saying? Like they're doing their thing and we talk to each other from time to time, and it could daily if we wanted to, but not, I'm over the community homestead thing. It is what it is. It's fine. Still try to do it, guys. Still try to build a community. That's where it's at. It's an organic, near cost-free. Eventually, once you put in all the work, it's self-sufficient. Self-reliance is the way to go. So, but if you know anybody's looking at relocating to this valley, got tools, maybe got a contractor's, maybe they're not a contractor, but maybe they've done house building. They're a subcontractor. They don't need to have a CCB. I'll know if they can build. I'll know if they can read a tape measure. They don't need to be able to read blueprints, but if they could, that would be a bonus. I don't normally build things with blueprints and stuff like that, but thank you for coming in, Sister Levette. Good to have you back in here. We're did a little bit of a cabin tour here and went back. Kinetic wanted to see the shelter, so we took them back there to see that. We're coming back up and having a little discussion about the farm out here, and eventually try to maybe pull some people back out here, a little bit off and on that. But now I'm definitely thinking that I'm not concerned if another person ever comes out here. It's okay. Doesn't need to happen. I've switched my lines of thinking from homestead to cabin rentals. So, as you know, it'll be a lot of fun. I think I'm going to have something so unique. People are going to love coming out here, guys. They're going to tell stories about coming out here. I believe just in the people that go to the dunes, since the COVID, since the virus, we have the Northern Hemisphere's largest set of inland sand dunes. Okay. And since the COVID, since the corona, they used to kind of slow down in the winter months. The people have not stopped coming out here, guys, since the corona. People just want to get away from the city. It was already kind of like that. You've seen that. A lot of people were taking vacations and moving, getting away from the city a lot. People have not stopped coming out here since the corona. That's Christmas Valley, Oregon, where the Northern Hemisphere's largest set of sand dunes are at. This used to be an inland ocean. I used to be sitting 500 feet under the ocean right now, where I'm at. And this was actually the last place where the water was at. In this whole valley, I sit in the last area where it was at. So anyways, this place is an absolute gem. I mean, again, it just made the world's largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. 2.5 million acres set apart out of the light belt, protected. A dark sky sanctuary. So that means they will restrict a lot of the growth out here, guys. Eventually, they're going to restrict people from coming out here. You better come find your spot under the stars while it's cheap, because they're not going to allow a lot. When they said that, I knew what it meant. I'm like, well, I know what that means. That means restricted growth too, but they're also going to try to protect this night sky. This is the best place in the whole wide world to see the stars. This is 4,500 feet at the very northern ring, the edge of the Great Basin. The whole sky lights up out here, guys. The whole sky lights up. You don't just get a sunset to the west, because we're sitting at the edge of the northern Great Basin, and the way this mountain range works, and the whole sky will light up. Every single sky cloud in the sky will be cotton candy pink, with a red and purple, and it's some of this. It's unbelievable. Go look at High Desert Sky View on Hip Camp to see some of the sunsets pictures that I've taken out here. They're just to die for. They're nothing like I've ever seen. Thanks for coming in and moderating for me there, Monica. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your time. Much agape. So anyways, that just made this place, to me, that's like it just put a big billboard for me. Womp, womp, womp. Come to Silver Lake. Come to Christmas Valley. Get away from the cities. Get away. Come park out under the night sky. Come get you guys. People don't see the stars in the cities. You can't see the stars in the city like there were so many stars that were out last night. Even with the moon last night, it was quite incredible. It was one of those nights where the Milky Way galaxy was just so bright last night. Just so bright. I mean, it went all the way from the southwest side of this 40 acres all the way to the northeast side of the horizon. It was just unbelievable. No, you can catch water catchment here in Oregon. Oregon is a state. Water catchment's not illegal in Oregon. That was one thing at one point, but no, you can do water arraignment catchment out here in Oregon. It is legal to catch your water. There is some places where they're starting some regulations, obviously, because they're saying that's supposed to go back into the aquifer and all that. But I don't do none of that, guys. Personally, I don't do anything. And I'll let you know something about this county. This is the poorest county in the state of Oregon. I live in the poorest county for a reason. I live in the poorest county. It was something at one time, Jessica. There was a certain portion of this county that was making rain catchment illegal. And it was at one point in Oregon. There was a place in Oregon. I forget, it was over near Jackson County or something like that. It was down towards the southern portion. But you can look up water catchment in here. Now, there's a lot of regulations now, but I don't do that. I don't let nobody tell me how I can live. Nobody's going to regulate me. I don't ask permission to do anything. I'm not some corporation. I don't get permits. I don't ask permission. A permit is asking permission, correct? Permission. I don't ask permission. Pound cent. I'm a veteran. I'm going to do what I want. And if you want to come bust with me and mess with me, I'm going to take it to the box. I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to take you all the way to trial. I'm going to waste all your time and all your tax dollars so that you will probably just drop the charges. You'll probably just drop the charges. You understand? So there's a reason why I moved into the poorest county in the state of Oregon. They don't have the money to enforce people like me out here, guys. Now, there's been a lot of more people moving out to this county, but they're so bad because they are corrupt out here. I'm not going to lie to you. It's all corrupt. All these politicians are corrupt. But this is probably the most corrupt place in the whole state, where they really extort any of the resources so bad from the people and that they can't hold but 1 or 2 trials a year. That's all the money they have in their coffers. You guys listen to me. 97% of the people in America take what is called a plea deal, meaning they don't go to trial. Something gets, they brought up on some kind of charge. I don't care what it is. They settle out of court. The way the system is set up is to overcharge you, charge you with things that are probably not even legal at this point, the way they do this. You're like, wait, and I didn't even do that. Well, what if they have the, where's the evidence? You freak out, and then you take a charge. Yep, that's right. 97% of all cases in America, I don't care what they are, murder, code, or 97% of them do not go to trial. They do not. They get what is called a plea bargain. Somebody pleas out, they pay the fine, they lick the boot. They don't take it to the box. That's called taking it to the box. Taking it to trials, taking it to the box. So they don't take it to the box. And out of the 3%, only 1.5 of those actually go into a full finish trial where a judge makes, or a jury makes an actual, judgment or adjudicates either innocence or guilt or whatever. Okay. So, I moved to the poorest county because I know if one or two people or if they have one or two big cases in this county, they don't have any money to enforce anything, brothers and sisters. Oh yeah, they'll bring you up on charges and they'll give you all this paper. But if you tell them, you know what, I'll see you in court. I'll take that to the box to the time they'll just settle out. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, you know what I'm saying, Max. I'm not trying to promote any kind of, this is the way the systems work, guys. I've been a police officer. I understand. It's just the way the system's set up, guys. Max knows what I'm talking about. It's just the way the system's set up, guys. It's just people are ignorant and they just go along with it. But that's the way it works. So if you're actually one of those people that says, you know what, God's my authority. I'm a man of the land and soil. I'm not some corporation, and those are mandates, codes, and ordinances, and I don't follow none of that. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. You're not going to enforce that on me. So this code, or you guys, they had a code ordinance officer that I have now ran off. He's not out here anymore. I've called the district attorney. I've called the county. I've spoke with the sheriff on this, the deputies out here, and said, you're going to get this guy shot. I'm already telling you, I already know two people. If you send him on his property again, he will get shot. What you're doing right now is illegal. Only way you can contact anybody in this county about a code, mandate, ordinance, all this crap you guys are pushing is via mail. Mail. You cannot go enter these people's property without a search warrant. Do you understand? Nobody can enter your land. I don't care if they're the federal government, the Department of Defense, the National Security Agency, the FBI, some code ordinance officer, some police officer. Nobody can enter your property without a warrant, period. And so they can't enter your property to do an inspection, code, federal, state. They can't enter your property. They can use satellite imagery, which they are doing, but to enforce a code violation, they can't enter your property. They have to have a warrant signed by a judge to enter into your property. This code ordinance officer that they sent, the last guy they sent out, guys, years ago, they sent the guy out. He went down the main road because it was getting bad. You guys, when they see people who live free out here, people take advantage of that. They really do. Their places turn into an absolute pigsty, trash blown, and they take advantage of it. I can't stand people who do that because we have that some leeway out here. People will take advantage of that. So that's what this code ordinance officer was going after. I actually did some history on this guy. They sent another guy out, and he was a family man. He had a wife and kids, and he was going and working. I have people who report back to me in this county, guys. I told you, I know it sounds crazy, but the last time I had that last interaction with the law, if you follow me in my stream yesterday, you know why I said this. I told the cops, I'm not the bad guy in this town. Remember, I stood up in this town for when you didn't. I am the law. I screamed this to the law enforcement. I am the law in this town. And they know that because I have helped police this community, even just being a community member. I have helped police this community in many ways. Okay. So again, I went and got on the phone with these people. I started talking. People started reporting back to me and said, Tracy, You know, these people are pissed off over here, and they know, you know, last time when you talked about it, you know, that they don't have the right. And, you know, this guy has gone and he's dealt with some people, and he's a pretty nice guy. He's actually trying to work with people. You know what I'm saying? He said, I'm trying to work with, he's a family man. He's, you guys, there's trash blowing all over. These people were really needed to be talked to, guys. Even though they had freedoms, supposed freedoms, they were taking advantage of it. You understand? They were taking advantage of it, and they were overdoing it. They let their yards go to crap. Okay? So he was coming on there and telling these people, hey, this is out, you know, this is the code, this is the ordinance, whatever. The problem was, guys, is he was entering onto people's property. He was literally walking onto their property, which is illegal. You cannot go onto somebody's property. So originally, when they brought a guy out here years ago, he drove down the main road. People didn't know. He freaked them out. They got the main road cleaned up. It looks a lot better than 5 or 10 years when you drove out here. There were some people down the main road were taking advantage of it. And it didn't look very nice when you drove down Christmas Valley Highway. So when they went in and did that, it really improved the look of this area. And they were truly going after people whose properties were just pigsties, guys, just absolute pigsties. Now, I tell people, if you have all your stuff organized, like some people might have what people think is a junkyard out here. Okay, you think it's a junkyard, but that's that man or woman's life. She's into hot rods. It don't have to be a man. Okay, there are many ladies who live out there here by themselves because they want these same freedoms too. Maybe they were single, divorced, widowed, or what do they come out here? And they got a pile of cars. That's their investment. That's their life in those cars. Now, some of them, I know they're not all fancy and new, but if they're all parked nicely and not all over the place, you see the difference. You know, people come out here and stack a lot of stuff, guys. What else you got to do? I mean, they come out here, but if you see my properties as I just walked around the whole property, piles of bricks, piles of lumber, you notice everything was like this. Nice piles. They're piles, but they're nice, neat piles. That's all I'm saying. If they would just be organized, nobody would bother them. See, out here in this county, guys, nobody will bother you. Or the lady out here, she lives right next to me. The planning commissioner, like the worst lady to live next to. She lives right next to me. She knows me. She not gonna. If you don't give them a reason and nobody calls the county on you, they won't bother you out here. If somebody calls and bothers you, the county will get involved. If you have a complaint against you, the county can get involved. So don't give anybody the reason. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them. I'm not saying you got to keep up with the Joneses and make your house all cookie cutter and da. I didn't say that. I just said don't let, your house look like a pigsty and nobody will even bother you out here. You won't even have to take it to the box. You can move out here in a sleeping bag. This ground has all kinds of shape like this. You guys, I'm not, there's only 2 places in America you can be homeless. That's Washington and Oregon. It's illegal to be homeless in every other state, guys. In 48 states, it's illegal to be homeless. It literally is illegal to cover yourself at night, it's illegal. You cannot be homeless. It's insane what they've done to people. But I'm telling you, not homeless because you could buy a piece of property out here. You could buy that 5-acre parcel out here, right? You got a little pickup truck. You could sleep in your pickup truck. Heck, you could walk out here because you had some money. Grandma gave you a savings account. You said, I don't need land, or I don't need a car right now. I just need somewhere to park I'll put up a tent and a sleeping bag. There's so much elevation out here, guys, because this isn't some flat desert like people think. This is not a desert. It's a high inland ocean that is drained out over, now it's called the high desert, but it is a desert, but it's not what people think. There's a lot of elevation, like you've seen on the back of the property. That's 25 feet down from where I'm sitting right now. There's a huge drop site here. So you could come out here, get a sleeping bag, and live in a sleeping bag. That is so hard to do anywhere in the world, guys, anywhere in the world. So there are some less restrictions. Now, there was a guy who came and cleaned up the main road. You guys, the minute he got off those side roads, people started throwing metal at him out of tubes, Second Amendment items at him. Nobody had to tell them anything. The minute he got off the side road, this is a township, guys. This is probably one of the hardest towns to be in the U.S. I'm not kidding you. The millionaires run this town, not anymore. I'm the law in this town. They don't have the influence that they once had, okay? I have come in here and showed them that somebody like myself can come in and not do all their ask for permission to do anything, and you can see on my property what I've done. Now, my property doesn't look like most people's property out here. It is a little bit different, but it's all repurposed. It's nothing new. Don't look like some new property. But my point that I'm making, when this guy drove down the main road, sure, but the minute he got off the side road, people were like, and he didn't lose his life. But they quit sending that guy out here. They're like, we can't do that. That town is too rough. It's a township. And if you drive down the wrong driveway down this thing, they will throw some metal at you. You know what I'm saying? You should be careful when you just drive down here, guys. I'm serious. This is that town. It's not even a town. It's a township. You ever heard that song, Around and Find Out? This is that town, okay? Try that in a small town. This ain't even a town. This is a township. There's a difference between a town and a township. You don't even legally need to have a license to run a business out here. This is a township. Yes, you can run a business out here without a license. You don't need a license. It's a township. So this is a different kind of town. The farmers run this town. The millionaires run this town. No, I run this town. Strong community is the best place to be. There's no community out here, Apple Tree. There's no community out here. Nope. That's the problem with this place, Apple Tree, is there's no community. Everybody just wants to be left alone. Works. See, I said you can come out here and live in a sleeping bag. Just don't bother anybody. Don't let your trash blow around and nobody will bother you. That's not very good, guys. I already warned everybody in this community. You guys better start forming this instead of these little clicky things with these farmers' wives. And, some of you think you're preppers, but you don't form it on right. You're not doing anything out here unless you're doing it every single day and forming a community. You're going to get over by large. Hey, are you hungry, buddy? Yeah, let's go get some food. Yeah, all right. Yeah, woo, all right, yeah, 6, 8, 10, 12 hungry guys. Oh, all right, let's go walk over 2 or 3 people. Small numbers will just get walked over, guys. Yes, they will. The marauders will come just run over small numbers. That's the way it always works. I warned everybody in this community about what would happen the day that I said, you better form yourself some kind of, see my instinct to form this homestead, guys? It's stupid to think you're some kind of Rambo and you can make it long. I have probably more certification and more training than any one of you in this chat room right now. I've probably ran way more than you. All of you combined. I probably have more miles under these feet. I'm a United States Army military veteran, SWAT certified, Cleat Council law enforcement. I've done military outside. I used to run 20 miles a week for the company, 20 miles a week for my SWAT team training, all my certification. I'll probably leave you in the dust, but that don't mean nothing. If I ain't got a community, I'm only going to survive short term. I need a community. Oh, yeah, you're a bad, you know what, Tracy, but who had your back and the bear came and ate you when you were sleeping? Yeah, you, Mr. Rambo. How'd that work out for you? Fell asleep and nobody even had your back, right? One person makes a difference, brothers and sisters. You need to start forming communities. And I've warned people about that. If you don't, you can't spell community without you and I, correct? You need that to thrive. Yeah. Do you have extreme mountaineering training? Do you have extreme cold weather Arctic training? You ever stayed outside for 3.5 weeks and never got below, it was 2.5. What did I say? 3.5? 2.5 weeks we stayed outside. Fort Greely, Delta range, Bolio range, never any warmer than -42 below zero. So cold you go outside, you pee, it just freezes. You know what I'm saying? I've got Arctic training that would blow your mind, certification on and law enforcement, but that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I could be taken in an instant. So you need a community, guys. It's really important. And even more important than what you have, somebody just said, your skill set is more important, because everything you have can be taken from you. See, that's what makes me pretty valuable, guys, is because even if everything I've taken from me, I can still perform first aid. I'm a certified combat medic, first responder, EMT, responsive, the full. I have this training as a doctor's. Most doctors, yeah. You see, I rip doctors' butts because I don't like doctors. I study ND, nutritional medicine, nutritional doctors, not just medical doctors, MD, sew your leg on. I'm talking about the inner functions, the way our body works. I was talking about it yesterday on the live stream about this autoimmune, as our body produces those autoimmune responses, and talked a little bit about the COVID and the, funguses and bacterias and viruses and whatnot. But anyways, I'm not some kind of, know-it-all, but I have taken a lot of time to take in the field of studies of a lot of things that I've taken and learned what was in the box and said, okay, now I got that. Now I want to learn what's outside of the box. So you doctors, really, many of you doctors don't have nothing on me because you only know what's inside the box. I haven't, but you can't put me in a box. You won't put me in a box. So either way, what I'm saying, guys, is the same thing out here. You're not going to box me in and tell me what I can and can't do. I'm going to take and apply God's law. And that's what I use out here. And if they want to come lock me up or do whatever, I don't care. I am least about my concern is about this flesh. I'm concerned, am I doing God's law, or am I licking these boots of these enforcement officers and whatever. So we had a problem out here for a minute, but brothers and sisters, I got a hold of the district attorney, and I've got a hold of the sheriffs and stuff, and I've got a hold of some of these other people out here. And I went and I had to tell these supposed law in this town. I said, you know what? I've talked to the community. Okay. And the guy's a good guy. He really is. He's a family man. This code ordinance, a little white truck guy. I said, but this ain't the town. Stop trying to do that. I'm telling you, you're sending him over to a certain portion of town. And I'm going to warn you right now, if you send him over here again, he's going to end up with a hole in his head. And if he's entered on somebody's property and it's not in the back of his head, but in the front of his head, you are going to have a lawsuit on your hands. You're going to get sued because it's against the Fourth Amendment. I showed him the law. I showed him chapters that it's under where it can be deemed an intruder. You can assert the proper, if you think that they're going to hurt you, you have the right under the Fourth Amendment, be secure, and your houses, papers, persons, and effects. If somebody's going to come on your property and they think you're going to cause bodily harm to you, your family members, your animals, any of your persons, papers, persons, or effects, you have the right. You have to tell them to leave. But if they don't leave, you can use, in law enforcement, they don't do this anymore. It was called use of force. There was certainly, hey, put down the hey, hold on, hey, let's shoot the knee first, then take the head. But anyways, brothers and sisters, I told the county, I said, look, this dude is entering in on these people's property. And he's a good dude. I know multiple people have come to me and said he's really trying to work with us. He's not trying to give anybody fines. He's trying to give us the ability to correct this problem before he starts. He's not coming threatening fines. He's only saying this needs improved. Here's your areas that need worked on. He's really being a pretty good guy. He's not some kind of tyrant. He is a tyrant. He's enforcing capital letter corporate, but he didn't know that. So he's not a bad guy. So I had some people and told me, I'm going to do it, Tracy. I don't care. I don't want this guy on my property. I don't, and I will sue the county. I've looked into what you're saying. You're right. I can sue them. If he's on my property and he's facing me and not in my back, he's liable because he shouldn't be on the property. So I told the county, you're going to have one dead guy and you're going to have a husband and, or a wife and children without their dad. And the dude's guy is not a bad guy. This guy is not a bad guy. You understand? He's not a bad guy. He's a good dude, but he's going to get a hole in his head. And if it's in the front of his face and not the back of his head, this county's going to get sued and you don't have the money to do it. And you know it. you better quit sending that dude in the white truck around, because he's gonna end up with the whole. He's got, was that disease, that Oscar fish they get? What's it? The hole in the head disease that they get? Anybody ever raised cichlids or Oscars? Right? You ever heard of that disease that Oscar fish get? You know, the ones Oscar, you know what those are? They get that disease, hole in the head. Yeah. So he's not out here anymore, guys. You want to come out here and be free? I'm the law in this town. They ain't going to send that guy out here. You can come out here in a sleeping bag. Don't mess with anybody. You can come out here in a tent. Don't mess with anybody. Come out here in a little travel trailer. Don't mess with anybody. Don't be me. I don't be me. You won't have no problems in this town. I make all my own problems in this town. I make all my own problems. I just tell everybody, don't mention my name. You come to this name, don't include my name unless it's in the right position. You know, I had somebody who I was helping out. They got in trouble. I wanted to help them out, try to get him out of it. You know, he was going to come stay on my property until he can get his situation straightened out where he had at his other place of living. And I told him, don't mention my name down there at the district attorney's office. Don't mention that. District attorney don't like me down there. He called down the district attorney's office, said, oh, well, this is where I'm staying at, Tracy Warner. And as soon as he said that, and I'm telling you immediately, the lady did not even hesitate, said, oh, he's a bad guy. This is just the secretary. When I go down into the southern portion of the county, guys, the district attorney will leave the building. He leave the building. He don't want to be around me. He don't like me. I've been fighting this guy since the COVID. So this is a place, believe it or not. You can come out here and I don't believe in freedom, but we'll call that, and be free and be left alone and not ask permission to do whatever you can if you want to. I've actually told people, I request that you get an address with the county and build one thing with them. I'm not into being a bootlicker, but if you build one thing out here, guys, and you go through their permitting process, they don't care whatever else you build after that. They really don't. You know, people saw that you went by the county, and I understand some of the farmers are like, well, we don't like people like you because we came out here and we all had to go through permitting process and do that. I said, yeah, but you're a bunch of bootlickers. You asked permission. There are people going to come out here and we're not going to ask permission to do anything. We go by God's law. We're not a corporation. We are men and women of the land and soil. So we're not going to go by your codes because that's not a law. I don't go on dates with men, so I don't follow mandates, right? That's not a law. I don't follow ordinances. That's not a law. If you want to try to enforce a law on me, that's one thing. But I am a man of the land and soil, and I go by organic, natural law. I am a man that is not going to stand by and let you tell me that I have to ask permission to do anything. I'm an Army veteran, honorably discharged. You're not going to tell me what I can and can't do. So I actually want to bring this up, guys, and then I want to wrap this up because I want to get something to eat here. I want to talk about the right to travel, okay? The right to travel, because I know I'm getting a lot of comments and stuff, and people are making comments. You're not answering, and da-da-da. I don't care what people say. I don't have to comment or respond to anything if I don't want to. But I encourage people to look this up. Under the Fourth Amendment, as we were speaking about your property, you have the right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. That covers your right to travel. No, it doesn't, Tracy. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. See where it's at. You're just ignorant. You just don't know your rights. 10th Amendment, state. This is a federal right. Oh, the state has the right to. You're talking about a corporation, you ignorant fools that are responding, because you're going to respond it on this comment too. Somebody can hear it and make one of your ignorant, stupid comments. Okay, you are. You're just full of just ignorance. It's just, that's all you got in you. Think about this, guys. You have to have a state and you have to do this and under the licensing and you can't just travel. You guys, the right to travel has always been a right. Now, it's been restricted before. You can't go on the king's land. You can't. Private property is not public space, correct? So you can't be wheeling. Remember I said you drive on there, they'll give you that Oscar hole in the head disease, right? You drive on the right piece of private property, correct? Under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. You have the right to warrantless search or seizure. Nobody can come enter your property unless they have a warrant. They can't seize your property. It has to be listed in the arrest warrant signed by the judge what they are seizing, what specific area, person they're saying. They can't meander off and do whatever they want, even under a signed warrant by a judge. So I want to kind of get off this idiocracy with a bunch of bootlickers who talk about capital letter, state, and even federal law at that point, because I don't care about that. I care about God's law, the inalienable rights of the man. Remember, I talked about yesterday. I don't care if you're a citizen. I don't care if you're here illegally. This does not. There are laws in this country that have nothing to do with citizenship. That means if you're here on this land, you are protected. You don't have to be a citizen to be protected by these rights of this land. Do you understand that? There are rights in organic, natural, one nation under God, God-given protected rights. Protected. The Bill of Rights is not a bunch of rights to give. It's a right to prevent the government, to stop the government. It's to hold back the government by our founding fathers for exactly what they're doing right now. This is the government that our founding fathers warned you of, that if it became tyrannical, we had the right to redress grievances, perform peaceful assembly, form militias, using, if need be, redress grievances, first ballots, and then, if need be, militia, then we'll bring out the bullets. First ballots, and then bullets. If you can't figure it out, we'll instill a right in just government. We have the duty. It is the duty of the people. That is part of your constitutional rights as a person of this being here. You don't need, there are certain rights of this country that do not talk about being a citizen. Being a citizen. Okay? Being a citizen. You don't have to be a citizen to have rights in this country. Most people don't even understand that. They think, oh, well, you have to be a citizen to be protected. No, you don't. You don't know your rights, you ignorant puke. You don't. And yeah, I just called you a puke because you're spewing vomit tsunamis everywhere. You got waves of this vomit coming out your mouth. Think about this for a second, brothers and sisters. The right to freely travel. That is a protected right upheld by the Constitution under the Fourth Amendment, which allows you to be secure. Nobody can accost you. It can stop you. Walking down the street, nobody can stop you. That is called accosting a man. So while you're traveling, you can't be stopped. That is the Fourth Amendment. But it doesn't say travel in there, Tracy. Shut up, you ignorant fool. Oh, 10th Amendment, they have the right to state. I'm not talking about states' rights. I'm talking about natural, organic rights of the land that the federal government was there to protect. Doesn't matter whether you believe in a God or not, one nation under God. These are rights that our founding fathers knew, because before people have done things like this, brothers and sisters, just like they're doing now. These are the Pharisees. They got their big club here taxing everybody like with their halakha, for every single thing. They used to, remember all the field, all the stuff around the outside, that used to be supposed to be left for the poor. If it fell off the back of the cart, it was supposed to stay on the ground, not be picked back up. But they made their own big boys club called corporation, called America. And that's what all these ignorant pukes that have come against my videos are talking about. So what? You're talking about corporation law. You're an idiot. You're a complete fool. You're talking about the corporation America. I'm not talking about the corporation America. That guy who made this, I don't know, it's like a 45-minute video off my 1 or 2 part 2. He's not even from America. He's talking about all these different things, but he never once mentions God. He never mentions organic rights. He never mentions the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. He just keeps going off of, well, under Chapter 10 or the 10th Amendment, because states' rights. Shut up, you ignorant puke. You ain't even from America, you fool. What are you doing getting in here talking about people who have the rights of an American? He's got a thick English accent. He takes my videos and just tries to destroy he doesn't even know the history that I have with Tom, and he's just making all these assumptions. But the funny thing is he entitles his video, Sovereign Citizen Gets Pulled Over for the Second Time in a Week. It was 3 days apart. I never once claimed to be sovereign. Never one time did I claim sovereignty. No, I'm not above the law. I'm following the laws, the organic laws, the natural laws, the God-given protected laws of the Constitution that says I have the right under the Fourth Amendment. No warrantless search or seizure. You can't search, stop my body or accost me unless I've committed a crime. A crime. Criminal, person-on-person crime. That is a crime. I'm telling you, the state can't be the crime in the county, but yes, they do. They put people in jail. There are people sitting in prisons, hundreds of thousands of people sitting in United States prisons right now with no victim. No person-on-person crime. The state is the crime. The county is the crime. That is, I rebuke, that is not God's law. And you'll see what I'm talking about here. This is disgustingly filthy what people have allowed this to happen to our country, because there are inalienable rights protected by the Supreme Court, protected by the Fourth Amendment. Gives you the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Your effects is your modes of traveling. That is your house, your property, your persons, your body, your papers. This is a paper, even though it's digital. They digitally burn paper now. And your effects. Do you understand? And effects. Your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Your effects is your means to travel. To travel in a public place. Now, you can't go on somebody's private property. You'll end up with hole in the head disease. Okay? I want to bring this full circle to show how much an idiot bootlicking Americans are. I hate Americans. I hate most Americans. I despise them. They're bootlickers, and they want to see their brothers get taxed. They don't care about this, brothers and sisters. If I walk down the street, told people 51% of the people voted, they go, okay, mob rule, literally mob rule. 49% shut up, you don't have a voice. I said, shut up, you don't have a voice. I don't want, talk to the hand. You don't have a voice anymore. Your voice was taken from you. Democracy is called mob rule, brothers and sisters. That's not, this was a constitutional republic. Judicial, legislative, and executive, a House of Congress and a Senate. There were checks and balances. Now they've gone away from that. So all these laws that they're enforcing are corporate. United States of America is a corporation. It's literally on the stock exchange. And that's what they're enforcing, is your capital letter law. So a lot of these cops don't know that. They don't even know what they're enforcing. But I'm not a corporation. That's why I don't go, following ordinances. I told you I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. I don't follow ordinance. Those are not law. Law is a protected right to travel. No, it doesn't say travel. You have the means to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Nobody can search, warrantless search or seizure. That means you can't be stopped. If you're moving, somebody can't stop you. That's called accosting you. That is illegal unless you committed a crime. Now, if a cop has reasonable articulate suspicion, that's called RAS, R-A-S. That means that they believe that you've committed a crime and they have substantial evidence to reasonable articulate suspicion that it is reasonable enough to stop you. Here's the crime you've committed. Anybody can do that. You don't have to be a police officer. You understand? You could stop somebody if they committed a crime, perform a citizen's arrest. And arrest means stop. Arrest means stop. They can arrest your wrist. They put your hands behind your back, your wrists have been arrested, right? Your body has been stopped. That's accosting. You can't be stopped unless you've committed a crime. You either had to commit a crime, be in the commission of committing a crime, or be in the commission of, or they know to have proof that you are going to commit a crime. They have not an investigation. We're doing an investigation. We're stopping you. We'll go do your investigation and come back to me. I'm not going to help you with your investigation. So the right to travel is covered under the Fourth Amendment. It doesn't say Fourth Amendment, Tracy. Are you that ignorant? Accosting somebody while they're moving is stopping their person. So when you're moving, traveling is what it's called. You're not engaged for the corporation called America under your capital letter. I have a commercial license, CDL. I'm not engaged in commerce. I'm not delivering Uber Eats. I'm not using my personal vehicle. I'm not delivering in a Domino's vehicle. I'm not engaged with the corporation. I don't need a license to travel. Yes, you do. under the 10th Amendment, Tracy, because it says the states, shut the fuck up with your stupidity in the 10th Amendment. This is a right covered under the 4th. I'm not talking about states' rights. The Supreme Court supersedes state law. Well, the 10th Amendment says they have the... Shut up. You're an idiot. This is a God-given right that's protected under the 4th. I know this is a state law which allows them to mess with some of the federal, but this is a God-given natural right where you can't accost somebody. You can't stop somebody unless they've committed a crime. That is a crime to stop somebody. You've committed a crime. So if I'm driving down the street in my personal vehicle, I don't need a license. That's if I'm engaged for the corporation called America, right? Code, ordinance, mandate, permission, license to permit to drive while engaged for the corporation called America while engaged in commerce. Not just traveling in your, see, traveling is walking. Traveling is using your personal vehicle. Traveling is not using a commercial vehicle. That's for commerce. So you can drive around in any vehicle without a license. It's not required. The Constitution upheld by the Supreme Court in 2023. Where is it at, Tracy? Go find it. You think that they didn't rule on it? Go find it. Go find. Oh, I'm just putting this out. I just said, look it up. It's there. Stop being so ignorant and do some homework for yourself. Now, under the 4th Amendment, they can't stop you. You don't have a license on your, that's what my stop was. See, the guy's like, well, he didn't have a license, so he should be able to be stopped. That's not, what did I say to the cop? Well, I pulled you over because you didn't have a plate on your, I don't have to have a plate. I don't have to have a license to travel. I don't need to ask permission, pay fines, be taxed. Listen here for 1 second, guys. Look, I'm poor. I'm poor as all get out. I'm poor. I don't have the money. So that means you can't go anywhere because you're poor? Shut up. Seriously, shut up with that crap. You can't stop somebody because they don't have money. Well, maybe all I have is enough for a vehicle. Well, you better drive on the side roads. Imagine driving through the ditches, guys. You can't drive on the street. You can't drive on the street because you don't have a license. Well, this guy doesn't have, these are the people that don't have, they're all driving off the sides of the road and stuff through people's property. Think about how stupid these people are, guys. A public place, guys, you do not have the expectation of privacy. This is an open place. Nobody can stop you if you're in a public place unless you committed a crime. Do you understand what I'm saying? Think about the stupidity of these people. No, you have to have a permit. You have to get taxed. You have to get licensed. What if this dude's poor, guys? So you can't participate in community because you don't have any money? Pharisees. This is what these people are. Anybody to me who supports this capital letter law, listen to what I just said. Okay, these people can't participate in society, guys, because they don't have the money to pay the taxes, right? They don't have the money to buy the permit. Let's say they're going by this. They don't have the money to get the, which is just taxes, and God whipped the piss out of the dove people selling the doves and turned over the money changers. Good luck with finding people. Good luck. You understand? So if you don't have the money, right? If you don't have the money and you're just a poor man, but you can afford a vehicle, a means of travel. You're not selling anything. Are you saying that dude can't get on the public highways and drive? Is that what you're telling me? He's got to drive down the hoops on the side and all these, hey, you're on private property. There's nowhere for him to drive. Well, you can't come into town because you don't have a license to get your groceries. Are you a fucking idiot? Yes, you are. You think you can stop a man and fine him and charge him even a penny, make him ask permission to move around, to feed himself? Are you an idiot? Permission to hunt? You have the right to feed yourself. So if you can't afford a car and get a license, you should not be able to go anywhere? Does that make any sense at all, guys? These people are poor, so we're not going to let them on the road to go get their food, right? Nope. You got to walk. Is this making sense, guys? Think about all the people who can't afford to drive on the roads. They're on the side of the road now. No, you don't need a license plate unless you're in a commercial vehicle or a driver's license under the Constitution, under the Fourth Amendment. So think about what I'm saying, guys. You can't afford to ask permission because you don't have the money, but you're not engaged in commerce. Are you allowed to go get groceries? Should you be able to get groceries? Should you be able to travel down the public roadways? Or should you be on the side, going off all the sides, going through people's, knocking people's mailbox in the side? That's private property. You can't drive on their property. Is this making any sense how ignorant these stupid cops are and everybody who supports the system that's in place right now? You're a Pharisee if you do. You're a bootlicking, jackboot thug, and I hate you. I despise you. I really hate you, or you're supporting the beast. Oh, you're a hateful man. No, I'm not hateful. I hate you if you support this system, though. Oh, you're a hateful man. No, I'm not a hateful man. I hate you're supporting this beast. A man that doesn't have any money, you want to be taxed, permitted, licensed for him to go get. He's already poor, and you're telling me he can't just travel in whatever means he has down the road legally in his vehicle, but no, he has to have all these things before he can go get groceries, huh? I despise you, actually. You do the works of your father, the devil. Think about what I just said. Where are these people going to travel if they don't have a license? Then, supposedly, where are they going to go? Hey, top pound sand, okay? Get out of here, leave. You're a bootlicker, Shada. You're a jackboot thug licker. Get out of here. I don't care what you say. That's corporate law. Do you go on dates with men, Shot? Or do you go on mandates? Do you go on mandates? See, you guys aren't, these people aren't getting it. He's a jackboot thug supporting this mark, supporting the system, like a Pharisee. Oh, well, yeah, that's corporation. See, that's the ignorance of these people, guys, on these videos that leave these comments. They're not talking about the natural rights, inalienable rights, the Fourth Amendment, this constitutional republic. They're talking about this exchange onto the stock exchange, corporation, your capital letter law, written in capital letters. That's not even legal. That's not even legal. It's not. It's a corporation. And if you live by that law, you'll be judged by the law that you go by. So good luck, you bootlickers. You're going to be judged. When God judges you, he's going to say, no, you had the right to travel and you didn't do anything. So you don't need a license to travel, guys. I'm tired of the ignorance of society telling people that they have to be taxed or permitted. It's fees, guys, fines. Ask permission to drive. No, you don't. So I rebuke anybody that's too ignorant to figure out that God's natural law, organic law, the law of the land has always been that way, guys. Are you that stupid that you're going to stop a poor man from being able to go get his groceries? I hate you. I hate your mindset. You are foul. You are rotten and swine to sit there and think that a man would need to even pay anything to travel on our roadways. You're foolish is what you are, and you have fallen away from the truth. You can't make a man, or I have to ask a man for permission. So, brothers and sisters, please get out of this mindset and quit being a jackboot thug licking, supporting this system. Nobody should have to pay anything to drive down the road unless they're engaged in the corporation or in commerce. Then you pay for it, Jay. That's you hit somebody, then you pay for it. That's you've committed a crime. That's an accident. No, that's a traffic crash. I'm a traffic crash reconstructionist, fire police officer, Q9er certified in the Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City, at scene traffic crash investigation. You don't legally need insurance either. No, you don't. Do I have it? Yes, I do. I do not recommend driving around without insurance. Do you legally need insurance? No. So don't follow this jackboot thuggery, and anybody who supports this, vomit on them. Vile. You should just throw up everywhere on these people who think it's okay to tax anybody. You guys, I have a CDL. I have a commercial license. That's different. You have to ask permission to travel on a roadway. You have to pay a permit, a fine, a license. You can call it a fine, but it's a licensing. It's part of that's what that is for the corporation while engaged in commerce. Engaged in commerce. Right? Engaged in commerce for the corporation in capital letters. That's what your license is for. You need one on the front of your vehicle, a registration. You have to register that vehicle if it's engaged in commerce for the corporation. You're delivering roofing material. Again, you're delivering DoorDash in your personal vehicle. Correct? That's what you need. But not if you're traveling, not engaged in the corporation, you're not engaged in commerce, you're just freely traveling. There you go. What if you just need to pick up groceries? Are you engaged in commerce? Are you going to get your own mail, groceries? Are you engaged in commerce? No, that's your own personal business. You're just traveling. You're traveling freely. You have the right to freely travel. Nobody can accost you. That's the Fourth Amendment. Unabated, warrantless search or seizure. That's where it comes from. Freely traveling comes from unabated, warrantless. You cannot be stopped without no search or seizure. See? Freely travel. You're traveling. You're not engaged in commerce. You don't need a license plate or a driver's license. Your Fourth Amendment covers your right to be secure. Nobody can stop you while you're moving. That's called accosting you. Secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Your effects is your personal vehicle. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. Your effects is your personal vehicle. That's your personal. Jay, if you got a personal vehicle and you're not delivering Uber Eats and you're not engaged in the car, you've said, hey, I'm going to use this as a roofing material vehicle. I'm going to put some roofing material and deliver it to this climate up. You're not engaged in commerce. You're just doing your own personal thing. You don't need a license. And that's what I'm trying to say. If more people would just apply this, guys, this wouldn't. No, they won't, Orange. They'll probably fill you full of lead first, but no, you don't. I've done it. I've shown you on this channel. I've had multiples. There's traffic stops that I've done, and no, they won't. Everybody's like, oh, that guy needs thrown in jail and he's going to get fined in it. But I still drove away. No tickets. I drove away without now I carry, you guys, I want to double back. Do not carry car insurance on your vehicle. I would not recommend that. Okay. Do you legally need it? No. Would I require having it? I personally would not drive without insurance. Nope. That's stupid. Are you that stupid? Ignorant? Now, I don't carry insurance on myself, guys. If I get hit and I get hurt, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. Somebody asked that earlier. What if they hit somebody? I have insurance for that. I have insurance if I hit you. You'll get paid. If you get hurt, it's called PIPs, personal injury protection. PIP coverage, okay? And what PIP covers is it covers you. It doesn't cover me. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't cover you, right? Yes, it does. I don't carry insurance on myself, but I make sure if I hurt you that you're covered, okay? So I wouldn't recommend driving without insurance. I recommend keeping your insurance valid and make sure you've got some kind of accidents, right? No, traffic crashes happen, guys. They happen. We can have mechanical failures. We don't pay attention sometimes. We get in a hurry. There's a lot of reasons why cars bump into each other, okay? I carry valid legal insurance because I don't want to hit you and hurt you. And if I do, you're protected. Okay? That's what I recommend. If you don't choose to do that, it's not legal requirement, but that is playing with fire, brothers and sisters. You got enough money to cover somebody's stuff. If they get hurt, you're going to come out of your pocket. You've committed, that is, you wreck into somebody, that's an actual, it wouldn't be a criminal offense if it wasn't like speeding or anything, but that's an actual violation that you're going to have to pay for that. You've hurt somebody. You've hurt their personal effects, their person. You're going to have to, you do the crime, you're going to have to do the time. You have to pay for that. That's why we have insurance, right? Could you pay for it out of pocket right now? If you crashed into somebody's insurance, you think you could save enough money by not carrying the insurance? You know what I'm saying? So that's not the same in every state. Amy, that's different in some states. Some states, the insurance follows the vehicle, and some states, the insurance follows the driver. Some states are different. It's kind of stupid, actually. I wish they'd all just uniformly do it one way or the other, because as somebody's dealt with the insurance as a traffic crash reconstruction, it makes it a little difficult, but either way, I mean, they both have their reasons. Think about it. The reason why the vehicle is insured, no matter who gets in it, the vehicle will be insured. The person's insured, no matter which vehicle they drive, it will be insured. It's stupid if you ask me. I really don't like, I dealt with insurance, guys. Trust me, I'm a traffic crash reconstructionist, right? You've got 3 cars and you got 3 cars and you have 5 dead people. You got 5 fatalities, 5 dead people, 3 cars. They're all wadded up in a pile. Okay. I got to figure out what happened. I have to reconstruct that accident, right? No, it's not an accident. Somebody wasn't following the rules of the road. There's no such thing as an accident. It's a traffic crash. So somebody wasn't following the rules of the road. The rules of the road are actually meant for people not to knock into each other if they're due regard, irregardless of the weather. Mechanical failure is truly the only way there could ever be an accident, right? So people are not supposed to bump into each other. Somebody was doing something wrong. That's why actually when I was in law enforcement, I didn't feel like I was a bad guy. And I didn't do beat cop, and I worked in a jail, but I didn't work in that very long, okay? Again, think about what I'm saying. The whole system, brothers and sisters, that is set up with this capital letter law, your straw man, natural rights, personal rights, all these things that I'm keep trying to explain to you is again, there is natural law, organic law, and people forget about it. That's the laws of this land that have always been here. There's God's law. There's God's law. Irregardless of what you believe, this was one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. This was a nation founded on God. There are God-given inalienable rights to this land, whether you believe or not. You don't have to believe in a God to be protected under the Constitution of the United States of America. Okay. So, that's Mississippi. But there's things you can beat on that too. A lot of this stuff that you're talking about is the corporation. Reported. Okay, bye, Fisher. I'm reporting you as you do the works of your father, the devil, Chris. You're swine. You know that? You're an absolute bootlicker. Go ahead and report me. It won't be the first time I got reported for telling the truth. You just don't, you're a bootlicker. That's the problem with you. You like licking the corporation called America's Boot. So, anyways, there's a difference between, brothers and sisters, between natural rights. You're a bootlicker. Get out of here, Chris. Leave. I don't keep company with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. I'm telling you to leave one more time. I'll give you 2 times and I'm going to rebuke you. Leave. You're filthy swine. Reported. Get out of here, you bootlicker. You're the kind of person on the side of the road that just sits there and laughs at people when they're getting extorted by the police. You're the problem in this country, Chris. So there's a difference between corporate law, brothers and sisters, and natural rights and God-given rights. These are different things. All these rights that these people are getting enforced on them are capital letter law. This is called your straw man. You don't know what's been done to you. See, that's what I'm saying. These people they make all these statements, but they don't know what they're talking about. I am not talking about corporate law, your name written in capital letters. Notice the corporation called America. It's written in capital letters. It's on the stock exchange. America is a corporation. America is a corporation, whether you understand it. It is not a constitutional republic anymore. It is literally listed on the stock exchange. That law that they're enforcing on you through your Social Security card, that is a bond. That is your first credit card issued in your name. $1 million bond against your labor. You get a W-2, you fill that W-2 out when you go to work, and they take your money, correct? Where do you think it comes from? That blood contract that your parents made between you and the doctor. That's why I hate doctors, because they're in on this too. They know this. They stick your heel, right? It's a blood contract. It's a blood contract. You understand? It's a blood contract. Remember the heel that was bruised by the serpent? Gee, I wonder why they stick your heel and bruise your heel, huh? The contract, brothers and sisters, called the corporation called America. Not your name written in J. Look at J. J's capital J, small y. J, why is your name not written in capital letters? What's wrong with you, J? You too. Mr. Mendez, what are you doing walking in here without having, I need to see that capital M, capital E, capital D, capital E, capital Z. What are you, some kind of sovereign citizen or something? You're some kind of man of the land, and so you think you just go around and do whatever you want or something? You walk around thinking that you're free or something, that you don't have to go by these mandates? What's wrong with you, Mendez? You don't like going on dates with men? You don't follow mandates? You don't go by codes and ordinances? Why is your name's not written in capital letters? Black's Law, that's right. You guys know what this is. It's your straw man, guys. It's capitalized because when you become part of the corporation called America, written in capital letters, they take a blood contract, they stick your heel. He's A positive, he's B positive, he's O negative, that's your blood. Then they take that capital letter law in your birth certificate. Your birth certificate, okay? Birth certificate, right? And they write that in capital letters. That is attached to your bond. It's a credit card. It's literal a credit. It's your Social Security card. That's a credit card. It is called a bond or a treasure. You're bonded to the corporation called America for your labor, for all the time that you've ever worked. Okay? Right? The corporation. Now that's written in capital letters. Your birth certificate, your Social Security card, and your driver's license are written in capital letters, correct? Get your license out. It's written in capital letters, isn't it? Just like your Social Security card, just like your birth certificate. This is your straw man. This is called your straw man or Black's Law. This is the corporation. That's why your name is written in capital letters. Because when you go to a job, you fill out that W-2, right? That W-2 is taking money away from your labor. See, against that $1 million or $2 million bond credit against your bond, your labor. That is a credit card. Capital letters, capital letters, capital letters. Notice those are all capital letters because you're part of the corporation. That's what they're enforcing on you, brothers and sisters. That's why I'd like to go. I really wish God would just let me be eye for an eye for a week. And I'd kill every cop in America. I'd slaughter everyone. I'd take every one of them and I'd kill them dead. Now I can't do that. I'm not threatening that. I'm just saying, if I was eye for an eye, I'm not under that covenant. So I can't do that. He said, I'm a pacifist. I'll never engage in that type of activity. I've already a veteran. I've already been a police officer. I've already had bloods on my hand. I don't want any more blood on my hand. But if I could go by eye for an eye, put a hole in every one of their head, they'd all be a bunch of Oscars. We go to the Oscars and they'd all have that hole in the head disease, because they're enforcing this capital letter law on you. And then anybody who supports this, yeah, you're going to be Oscar too. Trust me, brothers, sisters, I'm not that man anymore. I do not go by that. I go by, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I won't strike a man unless you force me into a corner, back me, push me. Then I might strike you back. But I'm not going to. But if I had my way and I was the Old Testament, I would literally end every one of these cops' lives. There's not one good cop in America right now, guys. Not one good cop in America. There's no such thing as a good cop. Not in America, there's not. No, not in America, because they're all enforcing this capital letter law. Even if they don't know, guys, what they're enforcing, they're still enforcing that W-2. Because when you go into it, listen how this works, brothers and sisters. Please listen to how this works. When you go, this is called maritime law, brothers and sisters. What do you think about those galley doors? When you step in on the other side of those doors, you don't know what you have entered into, okay? This is called maritime law. That judge is wearing a black robe, okay? He's a broker. He's basically a broker. He's not given his allegiance to America. He's actually part of the bar, and they have sold their allegiance to the queen. The queen, brothers and sisters, the bar. You go back, you know what I'm talking about. I'm being a little vague there. That's right. So they're not in your best interest. They are a broker. What they're doing is they're brokering that bond, extorting your bond, either through fines or through whatever. Because remember, you could pay restitution, right? The queen bee. There we go. So when you step over on the other side of it, what is the very first thing they ask you? The very first thing they ask you when you step on the other side of those swinging doors. You got the man in the black robe. Now, what he's going to do is he's going to go after that bond. He's going to go after that bond. Your W-2, through your work, through your labor, fines, police officers, you committed. I don't care if you committed murder. I'm not telling you to commit murder, brothers and sisters. That's not what I'm insinuating. Please listen. First of all, don't ever step on the other side of those doors. Don't step on the other side of those doors. Refuse to. Get thrown back in your hole. Never step back on the other side of those doors. The very thing they're going to ask you, the very first thing they're going to ask you is your name. Is your name. And they're going to get you and ask you, this is your name. And they're going to make you verify that you are J-A-Y, capital J, capital A, capital Y, capital S, capital A, capital E, capital N, capital Z. Capital Z. And you're going to go, yep, that's me. That's it. You're done. You just gave over your authority. And now they're going to extort your bond and your W-2 because you now admitted that you're your straw man. You admitted that you're that capital letter law name. You understand? Right? You understand what they're saying? That capital letter law is Black's law. That's your straw man. That is your $1 to $2 million bond credit card issued under your birth certificate, capital letters, blood contract, social security card, and then driver's license. Now, if you go in front of plaintiff defendant, right, you go in front of one of these brokers, you know, here come the men in black, you know, right? He's going to extort your W-2. I'm not timing you out, Psycho Life. You're a filthy swine. I hate your stupid smiley face. You probably work for the Waltons that intern American citizens in America. Yep, you're the problem, Psycho. You keep making all these things, but you keep coming back because something's bringing you back here, huh? So you're a filthy swine. You know that? You are. You're a filthy swine. So you can keep putting your comments in here, but I haven't censored you once. It must be because you're putting out filth. So stop putting out filth. Do something righteous, and you won't get yourself taken out of the stream. We're trying to help each other here. We got literally corporations extorting people. Christ went into the churches. You do the works here. You've turned my father into a house, a den of thieves, and whipped the snot out of the people who were selling the doves and turned over the money changers' tables. So that's all I'm doing here. You know, I'm exposing this, guys. God doesn't like this. God does not like this, guys. He does not like us. Think about what I just said. You step on the other side of those galley doors, that man in that black robe is going after. He's going after. They're going after your bond. They're going after your capital letters, Black's Law, straw man, to extort that credit, whether they do it through a W-2, okay, or they do it through that judge. The minute you say, hey, I am Jay Senes, right? They're going to say it here, and they're going to show you that it's all capital letter law, right? The minute you say that you're that person, you are under that law, brothers and sisters. You will judge by the law. Judge, thou shalt be judged. You will be judged by the law that you go by. And I'm telling you, that law is the mark of the beast. That law is the mark of the beast, brothers and sisters. It's not an it. Oh, yes, it is. It's not a devil, is it? It's not a he, is it? That's right. We're liquid capital. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, Estrange. That's literally currency. Currency. So, God's law is not, it's infallible, brothers and sisters. So if they dump clips on you, now listen, please be careful. I don't want to get anybody hurt. If they dump clips on you, oh well. Remember, it says, you will be persecuted for my Jesus' sake. You will be persecuted for my Shem's sake. You'll be persecuted for my love's sake. You will be persecuted for my name. What is name, brothers and sisters? What is name? What is name? What is name? Name is law. Correct? Remember the beginning of this video? No one will know Jesus. That's his name. Name is Jesus. Name is law. So you'll be persecuted for my law's sake. Guys, you're supposed to get dumped clips on. You're supposed to die a martyr's death. Conform to my image. They killed him. Does anybody want to hang you on a tree? Does anybody want to rip your beard out of your face? Does anybody want to shove a crown of thorns into your skull? Does the world love you? Well, you'll be hated by the Father if the world loves you. You're not supposed to be loved by the world. You're supposed to be hated. So the law is what you're supposed to, you guys, some of us will die. I will probably die fighting this law. I'm pretty certain of that, guys. Eventually, I'm sure this alphabet soup agency will come pick me up and do whatever they want. I don't care what they do to me. I am Apocalypse. I am Revelation. I am the Hados. I am the Alathea. I am the Rizzo. My words are not my own. And my last words are never going to be, oh, are you this person? No. Mulan Labe. Come rip this body. You must conform to him, his image. Follow after me. They killed him because he wouldn't go by the law. They killed Christ because he wouldn't go by the law. You bootlicking Americans, I hate you. I despise you. You wear the mark of the beast. You are marked. You give your power and authority to this corporation called America. You understand? Some of us will die a martyr's death, and we are fine with that. Conform to my image. I also did foreknow who I did predestine. The ones that I chose, I pulled them from their sin, their corrupt dust. They were divided. They were imprisoned in their sin. The division of day and night, dark and night, I pulled them from their darkness into my light. Predestination, I also did foreknow who I did predestine. Prohorizo, I just gave you the definition. I also did foreknow, I had foreknowledge of prognosco. I had pre-knowledge, I already knew the ones that were gonna die a martyr's death. Whether a cop dumped a whole clip or two in them, they didn't care. They weren't concerned about the flesh. He said, fear no man that can take your life. Only fear who can take your soul. I fear no man. I fear that I'm not going to go by his law. And he's going to judge me by that. I'm going to go by man's law, and he's going to judge me by that dirt law. No way in hell am I going to let that happen to this flesh. Not a chance. No way. No. I have a history of that, don't I? Yes, you do, Tracy. Yes, you do. It's like it's a habit to you. I know I can't stop doing it. He's making me do it. He said you'll be murdered, martyred, persecuted, crucified, condemned for my law's sake. Which law are you going by? Are you going by this capital letter law? You're a bootlicker. I despise you, and I hate you as an American because you have allowed this corporation called America to extort the U.S. public. And people who come here anyways, too. Remember, there's rights of this land that you don't even have to be a citizen. No. I don't fear anybody that can take this flesh. I only fear who can take my soul. So no man can take my soul. So I don't fear no jackboot thug sticking his gun. Look at my videos, guys. You see me sticking my finger in that guilty man's face. Look at that guy who did that. Look at that guy who did that video on my channel. I sit there and I said, I reported a murder to you, Tom. A murder to you, Tom. I reported a murder to you, Tom. And you didn't do anything about it. Notice he didn't mention anything about that. He just skipped right over that part of the video, huh? And then what did Tom say? Oh, well, I looked into that, Tracy, but nothing. Oh, I looked into that, but no. Oh, okay, Tom. Well, how come somebody didn't get back in touch with me, Tom? How come I didn't hear anybody about it, Tom? Remember that face he made? I couldn't even make the face. He made the face of the dude with the bald guy, with the dude who does the puppet guys. Remember, he's got the on a stick. What's that guy's name? Not Jeff Foxworthy, not Rodney Carrington. The jalapeno on a stick. Remember that guy? What's his name? What's the old man? Remember his face goes. Did you guys see that? I encourage you to go look back. Actually, I think they took that part 2 down. Because when I put my finger in Tom's face, Jeff Dunham, thank you. Remember that guy? He does the old man, how he's got that face. Look at Tom, the supervisor out here. When I stick my finger in Tom, now this guy's got loaded gun and this guy's got loaded. Now I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent man, unarmed man, and sticking my finger in the face of a guy who probably wants to kill me. They hate me out here. And I'm sticking my hand in the guise of a face, right? Boom! Saying, I reported, this guy wants to shoot me. And his buddy. They both got clips and more at the back of their trucks. And I'm sticking I'm an innocent man looking and pointing my finger at a guilty man. At a guilty man, right? A totally guilty man, armed guilty man, an unarmed innocent man sticking my finger in the face of a guilty man, telling him, I reported a murder to you and you didn't do nothing about it. And you can look at his face. He went from a normal face to Jeff Dunham face. You could see the guilt in his eyes, guys. You could just see the guilt in his face. That's why I paused it and showed you. Look at his face. And then look when I stick my finger in his face, said, I reported a murder to you, Tom, and you didn't do anything about it. He went. He couldn't even hide it, guys. He couldn't even hide it. Because come to find out, the lady wasn't murdered, but she had everything stolen from her. That's the stuff I purchased at an estate sale that I had stolen from me. But actually, years later, once I found the lady who wasn't murdered, I found out she had everything stolen from her. And it was Tom who insinuated she couldn't come back to the property, that her sister stole all her stuff from her, that stole it all from me. Tom was talking to the sister who had her sister couldn't come back to steal all her stuff that I bought because she was missing. She wasn't missing. Her sister kicked her out. Tom wouldn't let that facilitate to come back. See, Tom's involved in this. I figured out Tom's involved in this. I thought the lady was murdered because when I went and bought the estate sale, they didn't want me to go to the back of the property. That threw off a red flag. I talked to some people there that were, so I reported this lady missing. I bought an estate sale. The lady who the sister of the lady who I bought it from legally, purchased 2 estates, did the clean out. I've done this for a living. Here, I helped her out. I said, here, I'll send you all. The job was done. I did the first job. I went to go get the second job. Everything was gone. I purchased all. This was a lady that I bought a complete house that supposedly went missing, gone. I had to wait for this certain amount of time for the money to come out of probate, or not the money, for a certain amount of time that she'd been missing. And then I'd be able to go in, get in touch with the realtor, which I was in talk with the lady, and the realtor would let me in 2 weeks later. Okay, this is all a legal binding contract. Everything was binding. Okay, so I think you could have your message spread, but you are doing it the wrong way, and you need someone to help you explain things in another. No, I don't need anybody's help. Thank you, Mendez. Nope, don't need anybody's help. Appreciate your recommendation, but nope, don't need anybody's help. Okay, but anyways, brothers and sisters, so I purchased this estate from the lady. This was her sister. This was a legal binding contract. The realtor was involved. The cleaning lady was. It's as full. There's no issues with this. Okay. The very next day, the stuff turned up. Stuff was pulled out of the house, and ended up. I had all my stuff taken from me. Okay. I thought the lady was murdered because, again, I thought it was very odd. I didn't find this out till later, till somebody came to me, brothers and sisters. The cleaning lady who actually cleaned the house, who went in the house and said, Tracy, it was me that moved your stuff. It actually wasn't me that was your stuff. It was moved. It was my husband that moved it. It's just right down the road. All your stuff is still there, Tracy. Listen, I'm having a problem. Remember when you bought that estate? I was there. I was the cleaning lady. You talked to me, and you're like, oh, yeah, because I'd asked the lady about a white car and a brown van. I bought the brown van in both estates. She didn't let me buy the white car because the white car was going to the cleaning lady. She told me the cleaning lady had already purchased it with some things inside the house, the freezer and whatnot. So I got everything inside of the house, cleaned everything in the barn, and then when that 2 weeks came due, I was going to clean out everything that was inside that house. There was nothing missing. Everything was in that house. The lady supposedly just disappeared. Come to find out, brothers and sisters, the old lady who lived with her mom, not the sister who lived there who had her stuff stolen. Her mom bought her a house, a single wide, because she was taking care of her for years. Now, mom went into a care home. Once mom had passed, she moved away because mom wasn't there, and went and visited her family. She was having a hard time with mom being in bad physical health, but mom was in a care home. So she didn't have to physically take care of her anymore. She lived in this property. Mom bought the house for her. Not the one sister who stole from me, but the other sister. There were 5 kids, okay? This sister, when she went to come back, her sister wouldn't let her come back on the property. Her mom had bought that trailer for her, a single wide, really nice, brand new, single wide, nice, new, and let her live because she was her caretaker. So when her mom died, her older sister said, you ain't coming back and getting none of your stuff. Tom, the sheriff out here, facilitated that. Wouldn't let her come back. So she eventually left the state and moved to California. Lost everything she owned, guys. Lost everything she owned. The estate sold for $329,000. Is a 5-acre parcel or a 20-acre parcel with 2 homes. It's double wide and a single wide out here on a 20-acre parcel. It sold for $329,000, divided up amongst 5 kids. 5 kids. She was one. The sister was the one who was darn it, what's the term for it? She's the one who handled the will, okay? The oldest sister. Now, when the house sold, the main house that mom lived in, the air conditioner went out. They took and charged the sister who lived in the other house $5,000. $5,000. Because she said that originally the check that she was supposed to get was $12,000 between 5 people. Mom had no bills, owned both houses, had no bills other than some medical, but had medical. Sister took the $5,000 bill and charged the sister, and then when cut her check, she didn't get 12, she only got $7,000. That's it. That's all she got from. She didn't get her stuff. She ended up paying for that heat and air system, because when in the main house, the heat and air, to sell the house, it needed replaced. They didn't split it 5 ways, brothers and sisters. They split it, and no, they just made her pay for it. So what I got involved in was something I didn't even know. I actually just went there to help somebody out. It was a estate sale, and they've been there for days. I'm like, hey, I used to do this for a living. I'll help you out. If you guys need to leave, I'll send you pictures. I've done this. This is the digital age. You guys don't need to say, how long you been here? A week? Oh, I can get you guys out of here today. I've got trailers. I've got where to put this. If you'll trust me, I'll send you pictures and we'll do it all this. It'll all be, and I did the first clean out. They loved it. Her name is Andrea. She's like, wow, that's fast. You did it great. Thank you. I love it. Da, 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 da. And then the lady just turned off. Come to find out, guys, what had happened is when I started advertising some of that stuff for sale, I don't think the lady, she just thought I was going to shove it in a hole and it would be done with it. But I started selling some of this stuff because how I make it on a living. And then I started including some of this information about where it came from. Well, this brought light to what that lady had done, because with Tom, the sheriff, she said, you can't go back into that home. So she ended up holding her for ransom, her stuff. She ended up selling her stuff to me. I bought it knowing that it was 2 weeks, and that the realtor would let me into the house. I bought the car, the first estate, and the second estate. I didn't get into the second estate because I had to wait 2 weeks for the probate. Then because she was a missing person, supposedly a missing person. That's where I got other things. She must have been whacked, because her sister told me, and the guy who was there, who they were hanging on each other, guys, like a couple. They were brother and sister. I talked to the lady, guys. The lady that was eventually, I thought, was murdered. I found her years later, and she wasn't murdered. She gave me this story about how her sister stole everything from her. And I actually, when I found that out, guys, I'd already been to Tom and said, hey, Tom, I think this sister is sitting on the back of this property. I think she's dead. I think her sister whacked her. Well, why would you? Because she stole all my stuff. She will not get any contact. She won't contact me back. The last time I actually talked to the person that was here who helped me, they told me and him 5 times and me multiple times, do not go to the back of the property. Do not. And there was nothing back there, guys. It was all the property, but something caused me to be an alarm. And so I thought that they'd whacked her. She was a missing person. So when I went to the police station here, I said, Tom, here's all my stuff. It's sitting right here. I actually found out because when the lady came to me, remember who was the cleaning lady, she said, Tracy, the sheriff's department is trying to put me and my husband in jail over that little white car. You remember the car that I'd bought from the lady? She said I stole it from her. I was like, that's not true, because she said you'd purchase it from her. It's part of your payment in the freezer inside. She says, I don't know what to do. She said the district attorney is coming after me, threatening me and throw me and my husband in jail over this car. I'm like, well, I'll go to bat for you. I know, she said. I said, well, this is the same lady. I said, this is kind of screwed because remember all my stuff. And she said, no, I have something to tell you, Tracy. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, I know where your stuff is at. I'm like, what are you talking about? And she said, I know where it's at. She said, my husband is the one who moved it out of the house. I'm like, lady, how long have you known this? She's like, I feel really bad, Tracy, but they're going to lock me up. I don't know what to do. It was my husband. It's sitting right there. It's just right down the road. I said, that's crazy. I said, all that stuff. She said, yeah, nothing's been sold. It was supposed to be given to this lady. She's supposed to have a sale. She didn't do anything. It's all sitting right there. I was like, what? no way. So I was like, nothing is sold. She's like, Tracy, it's still there. The jewelry, nothing's been sold. Like, all right, well, thank you. I said, well, I got your back. Okay. I got your back. I said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go to the sheriff. So I'm going to talk to the sheriff. So I actually, before I went and spoke with the sheriff, I called the guy that helped me that day. And he said, look, man, don't you remember they were acting weird? They were being kind of funny. They were acting like a couple. Come to find out they were brother and sister, literally hanging on each other, guys, like a couple. That was kind of weird. So anyways, I went to the sheriff's office and I said, look, you know, I think I stumbled into something, man. I said, I know where all my stuff is at. This lady screwed me over. She stole all this from me. She won't call me back. It's sitting right here. But actually, I'm a little more concerned at this point in time about this missing person. See, Tom, I bought this property of this lady's stuff. I didn't know Tom was in, keep this in mind, Tom, the whole time, guys, because actually once I called the lady, first I called her, or I went to Tom and said, look, I think the lady's sitting on the back of the property. They told me don't go back there. She's not giving me my stuff. The van that I bought, Christy, the cleaning lady, she sold my van. She sold the white car. Angela, the lady who sold me my stuff, pressed charges against her and said she stole the car. She sold that car, brought it back the very next day. They still tried to go after her. She sold my car, my minivan. She sold my minivan. There were 2 cars on the property. She sold my minivan. They didn't do anything about that. But Angela, the lady who stole my stuff that I bought it from, who's pushing charges against her, now they're not pushing any charges for my minivan, but she's going after her for the white car. I'm like, well, what about my minivan? You're just, shut up, Tracy. So I'm like, now, wait a minute. So you're saying my stuff is sitting there. So I called the guy, like, hey, what? And he says, yeah, don't you remember they're acting? I said, you know what? Well, I need to go to the police about this. You know, Angela, you know, this lady's, you know, threatening to be arrested, being thrown in jail. She sold my car. She admitted it. I sold your car, Tracy. I did. You know, like I sold that one, but I called the lady and I brought it back the same day. Actually, I got the lady and said, hey, she wants her car. Even though I bought it, I don't want to get in trouble. Look at what they did, guys. Watch this. Watch this. They won't prosecute. I go to the police station and I say, hey, Tom, look, this is the Tom that's on my traffic stop, right? I said, Tom, I know where all my stuff is at, Tom. I bought an estate. It's all sitting like within 10 miles from here. Okay. The lady who has it, I need you to go out there and actually, because I talked to Christy that same day and I said, Christy, can you go to her before I go to the police department and ask her if she'll give my stuff back so we don't have to get the law enforcement involved. Let's try to deal this without the law enforcement. I don't like the law. She's like, yeah, I'll call the lady up. And she's like, nope, she don't want to deal with it. Whatever. I got to go to the police department now. I hate the police, but I'm going to go there anyways. I was more concerned, guys, that this lady had been whacked, you know, and on the back of this property. So when I went to go report this to the police department, I said, hey, I know where all my stuff's at. There's $20,000 worth of stuff. It's a whole house. Nothing was taken from the house. Everything, jewelry, computers, I bought all of it. The only thing I didn't get was the stove and the refrigerator. All the other appliances went, washers, dryer, all of it. Everything was pretty much brand new as well. So there's $20,000 worth of stuff. Now I go there and I say, look, this stuff is sitting 10 miles. Okay, I know where it's at. She told me where it's at. I need you to go. But right now I'm more concerned about this lady who's on the back of the property. Tom, I think she was murdered. So what I need you to do for me, Tom, is I used to be in law enforcement, okay? I need you to find out, either put a bolo, be on the lookout if she's not, if she's a missing person. She was missing. Tom, where is she at? You have an NCIC. You can run a 2829. You can run a wants warrants background check. You can find out if this lady has a death certificate. He's like, oh no, she's already passed. She'd already passed. I said, Tom, I'm not talking about the old lady. I'm talking about the lady who lived, her daughter. Where is this lady? And he kept running me in circles. He's like, I'll just fill out a statement and I'll look into it. But no, she's already passed, Tracy. I'm like, Tom, listen to me. I'm talking about the sister. I bought her estate. She's a missing persons. I think she's sitting on the back of the property. Now, I'd like to go get my stuff, but that's not important right now. Where is this lady? Give me a records check on her now. Where is she? What's her known address? What's her last known address? Is her death certificate? Give me something. I'm not leaving this police station until you tell me something. Tracy, come on, man. I'm sitting there telling you that this lady is already, I said, he frustrated me so much, guys. At that point in time, I looked down at his sidearm and I really thought about doing something. I'm not kidding. I'm going to be honest. I've looked at his sidearm and I said, you know what? This guy's an absolute criminal. Criminal. I know when somebody's lying to my face. And this is the guy that's in charge. It's just me and him in the police station. That's it. Just me and him. And I'm looking at that going, good luck, buddy. I know you're lying to my face. So I walked out. I went and talked to Christy, the cleaning lady, and I told her, you know, I actually didn't go the same day. I went to talk to her the very next day because she works here locally. She wasn't a cleaning lady anymore. I went and talked to her. She says, Tracy, I just drove by their house up there, and there's a whole bunch of vehicles up there. I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, there's something in the back of the property excavating. There's a big excavator on the back of the property. I'm like, really? I was like, so they're police vehicles, like coroner? I was like, oh, they're actually doing something. But she's like, no, Tracy, these are all a bunch of like farmer, type white, farmer vehicles. I'm like, so it's not the cops? She's like, no. And there's a lot of them up there. I'm like, so what's up with the back of the property? It's just there's a big piece of excavation on the back of the property. I'm like, holy crap, they're digging her up. So I went and I talked to the law enforcement. They didn't want to do anything, guys. Nothing. And I've tried to report this murder to this county. Something hit a hunch to me, guys. Now, this is a couple years into this process. I'm sharing this story about Tom. I'm actually having another person out here that I was dealing with, harassing me, telling me I was stealing stuff, watching on my videos. I had to call Tom out. Look, he said I stole this. Here's the box for it. Here's the receipt for it. He said I stole this. I've had that for 5 years, Tom, he said I stole the UFO, guys. This guy was saying I stole the UFO. I've gone all over the state to collect. Anyways, I went back to the police department and said, look, this guy's bugging me. You need to do something. And I still want something done about this, estate or whatever. Nothing happened. So years went by, almost a couple years since the original time. Something's itching at me. I'm still having this guy bother me. And I'm like, you won't do anything like you didn't do anything there. Do your job. So I'm pointing out that he won't do. He knows this other guy who was harassing me. The cop did. So I'm like, well, whatever it is, what it is. That makes sense why he won't do anything. Now he won't do anything about this, potential murder with this missing lady where I bought her estate. I think she's on the back of the property. So I start digging into this again. Now I starting to talk to somebody that's been in this valley for 50 years. He's very well known. And I'm talking to him about Tom. And he's like, yeah, I've reported stuff before, missing, murder. This is not the first time it's happened, Tracy. The guy won't do anything. Actually, his partner ended up missing, dead. There's a lot of issues with this guy out here, guys. I've reported that he's hanging out here. There's a guy who deals some kind of drugs in town, the biggest drug dealer in town. The sheriff is always at his house. Why is the sheriff at the biggest drug dealer's house for hours on end? It's one thing to go there every once in a while, but it's one thing to be there for hours at a time. This is what my son exposed about Tom too. And he ended up getting in a bunch of trouble because my son lived right next to that guy's house on the main street. He lived a little ways away from it, but he could see that house. And he told me, Dad, look at this. He's always over here. This guy he's involved. I was like, whoa, so I got on probation. Or this is I told you, very dirty out here, brothers and sisters. So anyways, a couple years goes by now. Like I said, it's since the original. And I'm sitting here speaking with one of the locals. And he goes, oh, yeah. He tells me, da-da-da. And, that's what they do. This, as long as I've been out here, they've been like this. This ain't the first time we reported. This guy's partner went missing. He was actually ended up getting murdered. What we think Tom took him out because he pointed out that he was involved with this drug dealer and he got whacked. That's what a lot of people out here think, guys, about this law enforcement. That's why you better stop messing with these people. They're going to come down your driveway and whack you in the middle of the night. They do that out here, Tracy. You're messing with the wrong county. I don't care. I'm not going to stop. You can't stop me. So anyways, I'm speaking with this guy. This is a couple years later. And he goes, oh, I know. Okay, I know who you're talking about because I talked about this lady. And he goes, that's crazy. He goes, you see that lady right there? Because walking up, he goes, he knows, she knows. They're best friends. they're like best friends, you know, and I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, she knows her and she would know where she's at. I'm like, really? I'm like, well, awesome, right? And so she said, he told her, he said, come over here and sit down. So she sat down. She's native. And he started talking to her. And her name was Rachel. The lady was, you know, and started talking about the lady. And she goes, yeah, I know her. Yeah. And she says, like, yeah, I just talked to her yesterday. I'm like, what? You just talked to her yesterday? You know, and as soon as I brought it up to this gentleman, I said, this lady. And as soon as I brought it up, he kind of had a weird sense about him, right? And then as soon as I mentioned her sister to this lady, she got all clammed up like, oh my God, yeah, she really screwed her over. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, that house that you bought, that was my friend's. She was there when her mom bought her that single wide house. And I told her, what did she pay? About $37,000 or something for it? Because she gave me the year. So she's like, that's crazy, Tracy. That's exactly. She paid $37,999 for the house. She's like, that's pretty amazing. I said, well, I know the market value of things and whatnot. She said, well, Tracy, what ended up happening is Angela wouldn't let her back in the house and ripped her off for all that stuff. I'm like, this is such a relief. I thought she was missing. She goes, well, I kind of understand where you see, because I told her, like, they said, don't go to the back of the property. She says, I understand. But she said, look, Tracy, she got robbed. Her sister would never let her go back to that property. So she got all her stuff robbed from her. You know, her sister with the county wouldn't let her come back on the property. She lost everything. I was like, wow, this is amazing. She's alive. You know, I was like so stoked. I'm like, yeah, she's not dead. You know, I'm like, so she gave me her number, brothers and sisters, to the supposed dead lady. Okay. Now I call this lady and I speak with her and I'm like, wow, it's so weird. You're the lady that had been reporting as murdered and you're alive. She told me, yeah, my sister stole everything from me. She told me the whole thing about the house and the heat pump and the 5 people involved, and told me the whole thing. Her sister's an actually criminal. So we talked for hours about it. And I said, well, your sister actually hurt me a lot. I mean, that put me out. I've spent so much time with this and it's caused me a lot of problems and whatnot. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, I know this sounds crazy. I said, but your stuff. I said, now I purchased it and I know that I bought it and I had money in it, invested, and I allowed. I said, but it's your stuff. Okay. I said, now I'm willing right now to just give it all back to you. I mean, I'd be so awesome to see you get back in touch. Because I told her, I said, I was only in your house for about 3 to 5 minutes at the most. And I took a mental inventory and I said, well, I remember you had that jewelry and all that. And she's like, wow, you have like a photographic memory. You know, I was like, yeah, you had 2 laptops. And she started talking about, yeah, I had that really nice jewelry. And then we made jewelry with my mom. We had some expensive and some costume. And we were going over all the stuff in the house. And I asked her, it's your stuff, but I have to, because if I eventually try to go and, you know, your sister performed a criminal act. She stole from me. And then she's having this lady put in jail over the car that she didn't steal. She told me it was hers and she's having, you know, her prosecuted. She returned the car. Check this out, guys. Listen to this. When that lady with the white car, Angela, the lady who stole my stuff, the sister, when she said she got a hold of the police department and she said, tell the lady, the cleaning lady, if she buys the car back, I will drop the charges. I won't push any charges on her, but she needs to buy the car. So against her will, she came up with a agreed price. I think it was like $1,700. It was 12%. I think it was $1,700. She paid cash for the car to the police department. They dropped the charges. She contacted the police department and said, now I've already was given this car by Angela. I did the work for it. Now I paid $1,700. I want the title and I'd like to come pick up the car. Nope. They said, nope. Angela donated that car to the police department. You can't come pick it up. Can you believe that? She donated the car to the police department. The cleaning lady who already had worked for the car repurchased the car again, paid cash, and the police department would not even let her come pick up the car that she had purchased. That's how corrupt this police department is out here, guys. So after talking with the lady who I thought was murdered, I said, hey, come pick up your stuff. If I actually had it my way, what I'd be willing to do is I want to file a lawsuit against your sister, okay? Because she stole your stuff, okay? I'd be willing. Now, they sold your sister's house. They sold your mom's house and your house, as you saw, for $359,000, okay? Now, I'm willing to sue, but I'm willing to drop all these charges. Here's what I'm willing to do with you. First of all, I want you to have your stuff back. I want you to have all your stuff back, okay? It's not my purchasing. I know I got a lot of time invested, but I want you to have. She's like, wow. I was like, yeah. She said, well, maybe we can make arrangements. You can get, we talked about U-Haul, and I can come and, you know, week up there, or you can drive it down. We made arrangements for her to get her stuff back. I start talking to her again about Tom, and then all of a sudden she says something to me. She goes, well, no, I talked to Tom. I'm like, what? She said, no, I've been in contact with Tom. I said, what do you mean you've been in contact? Well, she said, no, I've contacted him multiple times because I've talked to him about trying to get my stuff back. So why in the hell is it, because I know, I just told you guys, should make perfect sense. Why is it that I tell Tom I'm committing a murder and he don't want to report anything about it because he held up with Angela? Remember, let her do that. Got the sister, Rachel, kicked out of there so she could never come back, fronted all this time period so that she wouldn't, as her sister's calling her. And the whole time I'm saying she's murdered. How many times did I say that to that? Even on my video prior to me being pulled over, I say murder. And Tom does not want to get involved at all because, see, he fronted this whole deal. He fronted the whole deal. And come to find out, Rachel was talking to the police officer the whole time. He knew she was alive. The years that I was telling him she was murdered, he knew she was alive. He was actually, I could physically summons his phone records, and she said that she had contact with him during this time that I was reporting her as murdered. I was saying murdered, she's murdered, and he was just ignoring me. He knew exactly where she was. He was in contact with her. This gets really weird, guys, because I've just left this alone since then. I contact Rachel. I tell her you can have all her stuff back. I said, what I'd like to do, Rachel, is I'd like to sue your sister, and I'll settle out of court. What I'd like to see you do is to be able to get that whole property back, all of it. Like, you be able to move back. If you want to move in your mom's house, that's fine. If not, you can move back in your old. So what we'll do is we'll file a lawsuit. Now, they've already sold the house. Her sister's very wealthy, got millions of dollars. Her sister's very wealthy. The Angela lady's very wealthy. Okay. So I said, what I'll do is I want to bring up charges against her. I'm going to threaten the county to put her in jail because she performed a criminal act. If the county wants to prosecute her under district attorney, that's one thing. But what I want to do is pin the county and pin your sister against the wall and say, look, either you've never had a criminal record, you're going to be in a jumpsuit. You're going to wear orange for your first timer stripes. You're going to jail. Now, if you want to settle out of court, you need to go back to whoever bought this house, repurchase this house from them. I don't care what the price is. You have millions. You live in a $3 million home. Mortgage it or do something. Put your sister back in that house, and I'll wipe all this clean. I don't want nothing from you. I don't want any of that stuff back. I'll settle out of court. You get everything back. I get zero. We both win, okay? I'll feel like I did what I needed to do to get you back to your stuff, and I'll be fine with that. If you agree. Now, I want you to think about this. I said, let's talk for a minute. I let her know about let vengeance be mine. We talked about the word of God. We made it very clear that I don't want her to overspawn. I didn't want to overspawn. We were going to methodically think about this so that it would be the best thing for everybody involved. I never heard from her again, brothers and sisters. She won't return my phone call, just like Angela. I can't get a hold of her. She doesn't want her stuff back. Obviously, I tried, and yet my stuff still sits there 10 miles away from this property. Still, $20,000 with my stuff just sitting there. I can't do anything about it, brothers and sisters. I tried to do the O.J. Simpson thing one time, not the guy with the glove, but the guy said, hey, that's my stuff. I want it back. And I got in trouble, even though I I can't go do this. I can't go try to get it back. I've legally done everything I can try to do. So I was willing to lose everything, but I just find it rather strange that I was supposed to go 1 week later, guys. This lady picked that stuff up from where it's at. I actually told her, you know this lady better than I do. So call her and you make arrangements and I'll get in a U-Haul and I'll drive it to you in California. All your stuff. You do that for me, Trey? Yeah, I would. Heck yeah. Let's make this decision. And if we can, let's pin your sister down. Let's pin the county down. We'll threaten a lawsuit. We'll threaten her to wear orange. And if she just settles out of court and is willing to buy this back, we'll just settle out of court. You come back to the area if you want. If you don't want to, that's fine. Just please let me know. Guys, I can never get a hold of her again. Ever again. Never once again. Did she ever call me back? I've left her multiple messages. How weird is that? I finally find the missing lady. I get her back in front of her stuff and she won't even. My life is so crazy and it's still sitting right there. It's just right down the road in Silver Lake. So you see what I'm saying when I'm talking to Tom and I say, I reported a murder to you. Oh, well, we looked into your live stream, Tracy. It's so complicated, guys. I would never wish this life upon anybody. My life is such a struggle sometimes. Everybody can take everything from me and there's nothing I can do about it. And I even try to do it legally. Did you hear what I just said? I was willing to walk away from everything just to see that lady back in that house that she had gotten stolen from her. It has to be the father on this too. So that's too why you think that I don't have I got a lot of things going on with this county. So yeah, no answer is your answer. So it's just weird, huh? What is going on with that lady? Isn't that weird? How do you reunite? She was so happy, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. I made jewelry with my mom. I would love to see that stuff again. We did this, we did that. It brought back the memories of her mom. She was so happy, guys. And I was like, this is so cool. I'm going to get this lady back. Yep. You got it, Livette. You got it. Exactly what my son said. I love you, sister. Thank you, Livette. Listen, my son said the same thing. He says, Dad, I see what you're doing. And I think that's honorable, Dad. That's so cool. Dad, you're a cool dude, Dad. That's neat, Dad. But look, she probably don't want to come back there, Dad. Just like you said, Livette, she don't want to come back there, Dad. She don't want to live in that county. Remember, Tom was, it's like, oh, I didn't think about it that way, Elijah. You're so smart, young man. I'm glad I called you. So you too, Sister Livette, you nailed it. She don't want to come back here. There's something going on, guys. It's still very dirty and obviously so. Old Tom, huh? Good old Tom. Thank you, Sister Livette. But you guys, I told you, man, I don't live in fear, but I'm in a dangerous situation. Every day I live here in this county, I'm in a tough spot, man. I could just move a little bit away and none of my problems I could get a job. I could never have this. I'd still have issues, but my son's like, why do you stay there, Dad? Because this is where God wants me to be, son. I wouldn't have any of these problems, guys, if I just shut up and did my thing. You guys could all come out here and you'd never have any of these problems with any of these. Just be a little bit of a bootlicker, put your vehicle tags on your car, drive around. That's all you need. Nobody ever bothered you. And I wouldn't even call you a bootlicker. Do whatever you want. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me go check on these puppies. there's something shaking back on that property back there. It looks like those people are driven back there. I don't know what they're doing back there. Maybe I see a bunch of dust kicking up back on that 5 acres. I wonder what they're doing back there. But, all right, guys. Well, that's a long story, but I hope you guys enjoy the hell that I get put through on a daily basis out here, sometimes years and years on end. But I'm not going to give up. Nobody's going to make me leave. Nobody's going to tell me what I can and can't do. No sheriff, no government, nobody's going to knock me off my path. I'm going to do what it is that I'm going to do. And, they can do whatever they want to me. I don't live in fear. I don't change or make, sleep with the door open. I don't live in fear. It's been a difficult few years for me, as you can see out here. It's been just I don't know, man. This has just been, even since the COVID, you guys remember all this was going on too, all the stuff during the COVID. I have just such a massive thing going here. I don't think you guys even understand sometimes what it's like to be in this meat suit of mine, but I'm glad I get to come in here and share this testimony with you guys, so you can see that I know that a lot of you other people struggle and you have daily struggles. I'm not the only one out there. So hopefully that's edifying for you guys. And you can see, if you're having a hard time, that you're not the only one out there. Okay. There's others that are struggling as well. But yeah, I don't know about 2030. We got to make it through 2024. I'll come back on before the end of the day, guys. I need to get some food in my stomach. And we will talk about the 10-24-24 alignment. And are you ready? 198 days. And I believe that we'll have massive effects before that time even gets, August, September, October. I think those are going to be key months for extreme weather as we start tipping back from the hot and smash that against the cold. It's just going to get, and then the magnetism is going to get, I think it's going to get quite obvious. I don't think they're going to announce this, guys. I do think this will happen. Once again, I want to point out that Ben Davison is a shill on this channel, and I believe he's a multimillionaire, and that's fine. He did it what it is, but he's still a shill, and he's still not talking about, he is the biggest ball camp channel on YouTube, on this platform, spaceweathernews.com. And that's Ben Davison, and he is not talking about this 10-24. He is the biggest balls guy, the biggest spinning ball camp channel on the internet, and he's not talking about it. So I am actually calling him out. I was thinking about doing a video, an actual content video, calling his channel out and showing how many millions of dollars that this gentleman has been able to obtain using this earth tilting on its side when it says the earth cannot be moved from its foundation. He's talking about all this stuff that's outside of scripture, and he never has talked once. I've never heard him once mention the 10-24-24 alignment. He talks about a pole shift, not a magnetic excursion. And he does talk about, he has mentioned this tidal event before, the 400-year cycle of, or the 400-foot raising and lowering over oceans, but he never equated to 10-24-24. He never talks about this celestial gas giant alignment. So I want to do my part to call him out, because he is in opposition to the word of God. And if you are the biggest spinning ball camp model, I show you the ball camp model just so it's something you're aware of, but he's not showing it. He's not doing it. It's 189 days or 188 days. I don't know why the guy who's supposedly the biggest, spinning mall model on this channel or on this platform is not covering this. And then he takes the time to do a video on this channel, calling this channel out as a conspiracy theorist channel. But he's not talking about 10-24-24. So I find that rather alarming. And I don't mean to go there, but I wish I could switch his people over to this channel to give them a chance to get ready so they would understand. But I realize it's the Father that doesn't want people to see this. And there's only two, not one, two people covering this celestial gas giant alignment. on all of the internet. Rumble, Kick, Patreon, YouTube, TikTok. There's 2 people in the whole world covering this event. And we're 188 days. This is probably the largest event we're going to see in our known time. Much larger than anything we've ever seen in our history. Anybody that's alive right now, watching this right now, this will be a larger weather event. Not zombies, not the end of the world, not doom and gloom, not fear porn, but the largest weather event that we've ever been a witness to in our time. I believe more people, we will lose more people on this earth before 5 of 25. Because I don't know how we're going to make it through that magnetic pinch, and then we're going to swing out in front of the earth or in front of the sun all by ourselves. So we're going to get rocked. We're going to get rocked by weather. And I don't see anybody planning for this. It's pretty sad. Actually, I do. I see the rich and the elite preparing for this, but I don't see the average Joe doesn't even have any idea this is going to happen. And if you're supposed to be the biggest spinning ball camp channel in the world, don't you think you would be covering this celestial event? Don't you think this would be, if you are the big spinning ball camp channel, suspicious observers? So don't you think he would be saying something about it? I know, guys, that he's not, because God doesn't want him to talk about it. There's only 2 people on the internet right now talking about this. So I don't know. But I am calling out his channel. That guy gets tithed probably sometimes $1,000 a stream. I can't believe how much money that guy makes. Sometimes those people it's just constant generation of money. I'm like, wow, and he's a liar. And now he puts out information that's good. I still watch him every morning. My son was like, he called this channel out. He's like, Dad, you're watching him? I'm like, Elijah, he ain't no difference than Alex Jones. He still puts out 98% truths and just a couple of lies. So we got to work through the lies and take the good stuff that he has, but he doesn't ever mentions God. So that's why, guys, I don't believe he's a man of God. So that's why he's not mentioning it, because he doesn't care. He just cares about getting his observer ranch together. So funny, he calls it ranch. You, Ben Davison. Yeah. Observer ranch. Silver Rock Ranch. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we all have ranches, guys. I apologize for that. But the guy's a shill. And pencils on the table and shadows on the ground for moving objects is not a good model. That's actually when he tried to debunk this channel with this pencil on the table, guys. It's pretty funny. So I hope you feel blessed by God, not me, to be aware of this celestial alignment, because it is the same alignment that we were in at the time of Christ. It's a cycle, not a prophecy, but a cycle. Things are cyclical in the firmament. They are, the moon's in the same place every 18 years. The sun's magnetosphere, or the north and south magnetism changes every 11 years. There's 22 on the moon. There's cycles. There's cycles. Okay. So, you'd think if this was something that was known for thousands of years ago, and you're the man that talks about all these celestial bodies in space, the galactic current sheet, the Earth tilting over, the Adam and Eve story, all this content that he's done, not one single mention of 1024, huh? So I kind of find it interesting. So I wish there was a way to pick up some of those suspicious observers, people, and bring them over to this channel, because I'd really like for people to get the truth on what's happening. Again, 188 days is going to cook by, guys. In the end of days, he said if he did not shorten the days, no knowledge would be increased. And I don't mean the end of the world. We have years to go before that event happens. So we got a long way away. This is not a world-ending event, but I do believe that this will take potentially a third of the Earth's population will be gone before the end of this year. Imagine that, guys. A third of the world's population gone before the election. How about that? Even before the election of this year. And I'm not picking that date. I didn't say an exact date. And it might not happen, but I'm telling you, weather will happen. The tidal shift might not happen. There's a good chance. No. the chances are way, 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 way more probable that it will happen. After seeing Adapt 2030's visual images of these paintings of this cycle, thousands of years ago, they painted the same cycle. Hundreds of years ago, they painted the same exact cycle, not a date, no date attached, but a cycle of the 4 large gas giants lining up as a square and making that extra magnetic outer looping field and then pinning us in between the 2 largest gas giants with the sun in front of us. We're going to get rocked. We got rocked in 79 AD when our magnetosphere, the field strength of the magnetic protection, the magnetic canopy, was at 100%. It's like you got, you know, Trojan man. You got the full armor of God on, right? You didn't just cut the tip off. Okay, I talked to my son about this. No, it's not a third of the sun and the third of the moon goes dark. It's that the sun turns black as sackcloth. No, the world didn't end in 2012. Don't say that, Chris. That's blasphemy. We had a shift in 2012 where the Athabascans go up every year, and where they see that sun come up in 2012 every year at the same time, comes up between these 2 peaks here. It didn't come up here. It came up way early and it moved way over there. So we had a shift. It wasn't the end of the world. The Mayans were talking about this shift of a 12-year solar cycle. It takes 11.9, almost a full 5.6 years up, 5.6 years down. It was 12 years off from 2012. 12 years off from 2012. 1 solar cycle off. So what would 12 plus 2012 equal? We made it. We made it. So that's what the Mayans were never said the end of the world. So the world did not end in 2012. I hate that saying. I can't stand that people say that. That is such the farthest thing from the truth. It's a lie. It's total blasphemy. The world didn't end. We had a shift. That was the end of that calendar age, but not the end of the world. And that was the biggest fear campaign at Press Silver, all the way up to $50. So either way, brothers and sisters, we had a shift in 2012. You can study the Athabascans up there, the natives. They held a celebration every single year. No, it won't end in 2024. That's not what that said either. There's no end of the world like that. That's not what 2012 was. That was a propaganda, just a big propaganda. Like I said, it literally pushed silver up to $50 an ounce. $50 an ounce because everybody thought the world was coming to an end. The world's not ending. The world will not end on 10/24/24 when a third of you get put under the water and you drown to death. See, that's not going to be the whole world. The promise of the rainbow is he would never flood the whole earth again. This time he's going to use fire. That's when the world will end, when everything gets burnt with fire. This is not 6,000 years ago, God flooded this whole earth. This is not this cycle. This is not this cycle. Nope. Yep, that's what he said. Yep, remember the promise of the rainbow. If you don't stop sticking your day, if you don't stop doing the hocus pocus, hokey pokey, turn yourself around, that's what it's all about. I'm going to bring the fire. Yep, I've seen enough of that. And those people have the audacity to put that on their flag. So, how do you know? What the hell are you talking about, boxing? What do you know? What are you talking about? What do you know? Why don't you add? I've been studying this for 30 years. There's plenty of videos on my channel to support it. You know that you cannot make, yeah. Go prove it yourself, Stephanie. No, what you can do is you can go look at the evidence. Don't listen to what I say. There's videos on this channel. There's 3 of them, and there's the Adapt 2030 video on his channel. Go look at it, and you'll be 98% sure, 99% sure you're probably going to die. Because you're not going to do anything about it. You're going to, well, whatever. I have put out the overlay maps. I've shown you where the water is going to come up to. I've shown you where it's come up in the past. I've shown you the magnetic overlay. I've shown you the block to malt weight. I've shown you magnetism. I've done the overlay videos. I've shown you here recently this April 8th event is getting ready for when the water comes up. You ain't coming over to the West Coast. And this is going to happen in less than 188 days. Prove it. So I'm not Christian, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm not Christian either. I hate Christians. They're stupid pagans. 98% of Christians are pagans. 99% of religions are pagans. I rebuke all religions. Boxing fan says, loser, I read my Bible and who cares what you say? I believe in Jesus. That's all that matters. Well, guess what, boxing fan? You're an ignorant puke. You're an ignorant puke, boxing fan, because believe is not a thought in your head, you idiot. It's a verb. It's an action word. See, it's not what you think. You're an idiot. Get out of here. You don't believe in Jesus. You believe in another Jesus and another gospel. It's obvious. Pound sand, buddy. Leave. Yeah. Did you hear what I said? Bye. Belief is not a thought in your head. It's an action word. Oh, so it isn't. You don't believe in Jesus, do you? Because you thought it was a thought in your head, didn't you? How many times you want to go on the ground? Please let me know. See, boxing, you idiot, boxer. Well, I'll tell you one more time, and then you'll be a brute beast. Bruce beast mean you're stubborn. If you don't listen to me, believe is not a thought in your head. I don't normally cast my pearls before swine. So you get one more chance. My moderators will moderate you right out of here. I'm trying to help you. See, it's not a thought in your head. You don't believe in Jesus because you think you believe in Jesus when believe is not a thought in your head. It's a verb. So you want to check yourself, unpervert or unforward what you said. Stand there like a man. Don't be, call me a loser. Stand there like a man. Take it like a man. You're supposedly some kind of boxer. Take it on the chin. Take it like a man. Don't be soft. Don't be weak. Don't fall down, on your face. Stand up like a man and take it like a man. Believe is not a thought in your head. So you don't believe in Jesus because you thought it was a thought in your head, right? That's a verb. So you can't believe, think. You believe. See, isn't that what you think? Faith is a noun, you ignorant fool. You want to respond back? I'm talking to you. I called you ignorant. You obviously don't know what the word believe means. You wouldn't use it in the fashion that you did. Well, I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out because you're ignorant. The names I'm giving you are ignorant. You're ignorant. You are ignorant. You think belief is a thought in your head, right? There we go again with your ignorance there. Look at this scale. Everybody's so with their beliefs. Belief is not a thought in your head. Are you that ignorant? Look at this. Look at this. I mean, seriously, look at this. I say something to this, and then this SKALLI comes in and uses the same word. Yes, I'm calling you ignorant. Would you like to say that you're not? Do you think that believe is a thought in your head? See, belief is not a thought in your head. It's an action word. So you can't believe in Jesus. What name is that? Ignorant. You're ignorant, correct? You didn't. That's not what you thought, right? Or what you believe. Believe is an action word. You can't think. Well, it doesn't matter because I believe in Jesus. No, you don't. You think. And think is not a belief. See, that's where you're wrong. I'm trying to help you. If you don't want to listen, you want to say something stupid again, I'll just bounce you out of here. And then look at Stephanie here. Stephanie says, that's just your belief. That believe means that though. You need to get hooked on phonics there, Stephanie. You need to get hooked on phonics, okay? It worked for me. You're an ignorant puke too. You are. I'm telling you. You spew vomit tsunamis. You sat there and used the word twice in the same language as a thought in your head. Leave, Stefan, knee. Seriously, leave. You're ignorant. You sat there and used the word. I told you it's a verb, and then you sit there and use it like it's a thought in your head twice. Can you be any more ignorant? Bye, Chris. You're out of here too for your stupid act. Yeah, you're done. Hooked on phonics. Work for me. God, I got to take this crap. I don't have to. I don't want to sit there and have somebody come in here and tell me they believe in Jesus. That's the whole church thinking they believe. Believe is not a thought in your head. Yeah. So why don't you study the phonics and then you'll go, oh, wait, that is true. That isn't, it's not just the phonics. Remember, there's predicate, subject, noun, verb, adjective, all these things. That's basic. I mean, some of the basic stuff, guys. Okay. You need to learn how to talk to people. No, I don't need to learn how to do anything, okay? I don't need to learn how to think. I'm born again. No, you're not born again. You're a lollipop Christian. I can tell by your stupidity. The words you use are another gospel and another Jesus. I'm telling you right now. Trying to learn all I can, and when I ask you questions, you call me names. Yeah, because you're ignorant. If you want to learn, you're the one who sat there and said, you're going to knock my ass on the ground. Pound sand. I'll tell you what, you want to come out here, put your money where your mouth is. Instead of boxing me, why don't you come out here and dig some holes with this old man? That's how I do this. You dig holes, I dig holes. I guarantee instead of punching you in the face or stomping a pothole in your chest, we can dig holes. You can dig holes with this old man. And then if I beat you, you cook me dinner, right? If you beat me, you cook me dinner. Then we shake hands like men. I came from an age where two men could actually physically have, and I'm not into physical violence without turning into a bunch of sissies. You and I might have a problem boxing, but then we shake hands like men. See, I wasn't even wanting to throw fists. I wanted to dig holes. So why don't you put your money, you're going to knock me out. You're going to put me on the ground. Why don't you come out here? It's not how you're going to figure out where I'm at. Why don't you come dig some holes out here with this old man? I probably have 20 or 30 years on you. I'll dig more holes than you. I'll dig you in circles. I don't think you can make it a day on this farm. I don't care if you're in shape and you're a boxer. I'm a farmer. You understand? You want to come out here and put your money where your mouth is. I live in Silver Lake, Oregon. Just call the cops. They know who I am. I live at the icon of the valley. There's a marker that's got 50, 100 reflectors so you can find me from anywhere in the world. Come over here and dig some holes and come have some lunch with me and stop being a pussy and threatening physical violence. I'm calling you ignorant because you don't know what the hell you're saying. Hell, the place of no knowledge. My people will perish for lack of knowledge. So you want to dig some holes, that's great. But don't threaten violence with me. I didn't threaten you with any violence. Okay? So if you want to come out here, come on out. Dig some holes. You ain't the first person that I've offered. Nobody has ever come out here and taken me up on it. Not one. Not one. Okay? So come on, Mulan Labe, come take this post hole digger. This ain't with some burr, burr, burr. So let's see what you have to say. I asked you a question and you started calling me names. I don't know. Okay, bye, boxing fan. I've given you too much already. So you don't want to take me up on digging holes. You're just wasting my time now. Goodbye. I tried, man. I tried. Everybody wants to kick my ass, guys. Everybody wants to beat my ass. I do the same thing every time, guys. Somebody wants to get defensive with me calling out their thing and they want to fight me. I said, just come out and dig holes. I never said we had to fight anybody. I mean, if somebody wants to do that, I'll put on with some gloves with somebody. We can get a boxing match. We can make it friendly. You know, guys, I remember in a time where I grew out, okay, and a guy and another guy would have a beef. He'd be kind of be your enemy all year. You guys would figure it out, maybe have a little physical alter. I'm not inciting any kind of physical violence. And then you guys are best friends for the rest of the year. You know what I'm saying? That's what's lost. And I don't condone physical violence, but it sucks that a man like me and him, he won't even put his money where his mouth is and come out here. You know, nobody can actually do that anymore. And not condoning physical violence, but it's crazy how we used to be kind of had a mortal enemy and he was your enemy, and then you'd figure it out, and then you'd shake hands, and you'd be best buddies. Seriously, you had a beef with this guy all half the year. You guys got in, and the next thing, the same day, you guys went and like, hey, let me go buy you some lunch, man. You guys are attached at the hip now. You guys ever meet somebody like that? You know what I'm saying? You remember that time where you had a problem with somebody? Yeah, you had a little physical. You weren't trying to beat the brakes off of them. You weren't trying to beat the brakes off of them. I called it the title. You were just trying to get the title from him. You know what I'm saying? You were trying to get the title. You weren't trying to beat his head off. You weren't trying to literally stomp a pothole in his chest, like I said. You were literally just, you know, getting your score settled. It was like two roosters or chickens in a hen house, right? And then you guys hadn't have any problems the rest of the year. Best friends. Hey, man, that was good, man. You kicked my butt, man. You got the title, man. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't, and you guys moved on. And I'm really not condoning any physical violence at all, but that used to be a thing. If you forgot, in this country where I live in. So I really wish that people, we could have some kind of, you know, So anyways, it's kind of sad, guys, that the world that we have, that we live in, we're two people who just can't, like I said, I really wish the guy would just come out here and dig some holes. We don't have to be violent, you know, but, you know, no, I didn't get the cabin done. We got a ways to go. Do you think you believe in me? No. Believe is not a thought in your head there, Ray G. If you're being facetious, you can exit stage left too. So does anybody remember that time in history where a guy could get in a little tough with somebody, even maybe one of the somebody that had a problem with, and they would move on? And it was squashed right there. You guys would be like, cool, now we're friends for the rest of the year. Okay? I always warn too, guys. Sometimes I warn people like this, like, guys, not everybody's like that. Some people want to come back and get that title back, guys. They don't want to beat your brakes off again. They just want the title back. So I warn people, who careful you get in an altercation with, because some people, you know, they don't just settle with getting their butt kicked once. If you take the title, they want to try to get it back from you. They ain't trying to come back and beat you up. You know what I'm saying? Like that. They just want the title back. So I tell people, you can't always just fight somebody one time. Some people will just not, you know. And again, I'm not condoning. I'm talking about a times past, right? Of a time, you know, where we were just a different breed of people, and everybody wasn't a Karen or a Ken or a snowflake, or, you know, a man could actually have some kind of physical altercation without trying to commit, you know, like I said, take him over to this curb and stomp his teeth in the ground and do all this. No, it was knock each other down and, all right, don't get up. I'll beat you up again. All right, I'm good, man. You got me. I didn't think I got a bad day. I had an off day. You know, you got me, man. Oh, man, that was a good one, man. Freaking eye socket sore, man. That was a good punch, you know, whatever it is. And you move on. But not like that any day. Everybody's like, get the gun, because you're a bunch of weak men. You know that? You're a bunch of weak men that can't even, you know, like I said, the guy should have said, yeah, heck yeah, I'll come out there and I'll dig some holes with you, old man. I'll dig holes and I'll dig holes around you. Good luck. You can't dig holes. You can't dig more holes than me. I don't care if you're 20 years old. You will not dig more holes than me. You have a crush on your aunt. That's sickening. Are you related to Donald Trump or Joe Biden? You must be related to the Queen. You know what they say about people like that they can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family. You sick. We're not under that covenant anymore. Come out of her. That's sickening. So isn't that amazing though, guys? What a world has changed where nobody can even, you guys, now I remember in law enforcement where they called it mutual assault. Mutual assault. Mutual assault. You know what I'm saying? Mutual assault. Where both people get charged. It's not just one person anymore. They both go to jail. They both see the judge. I was like, wow. They don't even come on and try to figure out who did what. You know what I'm saying? So pretty crazy world that we live in. So anyways, I'm not condoning violence. You guys see what I did with that boxing guy. And I ought to put some boxing gloves on him. I'll box with somebody any day of the week, whatever is a friendly. We're not trying to beat the brakes off somebody. Sure, that's not violence. That's not. Actually, I was talking to my son about that. I like the mixed martial arts sports guys. You know what I'm saying? I like the mixed martial arts sports because a lot of those guys are professionals. Some of it's a little bit of an act, and they do that for ratings and numbers. But I definitely dig, and I've talked with my son about this. These guys are friends. Many of them known each other for decades, and they get in there and they literally, you know, they don't beat the brakes off each other, but they really try to, you know, win the fight. And then they're friends. Friends, it's a professional sport. I think MMA is a fine example that people don't need to be violent, and it can be a sport. They are physically trained, and you know, and they're not trying to hurt, kill each other. It's a sport. And many times after, even some of the stuff they do, guys, I like how some of these, you know, Dana White pushes, you know, pushes some of this left, right, and goes good guy, bad guy. They do that kind of like a WWF, guys. But Dana is an amazing, obviously, he's very good at what he does at marketing. And then they squash it, right? Then they squash it. Then they squash it. And they're friends. They hug, they kiss, hey, boo boo, and they're friends. So a lot of the times, I like how Dana White does that. When he makes a good guy and a bad guy, they make the good guy and the bad guy for the ratings. And then after that, then they squash it. A lot of times they shake hands and they show it's just a sport. So I really have mad respect for combat. I grew up rolling around in the streets on concrete, not on a, you know, and wrestling with each other. And I really think Dana White has done a good job, and he's professional to not turn this sport into some kind of bloodbath, pride fighting. You know, it's a sport, and it's not violence. So I like that type of people who cannot take things and just totally ruin something like that. That's what I wish that maybe boxing and I could have something like that. Like, come on, let's do something friendly. I just try to do holes, not even, you know what I'm saying? You know, you have the right to believe. Hey, believe isn't a thought in your head. And if you want to believe in an invisible man in the sky, there's no invisible man in the sky. All right, there, American voice, disregarded. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot, Toss. I'm going to go on you like I did boxing. Listen, you're an idiot, meaning you're an idiot. You think believe is a thought in your head, and you're doing the same thing that boxing. You want to come out here and dig holes too, buddy? Mr. American, you want to come dig some holes, put your money where your mouth is? Let's do the same thing with you. Let's see if we can get you all fired up. American voice disregarded. I don't believe in a sky daddy God, okay? I don't believe in space. Do you believe in space? Let's see who's an idiot here. Let's see who's pushing their ideology on people. Nobody's pushing anything in here. You don't have to stay in here. That doesn't make you still not an idiot. You use the word belief like it's thought in your head. You are an idiot. You're using it wrong. No, I'm just saying that's no, your statement is, I don't care if you agree with me or not. Look at your statement. Look what you wrote. You have the right to believe in what you want. No, it's not a thought in your head. That's why I'm calling you an idiot. You're using the term wrong. If you want to believe, no, that's not how it works. In an invisible sky daddy God, you know, that's not how it works. And I understand, but stop using the word believe. Quit using it in that term. That's why I'm calling you out. Stop using the term believe like it's a thought in your head. That's not what believe is. So I appreciate it. And I don't believe in a sky daddy God, but don't use the word believe. Please don't use the word believe like that. We need to stop doing that because people think they can John 3:16 believe. You know what I'm saying? believe. They think they can believe in Christ. You can't believe in Christ. That's not a thought in your head. So just the rest of your statement's fine, because I don't believe in a sky daddy God either. That's the stupidest thing in the world. That's ignorant. That's idiotos to think that he said he will pull the dead from the ashes and the dust. Were you cremated? Were you buried? You're sitting in the dirt, not somewhere in the sky. So we agree, just don't use that word believe. I'm only saying it because I just made such a big deal about the word belief. And you just used it in the same term. So that's not the rest of your statement. That's what I say. You want a box? It was just a friendly thing too. I was just trying to bounce off what you said. I didn't literally mean it that same way. So much love, no worries. Don't be thin skinned. People need to stop using the word believe as a noun. You know, it's an action word. Faith is a noun. Okay, so it's all right, guys. No qualms, guys. And again, I don't condone violence. I'm a pacifist. So you want to dig holes? Great. That's what I want to do. And I said I would cook him lunch. He would cook me lunch. And I said, oh, then I'd take you over there at Curve Talk. No, I was like, hey, let's have some lunch. You know, you dig holes, I dig holes. Belief and knowing are two different meanings. There we go. So you guys got it. You guys got it. We need to stop using that word. The reason why I'm making a large deal about this, guys, because think about how many people fall for the John 3:16 believe Jesus, right? We all know that verse. Somebody put a great statement, one of the best statements I've seen in this chat so far. People are still eating the watery down, milky doctrine. Not everybody eats meat, guys. Not everybody gets meat, so it's not, I know that. Okay, guys, I'm not, but we need to stop this. I believe in Jesus. You can't believe in Jesus. He said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. Not one of them would. You know what I'm saying? Not one of them would. They are such idolaters. They like their own thoughts. They like their own law. They don't want to do what I'm, right? They want to do their self. That's called idolatry. So I can't stand when people go around and make people think that, oh, well, I believe. See, hold on, I believe. See, I'll show you. Look, you don't think that I believe in Jesus. I'm telling you, I believe in Jesus. You want to know why? See this? See this? This is my belief. This is my belief. See this? This is my I believe Jesus. See this Jesus right here? I bought this Jesus 20 years ago. See? I believe. Hold on. You've been sitting on a shelf there for a minute for 20 years. I bought that belief 20 years ago. See? I bought this my I believe Jesus right here. You see him? This is the I believe Jesus right here. I bought him 20 years ago, and I put him on a shelf 20 years. I bought one time. I believed. I believe in Jesus. See how I believe? Hey, I believe. And I put it on a shelf. Hold on. It's a little dusty. See? 20 years ago, I bought some I believe Jesus, huh? You can't believe in Jesus like that, guys. That's such stupidity. It really is. So that's why I kind of got on the word, because it doesn't make any sense. That's not, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily and follow after me. That's not a belief in your head, is it? That is an action, isn't it? Everyday action, isn't it? Take up your cross, deny yourself, and follow. That's an action. It's not a thought in your head. See why I made a pretty big deal about that? Because a lot of people think they believe in Jesus. They get told, well, if you believe in Jesus, or if you accept Christ, can you accept Christ? Is there any such thing as accepting Christ? Can you accept Christ? Can you accept Christ? I accepted Christ. That's right. Die to self, idolatry. Leah is to serve, ido is to see. The Greek word is porneia in the Greek. Porneia, idolatry. Latria, to serve. Idol, statue, to see. To serve what you see. Idolatry. Your biggest enemy. Me. Your biggest enemy? You. Your biggest enemy is self. So, can you accept Christ? Is there such thing as accepting Christ? Well, I accepted Christ and now I believe. So, there's no such thing as accepting Christ, brothers and sisters. You can't accept Christ. That is a fallacy and a heresy. God said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, they are such idolaters. Pornea Greek, they love to serve their self, their own self, their flesh. That not one of them would. They're so cardinal of the flesh that not one of them would. If I, the great I am, the Most High, did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, now how are you accepting Christ? You can't accept Christ. There's no such thing except Christ. There's no such thing as being saved. How about that? Does anybody want to sozo? That's the word sozo. You have to define any words that come out of your mouth? Or do you just speak in translation? Anybody want to test that? So, no such thing as being saved. Pastors, priests, deacons, reverends, chaplains tell people that they've been saved. There's no such thing as being saved. I rebuke that. That's an apostasy. No pastor can save you. No priest can save you. No man, deacon, reverend. Nobody can save you. You can't be saved. That's blasphemy. This channel is called Predestination, so you picked the wrong channel to come in and try to argue translation, because I'm going to give you literal definition using the lexicon and an actual Greek or Hebrew word of the words that you're not forwarded, or that means perverted. So you're not perverted. You want to try to step up? Anybody believe that you can be saved? Did any one of your priest or pastor tell you got saved? That is a man of Satan right there. That is an opposition to God. That is an antichrist. If any man ever told you got saved, you have been hoodwinked. You don't know the definition of the word. You've never studied the word, and you got fooled by some wolf in sheep's clothing. Probably a priest. Somebody called themselves a priest. That's the most filthy, disgusting. Just confess your sins to a man. So, no, Rebecca, Lucifer's only written one time. You're showing your ignorance. You're ignorant. You know that? Lucifer written one time, only one time in Scripture, you ignorant fool. That's right. Rebecca is an ignorant puke. Ignorance. I say puke because that's vile, guys. He says, you either be hot or cold or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So that's why I call you pukes. That's why I use that term, vomit tsunami. You're just spewing venom is what it is, or vile. You're toxic in your body. If something's toxic, if you vomit, it's because it will cause you to be sick and potentially even die. So you're vile, and your body will expel it either through crap, piss, snot, mucus, vomit. It doesn't matter. It's going to figure a way to get that toxicity out of its body. That's why I use the term puke, just so you know, because it's vile to me in this channel, in this chat, in the truth. It's vile. It doesn't mix. It's not a dose. Doesn't blend. It needs to be expelled. So anybody get saved? Did anybody get saved by some? No. Did anybody get baptized? There's no such thing as water baptism. So, anybody get saved? You can't be saved. Anyone? Anyone? No. Okay, I didn't think anybody could take that up. The word is sozo, brothers and sisters. Salvation, to be saved. Christ Jesus himself, the I am, Shiloh in the flesh. He tells us we must endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. No such thing as saved. You're already bought. You're purchased possession for the foundation of the world. Vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy. So, I think it's time for Tracy to go on tour. I need to go on tour, man. Wouldn't that be cool? Just to go
call out all these priests, pastors, deacons, or imagine me walking into these churches calling out all these wolves in sheep's clothing with the lexicon, with the definition, with the Texas Receptus in hand. Boom! It's right here. Let's talk about it. Let's use the original Greek. Let's use the original Hebrew. Let's talk about it. You got a concordance? No, where's your whiteboard? How come you're not teaching these people how to study the Word of God one word at a time? How come you haven't? How come these people don't have a concordance in here? Studying every seeing that word time is written 10 times. There it is in a book separately, written separately. There are no good religions. There are no good, none of them. They're all blasphemy. So, Clayton, what is your facts? What is your facts? You're spitting a lot of fluff, Clayton. Let me see something real. Let me see something come out of your keyboard other than a bunch of fluff, because you're kind of fluffy in here right now, just so you know. Right? Oh man, that's my battery. I didn't realize my battery was that low. All right, guys, I got to end this. My light went out. I didn't even realize I went down that low. I saw it flash earlier. Oh my gosh, you guys are so dark. I can't see you anymore. So, all right, guys, I got to go. I didn't realize that my yeah, okay, this dude's a, but that's why I'm giving you definition, huh? And telling you lexicon and interlinear text. Okay. So, no, Jesus' real name was not Yeshua. Chad, if you're going to spell his name in Hebrew, don't use vowels. There's no vowels. There's no A-E-I-O-U's in Hebrew. There's no A-E-I-O-U's in Hebrew, huh? Wait a minute. So why are you spelling his name with a Y with vowels? His Hebrew name would be in Y, right? His name is I Am. Correct? Can't disagree with that, can you? Well, they haven't worshipped you in 400 years. They know it's you. They know it's the great I Am, right? In the flesh, right? Shiloh. They haven't worshipped you in over 400 years. They're asking what your name is. What should we tell them your name is? You tell them I am. Hey, Dark, you want to put something in here of some substance here, or are you just a big pervert, frowarded? Are you just perverting everything in here? Pervert, meaning froward. Are you just frowarding? Let's give one more chance here for... See, he's spitting in a bunch of vomit venom. Let's give him one chance, then we'll rebuke him. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Expose them. Shine a light on them. Rebuke them. Reprove them. What do you got there, Pool? You got nothing but a bunch of more perverted, frowarded nonsense? That's not his Hebrew name, though, huh? That was the New Testament, you idiot. Goodbye. People's ignorance is bliss, isn't it? People don't even think about what they say sometimes. They just sit there and speak out the side of their neck in translation. That's what they do. Bunch of translations. No transliteral definition. They literally left the definition. Okay, rebuke thyself before. Yeah, you're nothing but a bunch of poo. Bye. All right, guys. I got to plug my phone back in, but it's down to like 3 or 4%. So that's right. In the beginning was the law. Word meant aletheia. Word meant love. Word meant agape. Hey, from Russia, tell Putin, please, to stop killing people who speak Russian in Ukraine. Please tell your president over there to stop killing people in Ukraine. And tell him to stop telling people they can't church in the streets. I rebuke Vladimir Putin. He won't let people church. He would not let people do this, brothers and sisters. There's good Christians in Russia, some good, solid, now not Christian, but good Christian people who believe in the Hamashiach, who believe in Christ. Vladimir Putin would not let people, guys, church outside of the church. So I rebuke Vladimir Putin. He's an apostasy to the law. He will only allow people to worship inside of a church, guys. What we're doing right now, you couldn't do in Russia. So Vladimir Putin is an apostasy to God. He's an antichrist. And I rebuke him because you don't make people, you couldn't have a gathering. It'd be illegal in Russia right now to do what we're doing. If you had 2 or 3 people over to your house and you were studying the word, that's illegal in Russia. So I kind of liked Russia. I even thought about potentially moving to Russia. They got amazing food, amazing people over there. The land is amazing. They're more ready for the Arctic than any other nation. They're building, they've got the Arctic down. But himself, come on, we know he's KGB, you know what I'm saying? So, but all I'm trying to say is what I have the biggest problem, why I know that Vladimir Putin is the devil and is an antichrist, because he made it illegal to have church outside of houses made by hands when Christ said that he does not dwell in houses made by hands. So I rebuke Vladimir Putin. He's an absolute apostate to the church, and their Russian Orthodox Catholicism will be the new, you'll see, they already met in Antarctica. When the Vatican goes, where do you think it's going to be done? No, they already made a deal. Remember the Russian Orthodox priest and in Antarctica, and the Pope met down there. They already shook hands, huh? When this Vatican gets destroyed, it'll just rebranded. It's just going to get rebranded. That's right, Russian Orthodox instead of Roman Orthodox. I know the history, guys. I already know. It's already written. I got the cheat codes. So, anyways, you hate the Roman era because of Catholic. So, anyways, I was okay with Putin, not totally okay, because he's still a leader, but I seriously thought about moving to Russia, guys. It's an amazing place. Russia is an amazing place, and there's some amazing people. Eastern Orthodox, there you go. Russian, Eastern, whatever. It's there you go. But it's not going to go away, guys. Once this Vatican gets destroyed, you'll see they already made a deal. That's why I can't stand Vladimir Putin, because he took the church outside of the church and he made it. So if you came over to my house, I wanted to have a Bible study with you, you can't do that. It's illegal to do in Russia. So lock up Vladimir Putin and chop his head off, and he's an apostate. No, don't do that. It's not eye for an eye. But he's no better than Zelensky. They're both going outside their borders too. Remember, both Vladimirs are going outside their borders. So I had a little bit of, not like I said, respect, but I thought, and I already knew he was a KGB operative, and I already know the whole story. Do you guys realize that Russia folded itself up? They did that to themselves. Internally, they could not win the position they were in, so they decided to collapse. How do you feel about Russia and the Russian people? I told you, I think the Russian people are amazing. There's some amazing Russian people. They're beautiful people, are very strong in faith. And I'm not talking about the Eastern or the Russian Orthodox. I'm talking about, and I'm not a Christian, but we'll call Christianity. There are some people who love the Hamashiach, who love Christ in Russia. And all they want to do is church with their brothers and sisters outside of a church. And Vladimir Putin made it illegal. So World War II, I understand what we did. I really wish people would study the loss of life. Russia lost so many lives, guys, in World War II. You do not understand. I really wish people would study World War II and Russia's involvement in the life that was, the more life was lost. Come on, guys, you should know this. And that's the thing about the Russians, guys. They haven't forgotten their history. Just like World War II, you got to remember, too, this goes way back before Putin, way back before World War II. Like with the Ukrainians right now, That's actually, you know what? I got to call out Vladimir Putin. He came over here and he had Tucker Carlson with his red ribbon on his wrist. Obviously, we know which side Tucker Carlson's on. But Putin came over and he gave that that interview with Tucker Carlson. And he sat there and he made it like the Russians were like the good guy, and like what they were doing in Ukraine was like they had this kind of relationship and all this, but neglected to mention the original where Russia just went in there and absolutely annihilated and slaughtered the Ukrainians and acted like he's got some kind of, they're trying to work some. No. You left out the beginning there, Mr. Putin. You left out the most important part. You're a shill, Vladimir Putin. You're a shill. Oh yeah, you left out the original history where you genocided all those Ukrainians, didn't you? Acting like you're your best of buddies, and we all know about the Baltic states and what they did. So don't fall for Vladimir Putin, guys. He is one of them. He is one of them. The Russian people, though, there are many people in Russia that are beautiful people, guys. God's bride is all over the world. It doesn't matter. Remember, God didn't create Russians and God didn't create Ukrainians. God didn't create none of that. We did that ourselves, and I rebuke all that. Okay? God created one race, and that's the human race. Not Russians, not Americans, not black people, not white people, not Czechoslovakian, not Polish. One race, the human race. And that's all that's gone away, all this. So you want to fall for all this you can enjoy your culture that hey, we're from this area, but God didn't create Russians, just so you know. God didn't create Americans, God didn't create Ukrainians. God created human beings. That's right. One race, the human race. I won't fall for anything else. I won't look at it. I'll rebuke it. So I think that you guys' culture is amazing. You guys are some of the hardest people on the planet. You truly are. And they're probably some of the more, you guys, I guarantee you, Russia is going to be in this grand solar minimum. I really wish you would look at what these people are doing in the Arctic up there. You guys, they are hardening. Do you guys realize I've been to Dead Horse, Alaska. I've had extreme mountaineer training. I've had cold weather training. Do you guys know that stuff in the cold doesn't operate? Look at those Tesla cars all got in Texas, right? They all weren't working. Russia right now is building more icebreakers. They have more icebreakers than any other nation. And they are hardening for the solar minimum. They are hardening the solar minimum for the solar minimum. You guys, metal at 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 below zero does not act like it does at 0 degrees. It becomes brittle and almost falls apart. Metal will fall apart. So Putin has probably put just as much money right now. It's an insane amount of money, guys. It's an insane amount of money. Hardening the route in the Arctic so that they can go around the United States of America. Navy, and those shipping routes will go around Russia, guys. I hope you're paying attention to what Russia's doing right now. The whole world's sleeping, but they're hardening that Arctic, guys. They're getting ready for this solar minimum. They're getting ready for what's coming. They're telling their people. You understand? They are telling their people to get ready for this solar minimum, and they are way ahead of the world right now. Russia probably has more advanced technology on Arctic right now than any other nation. Any other nation, guys. They are getting ready to go around the U.S. They are getting ready to go around the U.S., guys. All those trade routes, it's not going to be necessary. Won't even need the U.S. Navy. They're not going to be allowed up there. So Vladimir Putin is a very smart leader. He's still one of them, though. I'm telling you that. But he is getting ready, and he is getting his civilization ready to go around the U.S. dollar and to go around all these U.S. trade routes and go right around the U.S. Navy. Now, China has the largest Navy in the world. So U.S., you just better turn around and kiss your you-know-what goodbye. It's over. There is no more United States of America. Hang it up. You're fooling yourself. China already came and planted their flag in San Francisco. No, there was just a couple of American flags and some of those pride flags, but they were all Chinese flags. As a military veteran, I can tell you, if you go plant your flag in another nation's country, what does that mean? I never said the Russian people are bad. Nobody ever said that. I said Vladimir Putin is a tyrant and an opposition to the New Testament, and I rebuke Vladimir Putin because he took the ability to church with your brothers and sisters away. For that reason alone, he's an antichrist. You don't take people's ability to study with each other and make them study in some house made by hand. He's an antichrist, but he's a smart antichrist. Remember, the serpent was the most subtle beast of the field. So, no, I said Russian people are amazing. I thought about moving to Russia. So, yep. So, I'm just telling you, you guys better prepare for Russia and the United States of America, because they're going to be, Gog will invade from the north. Yes, he will. Oh, wait, I thought it would be Gigi did. Say whatever you want in Russia if you know. Yeah, no, I'm being honest with you. Like I said, there's a lot of amazing people. I like Russia. You guys have way better food than us. Putin was smart enough to back his gold, the dollar, with gold, and he brought back his economy. He's a very smart man, but he doesn't support the church. He supports a 501c3 type of church, which is not, he said the Most High doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. So Vladimir Putin is an antichrist. You don't have to like what I'm saying, but your leader is an antichrist. Okay? I think the people in Russia are amazing people. I think they're some of the hardest, smartest people on the earth. They'll make it through what's coming more than a lot of people, guys. They're hardened for this cold, and that's their president, irregardless, is getting their country ready for what a lot of the world is not. So they will be a force to reckon with after they're done doing all this nonsense that they're doing in opposition to the New Testament by going outside their borders. So that's why I rebuke Vladimir Putin and anybody who supports his war. Same thing with Vladimir Zelensky. I don't support him. I rebuke him. The whole civilization has been lost. Look at this. I don't know what your name is because I can't read it in Russia. Hype, just please, just hear me out. Your country, not you. Maybe you might not fight. Maybe not Vladimir Putin. Well, yeah, he's in charge. So Vladimir Putin has genocided a whole generation. The Russians have genocided. That's how bad they are, guys. That's how bad these people are. And they're doing it with their most minimal weapons. They're not using their good stuff over there. They are not using their good stuff. The Russians are a lot smarter than that. But they have just genocided. The Russian military, irregardless, it doesn't matter. The Russian military has genocided a whole generation. The average fighting age in Ukraine right now is 40 years old. That's including women. They threw the women in the meter too. So Russia is responsible for genociding a whole generation. Gone, guys, gone. Imagine that. The only people that are, 18 to 40 either fled the country or they're killed. They're gone. They're gone. Russia's responsible for that. So when you see Russia, not the people, guys, because remember, just like in America, a lot of people don't want it. It's the leaders that are doing this. But remember, Russia is responsible for genociding a whole Ukrainian generation. They're gone. It didn't even take, 2 years, and they're gone. That's insane, guys. That is pretty darn insane to think about. If you filled out a W-2, you paid for it too, guys. You paid to kill Russians. Yep. You sent your money to Ukraine. Whether you got a vote on it or not, you still did. So I think both sides need to go back to no foreign entanglements, just all these countries do, and just stop worrying about everybody else. Somebody comes inside your border, hammer them. Give it to them. Sock it to them. Give it to them hard. Give it to them deep. But if they're not coming inside your borders, leave them alone. Stop messing with people outside your borders. I hate Vladimir Putin. I hate Vladimir Zelensky. I hate them both. Yes, they did. We deserve everything we have coming, Estrange. Everything we get, we deserve. We have 180 countries that we have 1,003 military bases in. We are the war machine, and everything that we get is we deserve it. You reap what you sow. So we're going to get it, guys. There's 30 million people in America that hate us, just absolutely despise us. We're the bad guy, and they're going to do something about it eventually. Eventually they will. Eventually they will. I agree with that. And then who supplied the money to that? The U.S. and the UN. I cannot disagree with that, Bedford, 100%. It was going to happen either way. You know what I'm saying? It was going to happen either way. Don't fool yourself, Bedford. It was going to happen either way. Okay? So, no, victory will not be yours. You're a loser there, Hype, because your country is a loser right now for genociding a whole civilization. So you're already a failure. Your country itself is a failure. You may not be the good people of Russia, but your country itself is an absolute apostasy, and in history it'll go down that your country genocided a whole civilization. So don't say that in here. Victory will not be yours. You already failed the New Testament. You're a failure. Your country is a failure. So stop claiming victory. You're a failure. The more Megadeth does not make you more of a failure, makes you more of a loser. So you personally, I'm not calling you out. Again, the people who do not want genocide within your country, great people, love them, the bride of Christ. But your country is an apostasy, and you've already failed the New Testament. So you're failures. You're not going to get victory. You're going to fall further into failure. Russia is a failure. So is America. So is Ukraine. So is Palestine or Gaza, right? So is Palestine. So is Yemen. So is Iran. So it's not just calling out your country. I'm calling out the genocide that your country did. You're filthy, filthy, disgusting people who support that. Not all the people in Russia, just like not all the people in America, but everybody who supports this genocide. Do you realize what I just said to you? I said a whole civilization was genocided, and you said victory. Fuck you. I don't ever cuss. Fuck you, man. That's probably the first time I ever said that. Fuck you, man. 3 times. Get the hell out of here. I'm tired of it. You know what? I can't support death. I apologize, guys. I've never said that online, but I'm tired of it. Get out of here. If you want to support death and genocide after I just told you and you call that victory, fuck you, man. I apologize. I should have got off here a minute ago, but it pisses me off, guys, that people think it's okay to support genocide. And I apologize. I apologize. I've never said that online, ever. But it just really pisses me off that I'd sit there and explain to this guy that the people in Russia are good, and he's going to turn around and call victory after I said a whole civilization, a whole generation is gone because of their people. He's like, victory! So I need to take a break. It just pisses me off. That's my PTSD, and I normally don't let it get to me like that. So I want to make a formal apology. I should have just shut up and just got off the stream a minute ago. But it's disheartening. It's disheartening. You understand? So I want to apologize. We should not be killing each other, guys, outside of our borders. My apologies for the cursing. My apologies, my apologies, my apologies, my apologies, my apologies. Did you hear what I said, guys? A whole generation is gone. Gone. And this man calls victory? That's victory? You see why I lost it? And I want to formally apologize 3 times. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I normally can stream for hundreds, thousands of hours and never let that word come out one time. But I thought I made it clear. Women too, brothers and sisters. Do you realize women as well in Ukraine? They have destroyed that place. There's only 5%, guys, 5% of the grains and food coming out of Ukraine right now. Put that to the side for a minute. Food, you need food, irregardless of the war. Again, I apologize, guys. I apologize. I feel really bad for letting that slip, but I cannot understand how I say to whether it was a man or a woman, that the women and children of the ages 18 to 40 are gone. They're gone, guys. That is a gone. The whole generation has been genocided. And this guy still calls victory. So he's obviously thinking it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So one last time, I formally want to apologize for using profanity. I don't do that very often, but it just hit my heart to think of women. Women. Two guys, they were throwing women into the meat grinder over there. Not just the men. Men and women. Men and women, guys. That's it. If it was just men, we would be able to stand a chance. I probably wouldn't use the F word. I probably wouldn't use the F word. But when I heard him say victory and I said women, that's done, guys. How is this generation going to flourish back? That will affect that nation for decades. Brothers and sisters, centuries potentially. And they're still fighting over there every day. So I'm going to apologize one last time for using the F word. It's hurting my heart that I let it slip. But when I think about women losing their life, you don't send a woman to war. You do not send a woman to war. We do not send our women to war. I'm not saying women can't join like a volunteer military and serve in a capacity of a man. They can do any job that a man can do. Okay, I'm not saying that a woman can't. Here you go. Here's your camouflage tampon and an M16. Go get them. Okay? But you don't send your women to war. You don't send your women to war. But it's not with me, okay? I don't cuss, ever. I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor, and I normally let that slip out of my mouth. But I am a man as well, and I make mistakes. And I'm sure he'll put that on my heart, because it's weighing very heavy on my heart right now. I've streamed thousands of hours and never let that word come out of my mouth one single time. But when I think about women dying, and I think about women and men, and I say to the man, a whole generation was genocided, and he calls victory, it's like, it's one thing, and I'm not saying that guys, just guys, that sucks too if a bunch of guys lost it. But guys and girls, women and men, that's it. That's it. So it's crazy. It's mind-boggling how people could be okay with that. But that is propaganda. That is what propaganda does, guys, to people. It makes them think that death is okay. You don't think so? What's the next mass murder you're voting for? You're okay with you're not okay with death, or you are okay with it? Yes, you're okay with death. You're totally fine with mass murder. Yes, you are. You vote for a mass murder. Yes, you do. The commander-in-chief is the commander-in-chief. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ, that's what the militaries fall under. That's the law, and the commander-in-chief is the president, and commander-in-chief, he controls all those militaries, and they're the ones who all go commit the death. Megadeth. So whether they're a red murder or a blue mass murder, they're still a mass murder, correct? Is a president not a mass murder? Does anybody disagree with me? A president is a mass murderer, controls the military, commander-in-chief of all the United States Navy, United States Air Force, United States Marines, United States Army, Coast Guard, Air National Guard. They're in charge. So most people never think of a president as a mass murderer, but I'm telling you, they are. They kill at will because they're a president. They're still a mass murderer. Never forget that. Yeah, I apologize, Levette. You never heard me say that. If I ever said that, I was like, oh, I just was so frightened. I kept thinking about women. It kept going through my head. I like women. You guys, what was going through my head? I got to be honest with you, and I better go. What was going through my head? I want to be 100% honest. I don't want to hide or lie or anything because normally I don't slip. What was going through my head at the time when I was thinking about women? Okay. When I was thinking about women, I was thinking about how, if you look through the military times in America, guys, in America, the same thing was running through my head at the same time. They were going to draft women in America. Look it up. Look it up. They were going to implement the draft, and they said that they would draft our women. That was going through my head at the same time, and I lost my brain. I lost my mind, guys. I lost my mind because on my brain, I kept thinking military times. They could do that right here in America. They could do that and it's not that I don't care about Ukrainian women. I care about all the women around the world. It doesn't matter which they are. Do you understand, though? That hit my heart right there. That's what I was thinking in my head. When I was thinking women, I was thinking, I remember what the military times said. They'll draft U.S. women in America, and I lost it. So I apologize. Yeah, I understand. So look up in the military times, guys. They may implement a draft in America, and they wanted to draft women. Do you understand? That's why I slipped, guys. I was thinking of like 3 things at one time, and the word just came out of my mouth. Like, just no way they're going to do this in America. And we're getting involved in so many military operations, guys. If we get involved in one more military operation, they're going to have to implement the draft. Do you understand? But we do not send our women to war. Ever. We don't draft our women. If they want to volunteer, that's fine. I worked with the first female sniper ever in the military police corps. Sergeant Beanick, she was hardcore, but we still drug her butt around all over the place. But it was a volunteer military. Okay? I love you. And I apologize for the profanity. I think I need to take a break because I don't normally lose it like that. When I think about women losing their life, I got my PTSD got the best of me. Okay? So I'm apologizing one last time. And let's never send our women to war, guys. You understand? Let's not send our women to war. We don't draft our women. If women want to go use it in that capacity, again, I'm all for equal rights. Here you go. Levette, you want to go to war? Here's a camouflage tampon and an M16. There you go, lady. Go get it, right? I don't believe in that, but you know what I'm saying? That's not, but we do not take them and put them into war. So I apologize. Okay? I love you guys. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel like I just ruined this whole stream. But anyways, I love you guys. I hope that I'll let God handle me for that. So I hope he rebukes my heart and will make me feel very guilty for what I just did and make that way heavy on my heart so that I don't ever make that mistake again. I love you guys, and I'll see you on the next live stream. All right, guys? My apologies. Walk and follow in his commandments, guys. Always agape.